Hello, hello. People are here, but they like the conspiracy stuff. I know I do. Let's see who all is here. See, Mischief is here. Well, Doug is here.
Hello.
Let's see. Scooter Mom. Well, Doug is here. Oh, I can hear me in your mic. So mute your YouTube. Scooter Mom.
Yeah, let me put my headphones on.
Okay. And Mischief managed. Hello. Yeah. Oh, David Bruce is here and Tony's here. Hello. I usually don't give people this quick. It usually takes a little while for people to come in. When I have a subject, it works better. But I like it.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I got my headphones and I got my glasses. I have to use my glasses to read my notes, but I can't use my glasses for the screen because it blurs it out. So
Now did you have the YouTube still open? Because that might have been where it came from, not your regular speaker. Try making sure the YouTube is muted, and try without your headphones. Let's see how it sounds.
Okay.
That way you don't have to wear them. Hey, Brian. Hi, Minnie. Yeah. We're getting sound right now, and then we'll be good. Hey, Lexi.
Okay, how do I sound?
Okay, let's see if you hear me. Nope. No echo. You're good.
Okay. All right. Cool.
All right.
I don't have to wear these things. Yeah.
So this was Doug's the one that kind of came up with this. He said we were just talking, and he said he did kind of a deep dive into Manson. What year did you do that?
2019.
Yeah.
I was sick in bed for 6 months. And I needed something to occupy my mind, to get my mind off of being sick. I had stomach ulcers. Took them 6 months to figure out what the problem was. And I was I was feeling like I had to throw up 24/7, like on the verge, but I would never throw up. But I felt like that was what I had to do. And so the only thing I could do to get my mind off of it was just something to get, I dug into the Manson case. Why the Manson case? I really don't know. I just did it,
Well, I understand that because I probably wouldn't have done the deep dive into Scientology if I hadn't have been bedridden when I was. So I totally get what you did there. Something, struck your interest, and you had the time, and now you're an expert on it. I'm not necessarily an expert on my subject, but I know pretty.
There's so many layers to it.
I know. And then the other topic later on, if we get to it, was what was the other topic you mentioned?
The JFK assassination, which is tied into the Manson thing. Believe it or not, there are connections, and that's why I want to join them both together. Even though the JFK assassination happened before the Manson murders, but there's a connection there, and I will connect the dots.
Okay, I'll let you do that because, like I said, I know. I'll tell you what I know. Being at my age, being a teenager in the 80s and going to high school in the 80s, JFK wasn't even 20 years old. So, of course, we talked about that in school. And the Manson murders was kind of a big deal even then, and it was years later because, in that time period, we didn't have a lot of big things, or social media. So those were big things, topics in my early lifetime, because they were so fairly new, So that's why I've always, my whole life I've known about the Manson murders. But, I'm always finding out new stuff. And then to come to find out Manson was affiliated with Scientology blew my mind.
Yeah.
So I'll let you take off with it.
Well, I'll give the Scientology thing. I wasn't going to mention this in my thing, but I will give you this information because, like we were talking backstage, a lot of people just think that he dabbled a little bit in it or he did it while he was in prison. But he actually did it out of prison before the murders took place. In I believe in LA, he did 140 hours of auditing, which that's
I was
decent
shocked.
amount. Yeah, and what I understand, took some courses, read some books. So it was more than just dabbling. But what Manson liked to do, he studied all different kinds of religions and stuff, and he cherry picked things to put into his whole rhetoric of his little cult thing that he had going, and that's what he did.
And
so,
that surprises me because, you know, in learning about LRH, he kind of did the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, they pull what they want to from things and use it to whatever, you know, their own devices, you know.
And the thing is about Manson is, I know, you know, our view of him, all the videos, all the interviews and everything, he seemed like just some crazy dude, and which he would portray himself as being that way. He believed that, and I got this from a person that I had talked to that was actual friends with Charles Manson. He said that Manson would actually portray whatever you were portraying him to be. He would reflect that back to you. So everybody was thinking, well, this guy's crazy. He did all these murders. He did this. This guy's crazy. So he'd act crazy. He'd give him what you wanted. But actuality, he was high on as far as being smart, but his IQ was high. But as far as schooling, he was pretty much illiterate. I mean, he could read, but not real great or anything like that. So, but he had a criminal mind, and he was a pawn, and he was a pimp. I mean, basically, what it boils down to, Charles Manson was
something about that.
Yeah.
So tell me about what early on. What
yeah. Well, I'm going to start with March 21st, 1967, because we'd go all the way back to his childhood, and I don't really want to go into that.
So that was 2 years before I was born.
Yeah. So March 21st, 1967 was when Manson was released from prison for his federal crime of stealing a car and crossing state lines, which that was a federal crime, and he went to prison for that. He was released and he moved to San Francisco, and that was in 67. Now, 67 was the same year that the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic started. Now, we all know what was going on in Haight-Ashbury in the 1960s with all the hippies. And
does everybody know? If you have any questions, like you don't know exactly what we're talking about, please ask.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the Haight-Ashbury, most of us.
Yeah, it was a hippie scene back in the 60s. It was kind of a thing that a lot of hippies congregated at. There was a lot of people hanging out in the Haight-Ashbury district in San Francisco.
And all kind of looking for something. That's how they got them into Dianetics too.
Yeah. So the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic was opened up in 67. And Manson and his girls, the girls that he had at that time, because it grew, but at that time, the girls that he had, they would visit frequently to the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic for checkups, the girls getting treated with STDs, various other reasons. But also, this is where it starts getting interesting. Charles Manson's parole officer, Roger Smith, worked at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic as a drug researcher. I try to figure that one out.
Why would you be a drug researcher at a free clinic?
Because the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic was a front for the CIA and the MKUltra LSD testing. And they made it look like it was all hippied out. We're here to help the community, help the hippies.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Not only that, but remember this name, because this name's going to pop up later. A Dr. Jolly West. Remember Dr. Jolly West. He worked for the CIA as a research person for the MKUltra. He had connections, and he was one of the top researchers, so he knew everything there was about MKUltra, all the mind control stuff and all that stuff. And so they took an interest in Manson, because here's this guy coming in with these girls, and he has control of these girls, like a pimp would with his girls. He controlled them, and they thought, man, this is perfect. We can administer LSD through him, teach him some tricks on how to use mind control and stuff, and we can just sit back and watch how this develops and learn some stuff, because that's what they were doing. They were researching. So they thought,
like years ago, I used to believe the government. I was the person, the government would really never do that. And then since then, I have had my eyes open that they never tell us the truth. So that's why none of this surprises me.
Yeah. And so they started using Manson and the girls, giving him information on how to do these mind control, brainwashing tactics that only the government knew. But yet Manson was using these same tactics. And how would he learn that? How would he get that? He would only get that from Roger Smith and Dr. Jolly West. And what I found interesting was that Manson was arrested several times during this time, breaking his parole violation, having parole violations, breaking his parole. One particular time, this one sticks out to me, that Manson was arrested in Salem, Oregon, with a stolen car. He stole the car. They stole the car in San Francisco, drove it to Oregon, crossed state lines. Now it's a federal crime. And remember, he's been arrested for this before, and he's on parole. And so he's arrested not only for the stolen car, but a decent amount of drugs and an underage girl. So the district attorney in Salem, he's ready to bust him. He's going to nail this guy. He's going to put him back into prison for a parole violation. But guess who shows up? Roger Smith, his parole officer, shows up to Salem, Oregon, and comes home with Charles Manson, comes back to San Francisco.
Don't normally do things like that.
No charges, no nothing. Now, why would they do this unless they needed him out because they were studying him? They needed him out, right?
Wow.
And I think back at this. Now, if he didn't have that connection and he was arrested here and the DA in Salem, Oregon put him back in prison for a parole violation, we would have no Tate murders, no LaBianca murders, none of that stuff.
I didn't know any of that
would have happened. Yeah, it blew me away. And so I'll jump forward to the July.
You don't get that stuff in the documentaries.
No.
Usually, at least the ones I've seen.
July 1st of 1969. I'm going to jump to that.
Okay.
Tex Watson comes into play. Now, Charles Tex Watson, he was a notorious kind of character. He was a con. He was a rip-off person, low life. He loved to do bunk drug deals, sell bad drugs, or rip off money during drug deals. That was kind of his MO.
Manson?
No, Tex Watson.
Tex Watson, okay.
Yeah. And so Tex Watson, his girlfriend at the time, her name was Luella. They came up with this idea that they were going to buy a decent amount of marijuana and turn it over, sell it, take their cut, have some free weed and sell it and make some money. But the thing was, they didn't have the money to do it. And Luella knew of this guy that could probably help them. His name was Bernard Lotzapapa Crow. Now, Lotzapapa was a black dude, lived in the San Francisco area, or no, actually the LA area.
Mm-hmm.
He was known for his a drug dealer and stuff like that. And so they confronted him, said, hey, we got this deal. We can get these drugs from this guy, a good price. We can turn it, make some money. But all we need is for you to front the money and we'll all make it good. And well, Lotsapapa's like, okay. So they all get in his car and drive out to this drug dealer's house. And Lotsapapa I don't know if he just knew of Tex Watson and his MO of what kind of a person he was, or just lots of Papa had street smarts and just didn't trust him at all. So he told Watson, he says, well, you go on in, get the drugs. I'm keeping Luella in the car for collateral. So
Okay.
Tex Watson, being the class act guy that he is, kind of like somebody else we know in the community, won't name names, but he walks into the drug house through the front door and he leaves through the back door. He splits with the money, leaves Luella in the car with lots of Papa.
Now, because of my fibro, it's hard to keep. So, who went in and went out the back door?
That was Tex Watson.
Tex Watson. Okay, he was the drug dealer. He left with the
He
money.
went into the drug dealer's house to make a deal.
Right. How did they let him get out the back door with the money? That's surprising.
Don't know. I mean, he just walked into the drug dealer's house, said, hey, blah, 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 and then left out the back door. I mean,
okay.
He didn't make any deal with them. Obviously he knew these people. I'm guessing, but he left out the back door.
So do you know what happened with the girlfriend?
Yeah, lots of Papa's like, what the heck? I just got ripped off, and he's angry. So he starts roughing up Luella and beating her up, getting the information he needed out of her to where Tex Watson was. She divulges that Tex Watson is staying at Spawn Ranch and gave the phone number to Spawn Ranch.
And that's where Manson lives, right?
That's where Manson, yeah. So,
okay.
So he calls out at Spawn Ranch, and one of the girls, the Manson girls, answers the phone. Well, lots of Papa asks, I want to talk to Charles. Well, she thinks he's talking about Charlie Manson because she didn't know that Tex Watson's real name is Charles, but the family called him Tex, and that's all they knew him by. So she goes and gets Charles Manson and gets him on the phone. Well, lots of Papa tells Manson, thinking that that's Tex Watson, says, I want my money. I got your girl. If you don't bring me my money, I'm going to deal with the girl, and I'm going to come and deal with you. So Manson, being the pimp that he is, you don't mess with his girls, and you're demanding money. I mean, he doesn't know about Tex Watson's deal. He thinks that's one of his girls, and actually it wasn't. It was Luella, who was a girlfriend of Tex Watson. She wasn't even a Manson person, but
a lot of
he didn't know that
information.
What's that?
That's a lot of mistaken information.
Well, yeah.
I've seen movies like this.
Yeah, and so he agrees to meet with lots of Papa in a parking lot at a apartment complex, and they meet, and Manson shoots him. Lots of Papa falls to the ground. Manson thinks he's dead. He gets Luella out of the car and takes her back to the ranch. And so the next day,
I never thought he did any of that stuff with his own hands. I thought he always got other people to do it.
Well, this particular time he did. And so he gets back to the ranch the next day. He reads in the local newspaper that a body is found of a black man who was part of the Black Panthers. Now Manson's thinking, oh my gosh, I just killed a Black Panther. They're going to be coming after me. So he's freaking out. He's freaking out now. And he starts to tighten his reins. He's not letting the girls have any freedom to come and go as they used to. He's increasing security. And in fact, Diane Lake mentions in her book, it was about this time that things got scary. Manson's he became very agitated. He was rough on the girls, beating them more than what he normally would.
Well, he's stressed out.
Yeah, he was, and it wasn't fun times in Spawn Ranch for the girls. And Manson was still freaked out. He felt he needed some help. So there was a local motorcycle gang, the Straight Satans, who he had contacted and said, hey, I need your help. I need protection. And they're like, okay, well, they want something for it, right? Manson doesn't really have money, but he has the girls. And he says, man, you can come here and have the girls all you want, whenever you want. Just protect me, protect us. And Straight Satan's like, okay, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Well, the problem is now the Straight Satans are at Spawn Ranch every day. And Manson's starting to realize that he's starting to lose control of the girls because the Straight Satans are there supplying the girls drugs when Manson wasn't.
Competition in
control. Yeah. So not only has he killed who he thinks he killed, Lotsa Papa, who's a Black Panther in his mind, but now he's got the Straight Satans threatening his little harem.
Yeah.
So he's thinking, man, I got to do something. I got to get out of here. And they had established with Barker Ranch. They had a skeleton crew of some family members already there. So his plan was they needed to get money fast. They needed to get equipment fast. They started stealing more cars, mostly Volkswagen Bugs, converting them over to dune buggies and stuff like that. They're preparing. He was prepping to go out into the desert, out. And so and at this time, Bobby Beausoleil comes in the picture.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Bobby Beausoleil, he had bought some drugs. He bought some mescaline, about $1,000 worth of mescaline from Gary Hinman.
What's that?
It's some kind. I'm not sure exactly what kind of drug it is. I never had any dealings with it, but
kind of sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, but he bought it and he sold it to the Straight Satans, and he gave Charles Manson the money because he made a profit off of it. Well, the Straight Satans took the mescaline, and the next day they come to Bobby Beausoleil and they're complaining, yeah, the stuff was bunk. We got sick off of it. We want our money. And they roughed him up. And so Bobby Beausoleil goes to Charles Manson, tells him, hey, you know, what happened? That was bunk drugs. They want their money. Manson's not going to give the money. He's telling Bobby Beausoleil, you need to go to Gary Hinman and get the money from him. And also Manson had heard a rumor that Gary Hinman had come into an inheritance of $20,000 to $24,000. And so he wanted that money too. And he wanted Hinman's cars. He had 3 vehicles. He wanted them too. Yeah. And so Bobby Beausoleil goes. Manson makes Mary Bruner and Susan Atkins go with him. And they go out to Gary Hinman's house, and Gary Hinman lets them in because Bobby Beausoleil and Gary Hinman are friends. And they let him in, and they're talking, and Bobby Beausoleil's like, "Hey, dude, you know that mescaline I bought from you, it was bad stuff, man. The guys I sold it to, they want the money back.
Well, yeah,
so I need you to give me the money." And Gary Hinman's like, dude, I don't have the money. I already spent it. I don't have it. He goes, no, not only are you going to give me that money, but you're going to give me your inheritance. And Gary Hinman's like, what do you talk about? I don't have this. And they start arguing and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
And Mary Bruner calls Manson in the other room and says, yeah, we got a problem. So Manson's upset. He drives out to Gary Hinman's house with Bruce Davis. And Bruce Davis is nobody you want to mess with. He's basically Manson's strong arm. This guy would kill you, no problem. This guy was dangerous. And they show up, and Manson has a sword. So when Gary Hinman answers the door, he takes a swipe, cuts Hinman's ear and his cheek, and told him, you're going to pay the money. You're going to pay the money. And he looks at Beausoleil, you better man up. You better do a man's job. You better do it. Because if I come here and have to do it, you're not going to like it. And he leaves. So Beausoleil's stuck. He's stuck there. He's got to do something. And so he winds up having to kill the guy.
None of this stuff.
Yeah. And so Susan Atkins, being the wackadoo person that she is, she takes it upon herself to.
They were all wackadoo.
Yeah, they were. They're all.
Some were more than others, though.
But she was crazy on drugs and everything. She was out of it.
Mm-hmm.
She started playing with Gary Hinman's blood, writing on the walls and making panther prints on the walls and stuff. Not knowing, she's just doing it. Nobody told her to do it or anything. She's just doing it to be doing it for whatever reason, but she's doing it. And so they leave with all three cars, and they grabbed whatever was in the house that was worth anything.
All the stolen cars?
Yeah, they gave 2 of the cars to. Now I believe that Hinman I believe they coerced him into signing the cars over. He did sign the cars over, but the police don't know that. The police think that they're stolen. Mm-hmm. So they give 2 of the cars to the straight Satans to pay off that $1,000 they owe them, so they're free and clear of that.
Okay.
But Bobby Beausoleil keeps one of the cars, and he heads down to the beach on Highway 101 in California, in the same area that actually DOA went when he had all those SWATs. He went down on 101. Remember that? And then he got stopped by the state police.
Francisco?
No, it was in LA area.
Oh, LA. Okay.
He got stopped by the state police and got his phones confiscated in that area, that general vicinity.
I didn't watch much of his stuff. So
yeah, that's where Bobby Beausoleil had pulled off the side of the road and was sleeping in the car. The cops come up, they see the car, they run the tags and see that it's Gary Hinman's car, and Gary Hinman's been murdered. So they get him out of the car, they search the car, they find the knife and the bloody clothes in the trunk of the car. So he's busted. He's now arrested for murder of Gary Hinman. And so Bobby Beausoleil is in county jail waiting to go to court for that.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so now Manson finds out about this, and Manson's freaking out. Manson's like, oh, Bobby Beausoleil is going to talk. So now he's really spinning out here, because now, you know, he's killed a Black Panther. He's got straight Satans using up his women, and he had, you know, Gary Hinman is murdered, and Bobby Beausoleil is arrested for the murder, and he doesn't know if Beausoleil is going to talk or what. He's thinking he's probably going to talk.
Right.
And it just happened to be, and I got this information on Bobby Beausoleil. It was an interview. I can't remember if it was an interview of his or a book that he wrote, but he had said that one night while he was in the jail, there was a couple of Manson family members that were arrested for something else. They just happened to be in there. And so that at night, they'd be talking to Bobby Beausoleil saying, yeah, you better keep your mouth shut. Manson's going to get you. We'll get to you. You better keep your mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he did. He kept his mouth shut. But Manson, obviously, this is showing that Manson was freaked out if he's having his guys talk to Beausoleil while they're in jail. And so Manson's thinking, I got to figure out some way to get him out of prison or out of jail. So he starts thinking, he comes up with this idea that if we do a copycat murder, then they're going to release Bobby Beausoleil, because they're going to say, well, he's not the one that killed him because we had another murder.
I think I remember that part of Manson's story, that originally it was a copycat murder. I remember that.
So he sends Susan Atkins, Tex Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian to Benedict Canyon to Roman Polanski's house. Now we get into stuff that we all know. Now, the main stuff. There's a history with the Polanski house because what's his name? Terry Melcher lived there. Terry Melcher's mother was Doris Day, correct? Doris Day was Terry Melcher's mother. And Terry Melcher was...
I missed the name. Who was the mother?
Doris Day, I believe. Let me check here on my notes. I believe that's who it was.
I'm bad with names, so I'm writing
Yeah.
down. We need one of those
That
murder
was Doris Day. Doris Day.
Doris
And
Day.
yeah, Doris Day, who's a famous actress. And
Yeah.
then Tate Melcher was a famous music producer.
Melcher. Okay.
Yeah. And so Manson got to know Melcher through Dennis Wilson, who was the drummer for the Beach Boys, because Manson hung out with Dennis Wilson there for a while. And Manson was wanting his music. He was wanting a music deal. He wanted to be famous, right? And he even had a recording at Dennis Wilson's house in his studio that he had. And Manson wasn't, I mean, I've listened to his music. It wasn't, I mean, for the 60s, it was 60s kind of stuff. It wasn't horrible, but it you know, it needed some refining, definitely. But he wouldn't listen to anybody giving him any constructive criticism. Like, well, hey, if you do this or that, he's like, no. And he'd get angry and get mad. And Melcher heard about this. He's like, man, the guy's unhinged. He always has his girls around him. You know, it just, I don't want this. I don't want this. But Manson keeps bugging him about it. And you know, and the thing is, Dennis Wilson and Terry Melcher, they were sleeping with some of the Manson girls. They'd go over there and have parties and stuff.
Yeah, Papa Smurf mentioned Dennis Wilson earlier.
Yeah.
Early
and
on.
So, yeah. And so there was that connection. And Terry Melcher told Manson, well, you know, I'll get back to you. And when somebody tells you I'll get back to you, what does that mean? That you're probably not going to hear from him. But Manson's going by prison rules. Your word is your word. And he's like waiting by the phone, waiting for Melcher to call and stuff. And he never does. And then he sees that one of his songs that he wrote, that the Beach Boys released on one of their albums, they changed some of the lyrics and changed the name of the song, but it was Manson's song, and he got rather upset about that.
I do remember something about that.
Yeah.
I remember something about that in some of the documentaries.
Yeah. So he's thinking, well, not only am I can kill two birds with one stone, no pun intended. He figures that if I go to the Polanski house, and he didn't know it was Roman Polanski, but he knew it was the house, and if the murders happened there, it would send a word to Terry Melcher, yeah, you better make right.
Yeah, wasn't that all I remember from the documentaries is that Sharon Tate was in the wrong house, that they weren't after her. They were after who had lived in the house before.
Well, right? Yeah, but this is the thing is Manson already knew that Terry Melcher had already moved. That's been proven.
That's never said in the documentaries.
Yeah,
never.
That's been proven.
Never heard that.
Yeah, he knew that they didn't live there anymore, but he wanted to send out a little word, a little fear tactic to Terry Melcher that, hey, you know, we mean business, so you better do what you said you're going to do and give me a record deal, is basically what Manson was thinking out of this. And then on top of it, he's going to do this murder that is going to free Bobby Beausoleil.
Right.
So he tells Tex Watson to go there and kill these people. And then tells Susan Atkins and the girls, says, do something witchy, meaning to Susan Atkins, I want you to do that stuff in blood just like you did at Gary Hinman's. I want everything to be like that. So when the cops come and see that, they're going to think, wow, we didn't get the murderer because he's still in the loose. This guy we have in jail, he's not it. So, and Manson told Tex Watson, make sure all the girls' hands are dirty. Make sure they all are involved in this. So they go and they do that. So there they are. They show up.
Mm-hmm.
They kill Sharon Tate, who's pregnant. They kill the writer Wojciech Frykowski. They kill the coffee heiress Abigail Folger.
Mm-hmm.
They killed the celebrity hairstylist Jay Sebring. They also killed Stephen Parent, who his friend was the family gardener. He had gone there to sell him a clock radio, which his friend bought, and he was leaving out the gates to go home when he ran into Tex Watson, and Tex Watson shot him in the car. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
A lot of wrong place.
Yeah. And so the next day, they're all watching the news and everything, and it's not going as planned as what Manson had thought. They're not putting two to two, not putting the pieces together that, whoa, that Bobby Beausoleil is not the person. They're not saying that. They're not saying that at all. So Manson's getting angry, and he thinks that they messed up. And so he's telling them, well, we're going to do it again, but I'm going with you. Make sure it's done right. So they all pile in the car. Charles Manson, Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, Linda Kasabian, and then Leslie Van Houten and Steve Clem Grogan are new people. They go. Mm-hmm. So Manson and Steve Clem Grogan, they go into the LaBianca house and tie both Leno and Rosemary up, and then they come out and tell Tex, do this the right way. Don't make me.
I didn't want to stop you. Finish your sentence.
Well, he says, do this the right way. Don't make me come in there and show you how to do it. And he tells Susan Atkins and Patricia Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten to go in there and do exactly what Tex Watson tells them to do. And so they do. They go in there. They kill him. Susan Atkins writes all over the walls, just like she had done before. Helter Skelter, death to the pigs, all that kind of stuff.
So all of this was to cover up one murder.
Mm-hmm.
Am I catching this right?
Mm-hmm.
All of this crap, all of these murders had no real basis in any kind of
not what Bela Lugosi was trying. Yeah.
It was just to get somebody out of jail.
Uh-huh. And to make sure that Manson didn't go to jail, back to jail.
Oh my goodness.
So here's Manson the next day. The cops aren't putting these pieces together. Now, Manson, not only is he responsible for Lots of Papa, who he thinks is dead, who's a Black Panther, he thinks. No, he's not. And he's not a Black Panther, but he believes that. He's got the straight Satans there having ownership of his girls, basically. He's got Gary Hinman's murder on his hands. He's got the Tate murders on his hands. Now he has the LaBianca murders on his hands. And he's like, we got to go. We got to get out of here. This ain't good. And so they split the Barker Ranch. So in October 10th and October 12th of 1969, the ranch gets raided for the simple fact that, well, the Manson family are out driving around their dune buggies. They run into this road grader out in the desert that's blocking a road, and it makes them mad. And so they decide to burn the thing down. They light it on fire and burn it down, and then they leave and go back to the ranch.
Well, they've done murders at this. I don't know if they were involved, but they've done murders at this point. What's a little arson? Yeah,
but you're thinking if you're wanting to get away, you don't want to make a big, you don't want to draw any attention, right? Well, they just drew attention.
They were very smart.
Because the National Park Service shows up and they see the road grader all burn up. They follow the tire tracks back to Barker Ranch.
Not very smart.
So they contact the Inyo County Sheriff, the California Highway Patrol, and the National Park Service law enforcement rangers. They all show up October 10th on the first raid, and they got about half of the Manson family. They show back up on the 12th of 1969, and they got the rest of them. That was an early morning one. And this one is the one that got Manson, and he was hiding in the bathroom underneath the bathroom sink. And you had to be a small guy to fit in there. Manson was only like 5'6", right around that. And the police officer said he was in there doing a second check, just making sure the place was cleared. And he's seen some hair sticking out of the cupboard door, and he opens it up, and there's Manson. If he didn't go in, Manson would have never got caught. But he went in and he checked, and Manson was caught. So,
wow, that was convoluted. But dang,
I know. I know.
Dang, I never knew none of that stuff. All I remember is that there was a theory that it was copycat murders, but I didn't even know why. I just remember the copycat murders. I couldn't remember why.
Papa, I don't know if he got beat up by the cops. They never mentioned that. That was never said whether he got beat up by the cops or not.
What? It sounds like Charles Manson was in that scene, so there was probably kind of reminds me of Epstein in a way. That
he was. He had connections with Mama Cass. He had connections with the Doors. Manson intertwined with a lot of famous people, but you got to take in consideration. See, back in these days, you could go to a star's house. You and I could show up at Mama Cass's house and party out with the stars and the famous people, because no-name people, everybody was welcome. Everything was free. It was a different time. It was the Manson murders that changed all of that, where the rich and the famous separated from people like us. They no longer bump shoulders. You couldn't go to a famous person's house to party out anymore. They didn't do that.
I know. Yeah, I mean, it's a different world now.
Yeah. So jump ahead to November 6th of 1969. They already have Susan Atkins in jail for the murder of Gary Hinman. I don't know if they've got like fingerprints. I can't remember. It's been so long ago. I don't know if they got evidence, or maybe Tex Watson's, or not Tex Watson, but Bobby Beausoleil said something. I don't know. But anyway, she's in jail for that charge. And while she's in there, she starts telling an inmate, Virginia Castro, that she killed Tate. She starts bragging about the murders, and she says, because we wanted to do a crime that would shock the world. And boy, did it shock the world. And so Virginia Castro goes and tells the prison guards, hey, I got information. They don't know what they got. And they find out, whoa. So on November 12th of 1969, the LA Sheriff's detectives interview Al Springer, who was a gang member of the Straight Satans and had associations with Charles Manson. And Springer, and I'm sure they probably had something on Springer, and they're probably like, look, man, we could bust you for this stuff, but hey, we'll let it slide if you give us the information. You know how cops are. They probably got it out of him. And so Springer tells them that Manson told him about killing people days after the murders.
It always takes somebody always talks.
Oh, yeah. Always does. And so on November 18th of 1969, Deputy District Attorney Vincent Bugliosi is assigned the case.
Of the Manson murders.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
November 30th of 1969, Tex Watson is apprehended in Texas because Tex Watson split early on at Barker Ranch. He didn't stick around. He left and went back to mommy and daddy for protection is what he did. And then, and then December 8th, 1969, Manson, Watson, Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Kasabian are indicted for the murders of Tate and her friends. The grand jury also indicts the five plus Van Houten for the LaBianca murders.
And this is what everybody knows. You're into the part where it's the mainstream story.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, you dug.
Yeah.
Wow.
So June 16th in 1970, trial begins for Manson, Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Van Houten. Manson appears in court with an X carved into his forehead.
Oh, yeah.
He defends himself.
Didn't he turn that into a swastika later?
Yeah, he did later. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And then in August of 1970, Kasabian is given immunity in exchange for her testimony against Manson and the others. Now, this Bugliosi makes Kasabian look like this flower child, hippie that just did not fit in with the Manson family. She wasn't made of the same cloth as they were.
Of course.
But the thing is she did do some of the actions because they all had to get their hands dirty. But he didn't want her to appear that way to the jury. He wanted her to look kind of clean.
Credible.
Exactly. So he changed the narrative. And the other narrative that he changed was this. This is the part that, because the Helter Skelter book, it's full of knowledge, and all the information you get out of that, the arrest, the history of everything, all that, the Helter Skelter book, and that was co-written by Bugliosi and his writer.
Now I want to read it.
Yeah, and so a lot of that is accurate and true. But what's not true, besides the Linda Kasabian thing, was Manson's whole idea, or Bugliosi's whole narrative, that these murders were done because of Helter Skelter, the race war stuff, that he says that Manson brainwashed these people to do these murders because he preached this, which isn't completely accurate. I mean, yeah, he did talk about that, but it was in a pimp way. Because what does a pimp do? He love bombs his girls, oh baby, baby, and then tells them this fear tactic, like, hey, you got to stick with me, because if not, this is going to happen. And especially during the straight Satans being there, he was really pushing that narrative because he's getting desperate. He's trying to get his girls in control and everything, so he's pushing this narrative. But that's not, even though Bugliosi pushed that, because he needed that theory to be able to get Manson charged for murder, to get the death penalty, because basically Manson really didn't kill anybody. He shot lots of Papa, but lots of Papa didn't die. So what attempted murder? I mean,
was that involved in this trial? Because I don't remember that.
Yeah, because they called lots of Papa in to testify, and Manson seen it for the first time, was just like shocked, and he's just like, wow. And when lots of Papa was leaving out of the courtroom, Manson told him, says, "No hard feelings, huh?"
Dude, you shot me. Yeah, there's hard feelings.
Yeah.
I got deranged.
So wow. He was pushing that narrative to the jury, and the jury bought it, and they convicted him for it. And
well, I mean, either way, whether it was the right narrative or not, the guy needed to be behind bars.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, he was guilty. I mean, he did the murders. He was responsible for it. But it would have been hard for Bugliosi to stick that to him if he went straight by the book of exactly what had happened. And to him, he needed to kind of juice it up, like all attorneys do. They do that. They'll juice it up, and that's what he did. So that's that. My theory is that the murders were done to protect Manson from having to go to jail, because he was freaking out.
And nobody else has done this theory about.
Oh no, it's out there, because I drew mine.
People that think that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is you can pull up the first picture that I sent you.
Oh yeah, let me bring that up. The first one. I hope I got these right.
It's the one where you see Charles Manson being hugged by a guy. It's a photo.
Okay.
There is Michael Channels. Now, through all my research, the 6 months that I was researching, like I said, I went down some rabbit holes. I even went into some chat lines and stuff. And it was kind of scary, because I started finding out that there's still Manson family believers out there that think that Charles Manson is Jesus Christ and all of that. And they just, it was scary, and I had to back out of those.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, and there are two still surviving girls Manson girls that still believe that's
I saw one
Sandra
got
Good.
out, like fairly recently.
Yeah, it was Van Houten. She did.
Okay.
She doesn't believe in that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
But Sandra
What they
Good
say.
and Squeaky Fromm, to this day, they still believe that Manson is who he said that he was, that he is. They buy into it. They haven't been deprogrammed. They're still hook, line, and sinker in it. But Michael Channels, I found him. He made friends with Charles Manson while Charles Manson was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And through talking to him, he told me that, you know, the whole narrative about Charles Manson being this crazed guy, because all the interviews we've ever seen, you know, by Diane Sawyer and all those, and the footage we've seen of him in the courtroom, and he's acting crazy and stuff.
Right.
That's not actually him. That's not who he really is. Manson just figured, if you think I'm crazy, I'm going to show you crazy.
Yeah, why not? It wasn't going to get him, you know.
And so that's what he did.
He didn't have anything to lose at that point.
He was going to mirror what you thought. And he said that Manson was actually a very intelligent guy, though he was kind of illiterate. His schooling wasn't all that great. But you know, he was a smart guy. But anyways, Michael Channels was the executor of his will. So when Charles Manson died of cancer,
when did he die exactly?
2017. I'm not sure exact month.
Okay, so
but Michael Channels, he was supposed to deal with Manson's body, how Manson wanted himself to be buried, and deal with his estate. Manson actually had a lot of money, though he didn't have it in prison, but he had a lot of money outside the prison with book sales and all kinds of stuff, because Manson is, I'm guessing, his music and whatever else, but he had a decent amount of money. And so it went to trial. Michael Channels and a biological son of Charles Manson, they went to trial, and the biological son wound up winning and had Manson's body cremated and dumped somewhere. Nobody knows where. And so, so Michael Channels didn't get anything or anything. He just wanted to fulfill what Charles Manson wanted. But anyways, through contacting him, he sent me this photo that I showed that was autographed by himself. And you can show the second photo that I sent you.
All right, let me bring that up. There it is.
Which this right here is a piece of the Manson rock at Spawn's Ranch. And the Manson rock, if some of you may know, some of you may not.
I don't know what that is.
Back behind the Spawn Ranch, behind the buildings, behind the set, was, you go down the hill and there was a creek down there. Okay. And the Manson family, they would go down there during the day or in the evening and sit there in the shade and everything. And there was this area where there was this rock, and they would sit there, and Manson would sit on the rock and he'd play his guitar, sing his songs. The girls would sing along. And if he wasn't doing that, he'd be standing on the rock preaching his rhetoric. Mm-hmm. And so one of the girls had carved in the rock Manson. So years later, a local church, they didn't like the fact that there was a rock down there that said Manson. So they went down there with a rock cutter, and they started chopping the rock up. And the rock's still there, but the name, they cut it down to where the name was all gone. And they were throwing the pieces into the creek. And Michael Channels happened to be there witnessing that. So when they left, he grabbed all the pieces of the rock, put it in a gunny sack, and brought it home, held it for years. And then when I had contacted him, he had given me this.
You have this piece?
Yeah, that's mine. Yeah.
Whoa.
Which is kind of freaky, because I'm sitting there thinking, well, gosh, does that mean there's like some bad karma? Is like some bad stuff
I know,
happen?
right?
I'm thinking if stuff starts happening, I think I might have to get the ghost adventure guys in here or something like that, and have to get rid of the rock or something, you know. But yeah. So that's my whole Manson thing.
Man. So we know about the later part. So when do you know this? When did he get involved in Scientology? Like about what in that timeline?
I'm guessing probably around 68, because 67 he was in
Okay,
San
I'm not.
Francisco, unless he did it at the San Francisco org, which that's possible. But all I know is it happened before before the murders.
No, okay, so we don't know exact timeline.
I
So
don't
this
know.
is what I
Someone
found
may
out, you
know.
guys. So in listening to John Atack and stuff. So what he said was most Scientology part. Most people think that he found Scientology in prison. That is not true. He found Scientology before the murders, and it is thought that in his past life recall is when he found out he was Jesus in another life, and it gave him the Jesus complex that he had afterwards and in prison that he, acted like a lot of the time. And there was some other.
Yeah, there's some discrepancy right there. See, the thing is because Charles Manson, he played that out, because I don't think he really bought into Scientology.
Probably not.
But he played it out as that he was Jesus Christ, just playing it out.
Right. And I would believe that, because a lot of people do that in Scientology.
Yeah. But yeah, I did hear that he did hear about some of it. He did have some information when he was in prison about Scientology. That part is true, but he did the most of it outside of
and that's not talked about very much.
No.
So, and you know what gets me, when you were early on, I was like bringing stuff from other religions and the mind control and the group and getting people. Oh man, it sounds so much like L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
It really does.
They may have liked each other if they were.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I'll tell you they wouldn't. I'll tell you why.
Maybe not.
When I had this friend who was of the psychotic, I won't go into it. I did a video separately about it. My sister came down, who I didn't know very well. They overlapped by a week or so. And they had a borderline personality disorder with narcissistic tendencies. I had to research it. And they wanted, so the friend took control of the group and was controlling everybody by lying to each other and getting them to do her bidding and everything, kind of like what we're talking about. My sister comes in, they don't know each other. We're having a party, and on my back deck, I hear screaming. I've never had anybody screaming at one of my parties, right? They're screaming at each other. And later, years later, I thought about that. And it was like two alpha dogs vying for territory. They sensed each other.
Yeah.
So I think they may have been friendly on the outside, to maybe if Manson wanted to learn from him or whatever. But I think more so it would have been similar to when those.
I think they would have both been trying to push the rhetoric on each other, is what
they would both been vying for control. Yeah. Like when Manson felt he was losing control from I can't remember the name.
Great Satans.
Right.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah.
So, but I mean.
What you want to, a weird connection here just popped in my head. Who was it? That Davis guy. What was his name? Mm-hmm. Bruce Davis. Bruce Davis had a connection that L. Ron Hubbard had. That guy that was into satanic. What's that dude's name?
Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. Bruce Davis also had connections with that guy. Isn't that kind of?
Yeah. So did LRH.
Mm-hmm. It's it's a small world, huh?
Wow, it is. It is. It totally is. It's so weird how many people are intertwined in this stuff.
And this stuff like totally blew me away. And then it led me down the whole JFK thing.
Oh, you got to tell me about that.
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Okay, so as we know, JFK's running for president of the United States, and they're figuring it's going to be a close race, and they needed the swing states. They needed New York, was one of them that they needed. Well, Joe Kennedy, he went to talk to the mafia. Now, the Kennedys had connections with the mafia because of the grandfather or the father, Jack Kennedy, because remember, he was into that whole bootlegging stuff back in the day during Prohibition. So he had connections with the mafia.
JFK's dad was bootlegging?
Jack Kennedy, that would have been JFK's grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joe Kennedy goes to the mafia in New York and asks them for their help, because at that time the mafia controlled all of the unions in the state of New York, and knowing that the unions can influence the union members on which way to vote. And so the mafia is like, okay, well, what do we get out of it? Because they're not going to do it for free, right? And Joe Kennedy's like, well, you'll have connection in the White House. The mafia's like, we already have connections. Because they did back in those days. The mafia was huge. They had connections with senators and stuff like that. And they're like, that's not going to help us. And so they're like, what could help us is if you can get JFK when he's elected to get us access to our casinos down in Cuba, because when Fidel Castro took over, we lost access to our casinos.
Got cut off of all their money.
Yeah, they were making a lot of money off of that. And so Joe Kennedy's like, we can work on that. So the mafia helps him out. They wind up winning New York. He winds up getting to be the president. So what does JFK do? He puts his brother in, Robert Kennedy, as the state attorney general. And what does Robert Kennedy do? He goes after the mafia. Remember that? Actually, you don't do that. You don't do that. You just made a deal with the mafia. Now, not only are you not keeping your deal, but you're going after the mafia. And they were upset. They were mad.
They were big then. The mafia
they were huge. They were huge. Yeah. And so, I mean, their heyday was in the 80s, but in the 60s, they were powerful. You don't want to mess with them. And so the mafia is like, they're mad. They're mad.
And they don't have a problem with, putting somebody in cement chains.
Yeah, but they're kind of biding their time because they know he's the president and stuff. They're not real quick, but I'm sure they're hatching a plan, trying to come up with some way to take him out. So not only that, but JFK, when he gets in there, he fires the director of the CIA, which is Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles was like the head guy of the time in the 60s with the FBI, who was what's his name? The big guy of the FBI in the 60s, 50s, 60s. Yeah. He was like that, but with the CIA, and he had a lot of dirty dealings. Alan Dulles did, and one of them was Project MKUltra.
Wait, so the CIA was running MKUltra, and the guy he fired was in charge of it.
He was, because he was the director. He was directing. He had a strong part in that. Yeah.
Okay. So this is what ties into the Haight-Ashbury Clinic.
Well, it goes even deeper. I'll get there. We'll get there. Just remember that name that I told you.
Give me it again.
Dr. Jolly West. Remember that.
Dr. Jolly West.
Yeah. So
my just so you know, my fibro fog affects my brain, and the problem. My biggest problem is names and dates. I can remember a lot of information, but not who told me. That's why I'm writing down all the names. It helps me.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I had to grab all this information and go over it because it's been a little while for me. I was a little rusty at this. I wish that I would have been more fresher I could have come up with even more information, but this
I
is the
believe
best
we can do this again. I don't mind. This is so Dr. Who again?
Dr. Jolly West. Jolly was like his nickname. I can't remember his full name, but everybody called him
Jolly
West.
Okay. All right.
So the CIA is upset because now, you know, here's Robert Kennedy, who is the state attorney general. They're in fear, and Alan Dulles is fired. They're in fear that all their crimes and all their dirty dealings in the CIA is going to be exposed, and they're thinking we got to get rid of this guy. They want to get rid of him.
Okay.
And so they figure, well, we know the mafia is upset at him, so let's go talk to the mafia, because CIA is not going to assassinate the president. They're going to have a patsy, because the CIA doesn't do that. They're going to have somebody else do it for you, because they don't want their hands dirty. So they go to the mafia and they're like, hey, man, you know, we know you don't like him. We don't like him. Let's make a deal. Let's you know, mafia's like, okay, yeah, we'll do it. But the mafia, they're not stupid either, because the mafia, they don't do their killings either when it comes to something like that. They get their patsy too. And so Carlos Marcello, who was a mafia boss in New Orleans, had connections with Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald is the one that supposedly assassinated the president. Now, Lee Harvey Oswald, they knew that he had communist ties. He was anti-American and all that stuff.
Before the assassination.
Yeah. They knew he was a loose cannon. They knew they could feed him, get him all riled up and everything. So he winds up. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't want to cut you off, but so what you're describing is what, you know, has been happening like in Butler with Trump. They take somebody young
yeah.
I don't think he did that on his own. There's no way.
But it fits kind of the MO though, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So they get Lee Harvey Oswald all bought into this. He shows up at the book depository in Texas, waits for the motorcade to come, gets his shot at JFK. Mm-hmm. But the CIA, they don't trust that the mafia is going to be able to finish it, because they're afraid that they're either going to miss or they're going to wound him, and they want him dead. So the CIA, they sent one of their guys, a sharpshooter, to make sure it's done, but still making it look like Lee Harvey Oswald did it. And of course, we all know the shot from the grassy knoll, the floating bullet, all those conspiracy stuff, the photos of when JFK is shot and things aren't matching up and stuff. There's a lot of questions about all of that. Mm-hmm. But the fact is JFK is dead. And so now the mafia, they're like, okay, well, we got to do something with Lee Harvey Oswald, because mafia, whenever they get a patsy to kill somebody, they kill the patsy, because the patsy's not mobbed up. They don't know about keeping their mouth shut.
Right.
And so they get rid of them. And so guess who Carlos Marcello has another connection to? Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby is the one that killed Lee Harvey Oswald.
Which was
Jack Ruby.
The way he did it.
What's that?
Didn't he do it while he's being transported? And what was his supposed beef with him? What was Jack Ruby's
Well, I'm getting there. Jack Ruby was mobbed up. He was mobbed up, Jack Ruby was. He had some strip clubs and he was hurting, needed to get money, needed to borrow money. He went to Carlos Marcello to get help. Well, when the mafia helps you, they get part of your business, and they that's just kind of how they work. And so that was going on. And they told Jack Ruby, if you do this, all the money that you owe us, you're free and clear. You have your businesses back. So Jack Ruby's like, okay, yeah. So he goes and he kills Lee Harvey Oswald in that walkway down the basement when they're pulling him out to load him into the vehicle. And then when he's in the jail and they go to interview him and stuff, he's like, he's like, man, I don't know. I got a lot of black spots. I don't remember. He says, I'm just so pro-American. I was just so angry, and I didn't want Jackie Kennedy to suffer, to go through any more suffering, and through court. So I was just going to end it, but I don't remember. I don't remember much of it. I don't know. I don't know what was going on. So he's playing like has temporary insanity, and so the defense attorney's asking for him to be checked out by a psychiatrist or something. So the DA's like, okay,
because nobody ever delved into him very much. It was just, oh, he killed him, and that's it.
So who does the DA send in for the psychiatrist? Dr. Jolly West. Yep.
Now,
Dr. Jolly West.
Comment up here if you want to talk about that. Okay, maybe not part of MKUltra, but he just linked him to Jack Ruby, though. So if you have a comment on that, Adam.
There is evidence that he was with MKUltra. That I can't dig it up now, but I know that's what I've come up with. But so he goes into the room, the private room, to talk to check out Jack Ruby, and while he's in there, he comes back out and he says, "Yeah, the dude's crazy. He's losing it. He's definitely psychotic. He's under the table hiding, and he's claiming he hears voices and people are trying to kill him." And the guards are like, "Well, he was fine before you came. He looked fine last time we seen him." They go in there.
Was this an act, or did he get?
No. Well, I'll get to it. So they go in there, and Jack Ruby's like literally banging his head on the walls and freaking out. And the theory goes is that probably that Jolly West, Dr. Jolly West, probably slipped some acid in his water or something. He drank it. As soon as he was starting to get high, he started doing all of his mind stuff and freaking him out and got him all freaked out, and he's just freaking out. And he's probably told him too, you better not talk. I don't, who knows what he said, but Jack Ruby never talked. Jack Ruby wound up dying of cancer in 1967, but he never talked.
Okay.
And the assassination was in 63. So, I mean, Jack Ruby never talked.
Well, I've always believed in my later life that JFK was off because of his stance on some things that they didn't like. And I have learned about the CIA a little bit more, about how they work so outside of our government and our laws, to the point that they had to fund their I can't think of the word, fund their activities with opium, or not, maybe drugs. I'll just say drugs. And at one point, they had a standing, their own army, their own private army at one point. I don't know a lot of that. Adam has some questions.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
there are, if you go and read the book Chaos, in that book, I know that book shows that the author there, he studied this case studied the Manson case for like 20 years, and he has like the information, the paperwork, the files to show the connection.
Charles Manson, the CIA book.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna bring it up.
The show the Jolly West thing, and I know I've read it, found information elsewhere too, but I know it's in that book.
But, there's so much information. I can see where, everybody has their
and of course there's not going to be any information saying that Jolly West did this, because he doesn't want that out there. They're trying to hide all of this, so it's not going to be, but through affidavits, through him filing paperwork to get the information, this guy would go into police stations digging up information. I mean, this guy spent 20 years. You look at pictures of his office, and he's got like these big, thick 3-ring notebooks binders just lined up on his walls. That's all evidence that he's found on the Manson case and the JFK case, because it all started to tie together. And the thing that's interesting about this whole thing, that Michael Franzese, I don't know if you've heard of him. He has his own YouTube channel. He used to be Michael Franzese. He used to be in mafia. He no longer is. He left. He got out.
I might know who you mean. I just can't.
His father is Sonny Franzese, who's since passed away. But Sonny Franzese, back in the 50s, 60s, he was the John Gotti of his time. Sonny Franzese was huge. And so anyways, Michael Franzese grew up in the mafia, in a mafia family, later became a mafia member, became a captain or a boss, had his own crew. He was the one that did the gas scams, and he was getting $5 million a week on his gas scams. We've all bought gas through his gas scams. It was like a tax thing. He was selling the fuel to the gas stations, and he was pocketing the tax money for himself and his partners and stuff. But anyways, he said that he had talked to members in his family, in the Colombo family, that are older guys that are people that are trustworthy, is what he said, as far as this information, that they said that the mafia was involved in the JFK assassination and the CIA involved. It was a plot together. And I also got information from the Chaos book, and there's other spots that I've got this information from, but it all ties together of what this is now. Now, of course, this is a conspiracy theory, and we won't really know the truth,
right.
until they release the information.
Right.
And even if they release the information, who's to say that they haven't already cut out, blacked out, erased any incriminating?
That's why I think. So what I wanted to say, Adam, for sure, is that's what conspiracies are all about. You know, I'm the same way. I can totally believe something I've read that sounds so credible and makes so much sense, and then you get more information that is the opposite of that, and then you go some more and you get some more opposite of that. That's the thing about conspiracy theories is, you know, and some of it, you know, it's really, I don't want to diminish it. Some of it is up to interpretation.
Well, it is. You got to dig into this stuff and form your own opinion.
Right. Exactly.
You know, I'm telling you what I found, what I believe, what I found to be true or as close to the truth. You could dig into it and find something completely different. You know, so I'm not up here saying that my facts and what I'm telling you is 100% it, and this is it.
Your facts are only as good as the people that gave it to you.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Yeah.
But I did 6 months of digging into this hardcore. Right. So read an awful lot of books about it, and
so, you know, a lot of it does sound credible in a lot of ways. It does make a lot of sense. You know,
I do. You know, there might be some discrepancies about the Jolly West thing, but as far as the conspiracy, that far as why the murders were done, the whole theory that it was helter skelter, because that was really what drew me to the whole thing. I never believed in the whole helter skelter theory. I didn't believe in that.
Okay, what was that theory? What was
the theory? Was that he believed Manson? They were saying that Manson was preaching that there was going to be race wars, and that the black man was going to kill all of the white people.
I do remember that.
And the Manson family was going to hide in a hole in the ground, and they would come out later and be the only white people around. And because the black man couldn't run the world, they'd be so messed up that they would come to the Manson family wanting them to correct the wrongs and run the world. like we're going to want Charles Manson and the family to run the world. But that's what he taught. That's what he preached. Now, like I said, I don't believe the rhetoric that they all actually believe that, because like Bruce Davis, any of the guys, Tex Watson, any of those guys, I don't think they bought into it. The girls, yeah, because he had control of them. He was giving them mass amounts of drugs all the time. To him, he was a pimp. He had them believing what he needed them to believe to control them. That's all it was. Manson didn't have all these murders because he just wanted to incite race wars, because that's the narrative that Bugliosi said, that Manson did these to incite a race war, to incite what he was preaching. That's I don't buy that. I don't believe that that's true. I believe that Manson things snowballed. It got worse and worse, and he freaked out and did some crazy stuff to try to get out of it, and just got worse and worse. And that's what I believe.
Yeah.
That part, I will go down believing that till the day I die. The rest of that stuff, right. I believe it, but I'm not saying it's 100%, but the rest of it, I do believe. That's what I believe.
Yeah, that's the thing about it's that man, a lot of that makes a lot of sense to me, because there were so many gaps in the history of that. I do firmly believe that JFK because of what I know about the government now, and how insidious it is, and how much more power they have than we thought. I mean, just in my adult life, when my husband brings up, the JFK, and the fact that, because I don't know if it was because of the politics, or if it was the civil rights movement, or whatever, the CIA needs to go. I'm sorry. The CIA has no good intentions. It has gone off on its own. When I found out that they financed it with drug money, I'm done. I'm done there. There's no good coming from this. I just don't think we need it anymore, because we have we just are on top of things so much more than in the 80s during the Cold War. You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe they were necessary during the Cold War with the espionage and information and all the spy stuff, but now, man, everything's so laid out. I think they could go. I really do. I think
a lot happens in our government. If we knew what actually goes on, we'd be shocked. I mean, we're starting to see some of that being divulged right now.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the fraud and stuff. I mean, whether you agree with Elon Musk and all that. I mean, obviously they're finding something. There's information that's popping up, and I've never trusted on our government. I haven't trusted in them in a long time. On both sides, Democrat and Republican.
Right.
You can't be a person that goes in there as a blue collar wage, or go in there with a modest amount of money and then walk away a multimillionaire, and all you're making is $200,000 a year. How in the heck do you do that? How in the heck do you do that? And it doesn't matter. It happens on both sides. It's not just a Democrat thing. It's on both sides.
Agree.
They're all getting rich.
It's politicians in general. General.
I'm not picking those sides or anything.
Nope. They're all doing it.
I just think that our government is very corrupt, and and this stuff's been going on. It's been going on for some time. So
I at least like the magnifying glass being put out there, but I'm trying to keep track with the comments. So John A. Tech said, something about there's an Eric Hunley interview with John A. Tech about Jolly West. I definitely want to watch that. I'm not sure what you mean there. Are you talking about the community? Because I'm behind on the chat. So re-chat if I'm not getting it right. He sounded like a great dude at first until we found out what. No, sorry. JFK was in a lot of ways worse than even. Remember Clinton getting in trouble for what he was doing?
Mm-hmm.
JFK, dude, was way worse. And the only difference between now and
Well,
then,
both him and his brother, the whole Marilyn Monroe thing. I mean,
right?
remember the JFK
I don't
birthday
think he committed
party
suicide.
where Marilyn Monroe came out and sang the birthday song to JFK?
Right.
Do you realize that her and Robert Kennedy were having sex right before she went out on stage?
And JFK?
Yeah, Robert, both JFK. Well, not JFK didn't have sex with her that night, but he had.
No, but I know they were an item.
They were both sleeping with her.
Oh my goodness. I believe that. So I'm like, I had a thought, but it went away. Sorry. But yeah, I'm like, I used to believe my government. I'm like, I would watch movies, that did all this kind of stuff in the movies. I'm like, oh, that's not true. Our government would really never be able to do that. And then just in maybe the last 10 years, I've been like, holy crap, they can do that. They are doing that. And it just changed my whole thought process. Even when I have my computer or phone open, y'all, I don't say certain things. No joke. My husband and I were talking the other day about something, and I literally wrote it down to him, and because I had computer, 2 phones, and 2 Fire tablets open, and I wouldn't say it out loud because I know we're being watched and listened to.
I had a friend who owned his own business. He was a computer engineer, and he a lot of times what he would do is program computers, and then he would set them up with Ethernets and stuff with pardon my illiteracy with computers, but with
I'm not good at them either.
With a mainframe computer that all the other computers would run off of, and he'd do this for attorneys and lot of dealing with a lot of information that could be dangerous if he got into it. And he got called to do some work at Evergreen Helicopter in McMinnville, Oregon. Well, Evergreen Helicopter, what I've been told is they're a CIA front.
Who is? Who's the CIA front?
Evergreen Helicopter. A lot of retired CIA agents work at Evergreen Helicopter, but the thing is, a CIA agent doesn't really truly retire.
No.
And so he was working on their computers, and anyways, him and his wife, they left the house. They left their house. I think they had like a baby shower or something to go to. And when they came back, the house got broke into. Their house got broke into. All of this computer information, all of his files and stuff was askew all over the floor. Nothing was stolen, but everything was rummaged through. And then up in the bedroom, he had a substantial amount of weed, because back in the day, a lot of these computer guys loved to smoke a lot of weed. Even Microsoft didn't have drug testing back in those days, because a lot of their computer guys, that's what they did. And so the weed was put on the bed, but it was hidden when they left, but it's laying in the middle of the bed. They get home, they see the house ransacked, they call the police. And of course, he hid the marijuana. Yeah. Because at that time it was illegal in the state of Oregon. The drug laws hadn't changed.
It's still illegal here, but they decriminalized it, but it's not.
Yeah. And so the police show up, and they're going through everything. They're talking to him and checking stuff. And all of a sudden he told me, he said the police all of a sudden got a radio call, and he said the police couldn't get out of there fast enough. He's like, what the heck? And The only thing they can figure out is that because they were dealing with some sensitive files, even though he didn't look at them. But I think that the CIA thought that maybe he did. And so they were going through his stuff to see if possibly he, and then the CIA, like, they're probably the ones that called and said, yeah, don't bust this guy because he's being watched by, by us. This don't cross the line. And the police just booked. They couldn't get out of there fast enough.
You know what?
And there was like some weird stuff. He was like being followed and stuff. He said there was just like some weird stuff. And
can you see the chat?
No.
Okay.
When I'm up here, I don't look at because it sidetracks me. I'm not used to this.
Oh, I get it. I have to go tinkle, y'all. But I wanted to bring up. There were some comments that maybe I could bring up. You could talk about while I'm gone.
Yeah, I can look on here.
Let's see. What do we got? Rockwell. Who's Rockwell? And what? There. Here's a good one. And I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh.
Pinchy Becky, you think that Marilyn Monroe was part of human trafficking? I don't know. I never heard anything. I'm not saying she was or wasn't. I know she was treated rather badly by the Kennedys. I know my son and I, we went to Nevada in 2020 to do a family documentary because I was born 80 miles out of Reno in a little mining town. And I wanted to go see where they did the movie. What's the name of it? Can't think of the name of the movie, but Marilyn Monroe was in it. So was the lead actor that was in Gone with the Wind, whatever his name is, guy that played Red Butler, whatever his name was, that guy. Anyways, I wanted to go see some of the spots where they did the filming there in Reno and in Dayton, Nevada. So it was kind of interesting to see some of those. But what I heard was that the digging that I did on that was that she had a hard time remembering her lines because she was so doped up on drugs. And then also it was Clark Gable. That Clark Gable wound up, he fell off one of the horses.
I loved Clark Gable.
And hurt himself, and he wound up having dying of a heart attack. Both Marilyn Monroe and Clark Gable, that was the last movies that those two did. They died soon after that movie.
The thing is, I'm looking at Hollywood now with Epstein. There was an Epstein comment earlier. You guys got to recomment it because I don't remember. I'm seeing how intertwined it is with all of this trafficking kind of stuff. And if you think about it, way back then, I think to get ahead, I think even it's always been, to get ahead, you have to do what you're told.
The misfits. Exactly, Adam. It was the misfits. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, I'm not. That was it.
Yeah.
This is what I believe. Hollywood and the music industry at this point, I think, has.
Well, Hollywood's always been corrupted all the way back in the 1920s.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's always been a cesspool.
Yeah.
And if somebody wanted her to be JFK's girlfriend, she was going to be JFK's girlfriend if she wanted a career. That's all I'm saying. And okay, so Cinderella mentioned Ethel Kennedy. I don't know what you're talking about there. Yes. And the ones that don't want to do the casting couch don't get jobs.
Yeah.
So
it's sad, really.
It is. It really is. You think I want to be. You see actresses and actors, and you're like, oh, they're so cool. I want to be. I do believe though there are those actors and actresses that stay out of that. They're like, no,
Yeah,
I don't want nothing to do with this.
I think there's more that don't than do, though.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know.
that I don't know what you're talking about there. That's maybe it's something I heard but I forgot.
Yeah, I didn't really dive really
Oh.
into the whole Marilyn Monroe thing. I just know about the JFK and Robert Kennedy thing. And
You know what I see in Marilyn Monroe is, dude, what was her
she kind
name?
of had a sad life.
But there was a more recent. Oh my god, she died. She was married to the really old guy, and she looked like Marilyn. This is where my fiber fog messes me up.
I know she was married to that baseball player.
I'm talking about another actress
Uh,
recently.
oh, yeah. Nicole
Yes,
Smith. Nicole
yes,
Smith.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Her, man, her and Marilyn just their lives paralleled each other so much. I think
Yeah.
Anna
Sadly,
Anna
but
Nicole
true.
Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anna Nicole Smith. Yeah.
that's what I was thinking of. I really was because I'm
Yeah.
like,
What
and
what
I
what a,
watched.
what a sad thing. And then her son dies, and then she died, and
I know so many actors have come out and said or done just stuff that I'm just like, I don't want to watch that stuff anymore. And I had a thought earlier. Let me see if I can grasp it again. I used to take when actors or actresses would do like humanitarian work or do certain good things, like, oh, that person's great. And then we found out fairly recently, it's all BS. I've
Anna.
kind of been the same in this community on YouTube, where for a long time I was like, well, this YouTube creator's really great. I want to watch this person. And then you find out there's something behind the scenes. So now, because of my experiences, I tend to only watch those that have proven over time they don't have to be perfect at all. Nobody's perfect. I'd rather them be honest and flawed than lie to me and be perfect.
Yeah.
That was just my thought.
Anna from Canada she said, fun fact about me, I fact check ghost stories for fun. It's like, Anna, did you hear about the ghost adventures, that Aaron guy and his wife plotting to get him killed? Did you hear about that, Anna? That just came out here just like recently.
Say that again.
Yeah, Aaron on the show Ghost Adventures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was married to this girl, to this lady, okay. And she was plotting. She was talking to this prisoner that was in prison. He had killed his mother, his father, and his brother because they're trying to control. He said because they're trying to control his life and stuff. And he killed the three of them. And then he was in prison, and she was talking to him and trying to get him to pay him off, supposedly, to have that Aaron guy killed.
Oh man!
And the prison guards, they did a search of his. They found him with a phone, and they went looking at the cell phone because you're not supposed to have a cell phone in prison. And they found text messages and stuff. And yeah, so she's in jail right now facing possible charges for paying somebody she was going to pay like almost $12,000 to have a hit on that Aaron guy. I don't know if she heard about that. That made me think about it when she said
Yes, I swear to God, that needs to be. I started a new website. I haven't done anything with it yet. That might be on there somewhere because that's me. I'd rather know somebody's all their bullcrap and things they made mistakes in. I will respect that person more for being honest than I've learned that when somebody's perfect, probably not. Probably really isn't. I've had people on here say, "Oh, but Miss Kim, you're great. You have a good heart." Eric Rader said that. And I was like, "But are you sure?" Just saying, are you sure? Actually, for the most part, y'all know about me. I don't have a lot of skeleton. But I don't say everything in my life on this channel. You know, I try to keep it upbeat. If there's something going on, you know, behind the scenes with the family or whatever, I don't always bring it on here. I just don't think it's the place. I'm going off topic. But I'm just saying, the Mold the Pretty Lie. Oh, that's a song by the group I'm going to a concert, and it said, "I would mold a pretty lie for you." The song is called Fake Love.
Yeah.
And that was one of the lines. "I would mold a pretty lie for you." And that's why it's fake love. It's not real love. Just a thing. Let's see. Oh, I watched Rare History. Oh, another one. Oh yeah, it's all Hollywood, all make believe for sure. If you like conspiracy theories and you don't mind when somebody kind of debunks part of it, Y Files. I love that channel. He does everything from aliens to he's done oh gosh, what I just forgot. I think he's done MKUltra, DARPA, but what he does is he'll tell you the story, and then at the end he'll say what has been debunked and what hasn't. And he has a sidekick called Hecklefish. It's kind of funny. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I love the Y Files channel, and that's where I get a lot of. And what I like is, I don't agree with everything he debunks. He might debunk something a certain way, and I'm like, I don't think I believe that.
Yeah.
Just because he says it doesn't mean I'm going to believe everything he says. Scooter Mom's team won! Yay! She was watching the game and listening.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I love
Files. Let me bring it up real quick.
Yeah, I love like Old West history. That's really what I just love Old West and Second World War history.
Oh, I like the World Wars. I like a lot Egyptian stuff.
Yeah.
Let me bring up.
But like the whole Billy the Kid thing, I believe that Billy the Kid was not killed by Pat Garrett.
Oh, we were going to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that that Brushy Bill Roberts was Billy the Kid. Brushy Bill Roberts had wounds that matched the wounds that Billy the Kid would have had during some of his.
Did I miss it again? Cinderella had a comment. Did we not talk about it? Bring it up again, please. Oh, yeah, that too. While I'm waiting, Cinderella, I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch all the comments. This is the Wi-Fi. I'm just going to bring it up because I really like this channel. Okay. No. Like, he talks about Tesla's stolen. Like, so, Hecklefish is hilarious. You can see it. So I'm just going to play a second of it.
No, sir, Hecklefish, sir.
Sound off like you got a pair.
No, sir, Hecklefish, sir!
That's what I thought you lived to see, cucumber. Now, repeat after me. This is my plane. You're a bit. I like it, but this one is mine. Without me,
Hecklefish is hilarious. Anyway, that was just a beginning. They were getting into Tesla and his stolen technology and stuff. So, oh yeah, I've seen those on Malta. I watch all that kind of stuff. Okay, Cinderella said, what does everyone think about Ethel Kennedy being on Epstein list? First of all, who's Ethel Kennedy? I'm not sure who that is.
I'm guessing she's probably part of the Kennedy family.
But a recent Kennedy, so I don't know the recent Kennedys.
Has the Epstein list been?
No, I saw.
Has it been released? I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen whose names are on it.
I know. they keep releasing the same stuff.
I mean, I'm waiting to get the information on that and the information on the P. Diddy stuff.
Oh, I know. Well, I know.
Oh,
my
Bobby
God,
Kennedy's wife.
Oh, I know. Yeah. And the fact that didn't JFK have a sister that had a lobotomy?
Yeah.
Put in an asylum.
Yeah.
We talked about that during Dianetics because L. Ron Hubbard was against this horrible psychiatric, and yeah, back then it was horrible because they did crap like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean,
the Kennedy family, they have some skeletons in their closet.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, the car accident into the water thing, that was one of the first things I ever really delved into many years ago.
Yeah.
And when somebody that powerful, when a family that powerful wants to get rid of somebody, it's not hard. Have you all, not being political, but maybe we could delve in this another time. I don't know if I want to because I don't want people coming after me. But all the people that have been affiliated with the Clintons who have had mysterious unalivings.
Oh, I mean, the Clintons, that ties into the Boys on the Track. If you've never read that story about the Boys on the Track.
No.
You need to check that out. You'll find out this was when the Clintons, when Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, the Boys on the Track. Yeah. That's a true story too.
Yeah, but all these people that were ready to testify against them had, car accidents and things.
Uh-huh. Well, so, like on the Boys on the Track. When I saw
the list, when it was put all in one place, that's what gets you. That's why I've said for many months, if somebody could sit, I couldn't do it, and put all the LAPD false calls and any, over those months and all the times they arrested somebody fraudulently. If we could put that in one long video and you could look at it, it would be overwhelming.
Wow.
Than just talking about it, is what I'm saying.
Well, like the Boys on the Track, that was these two boys were killed on a railroad track because they had witnessed this was back when the CIA was smuggling in cocaine. I believe this would have been like in the 80s, I believe. They're smuggling in cocaine for arms deals.
Oh.
And they were coming into Arkansas, and Bill Clinton, the Clintons were profiting off of this. And anyways, the boys happened to witness a drop off, and they were killed. And other people started talking, witnesses and stuff. And this one witness, because it's like the person that would do the autopsies, he just kept lying on the autopsies. And what was funny was this one guy that was a witness that was speaking up, and he had been shot 13 times, and the guy doing he was just shot 13 times, and the guy doing the autopsy said it was suicide.
I remember.
How in the heck does a guy commit suicide shooting himself 13 times?
I remember that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so it's called Boys on the Track, and boy, that'll blow your socks off reading about that, and you'll find out how where the Clintons and what was that? What's the company that makes frozen chicken?
Purdue? No. I know who you mean. I've seen it.
Yeah, I can't remember, but they were used in transporting some of the cocaine. Was at this chicken factory, frozen chicken factory. Yeah, there was a pro wrestler witnessed the boys. Billy Jack Haynes. He was a Portland wrestler. Billy Jack Haynes has a background when he was growing up in the streets of Portland. He had connections with some not so good guys, and Billy Jack Haynes. He was a character. In fact, Billy Jack Haynes right now, he's in prison right now because he killed his wife. He killed his wife, saying that she had Alzheimer's and he was just putting her out of her misery.
I've heard that. I remember
Yeah,
now.
yeah. But there's some discrepancy whether Billy Jack Haynes was actually there and witnessed it or not. But he came out and he said he was there. He talked to the mother of one of the boys, had him convinced. I don't know if it was just his day in the limelight or what he was doing, or if he was telling the truth. I don't know. I've heard both sides. It's that one's kind of sketchy, but yeah, Billy Jack Haynes. Yeah, I remember going and watching him at Portland Wrestling back in the day when I was back in the 80s. Yeah.
Hey, Rib Guy, I appreciate you listening. Rib Guy's driving, so not in the chat very much, but thanks for being here. I don't want to get too political here. The only reason I wanted to bring up the Clintons is because of this conspiracy theories that I saw that really, threw me for a loop when you put it all together. And, you just go back, all of these politicians, like you said earlier, Doug, that make $180,000 a year, but are worth tens or hundreds of millions of dollars.
But when they came into politics, they didn't have that.
Exactly. They
lived a modest life. Yeah. That's
my problem.
That's all the backdoor dealings and stuff that they do, the insider trading stuff and backdoor dealings. I mean, if you and I did that, we'd be thrown in prison. But they can do that and they get away with it.
I know about that Cinderella. The owl, I forget what it's called. But I know what you're talking about. Politicians, world leaders, all these people, they go to this secret society in the woods with a big owl. I watched.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
I can't remember the name, but I had friends in the 80s that liked that kind of stuff. That's fine. Present, they get $2 or $3 million per person. Not sure what that means, but there's a website, y'all, that follows Pelosi's stock trades because they're so successful. Now, the only way to be that freaking successful in politics is to know something ahead of time. And they can prove that they've invested in stuff that they knew was either something was in the government was going to affect it. This is the crap. Bohemian Grove. That's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, David and Adam. Yeah, that Bohemian Grove. So now, especially with the Jester stuff coming out, and I'm just this little normal middle class person that I'm watching all this stuff going, oh my God, I can't believe all this stuff's been going on. That there's so much crap at the top. I can't put it into good words. It's all I can think to say.
Yeah.
But I think I'm not going to go into the election that much because we've had Bernie Sanders and everybody talking about it.
Yeah, it's probably wise not to get.
Yeah, I don't want to get into all that. The only time I want to get into politics is how freaking big a cesspool it is. That they're not there. I
don't mind digging in when it's both sides. I hate to pick one side, and then you're gonna. There's such a deep line in the sand.
There is. That's why I stay away from it.
It used to be back in the day. See, I remember when I was a kid in grade school, and we studied. This was during the Robert Kennedy when he was running for president, and then he got assassinated before before the election. But we were studying. This was back when elections, at least in my state, elections were done in the schools. Now it's all mail-in stuff, but they'd have the voter booths in the school. And so we studied the whole process. And I remember the teachers teaching us that one, it wasn't polite to ask somebody, who did you vote for? You weren't
Right.
supposed to do that. It was supposed
Right.
to be just between you and that voter ballot. And but yeah, we got to go in and actually vote. Now they didn't get to count. We only voted for the presidential thing. We voted, the whole school went in, they showed us how to do it. And then the school added up all the votes. And Robert Kennedy wound up winning in our school. He won. And then within a few days, I remember coming into school, and all of a sudden the teachers are bringing in the TV, and we're watching the news footage about Robert Kennedy getting assassinated. And it was just like, whoa.
So are you a little bit older than I am then?
I'm 64.
Yeah, okay. I'm about to be 56. Yeah. Okay, so then you do remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the JFK stuff, but the Robert Kennedy I do. And
I don't know what that is. What Citizens United is. But yeah, David mentioned this earlier about Rome. I do, for a long time, especially Europe and stuff, I know that the Roman church. Oh, I watched something today, you guys. Just off topic, but on David said it was a short. Somebody was being interviewed by this guy named Vaughn, and he said Rome didn't actually fall. It turned into the church. The money and the people didn't just disappear one day. It all just rolled into the Roman church. I was like, I've never heard anybody say that before. That was amazing. So I do listen to a lot of this other stuff too. And it's like, I will stop. I will stop. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We could go down such a rabbit hole. This was a big rabbit hole. So I want to go back just a little bit.
Okay.
To the Scientology and Manson stuff. Just to reiterate. So, oh God, there was something I wanted to say I can't think of right now. Because a lot of people there was something in there. Sorry guys, my thought process is gone. I don't know. I think we discussed most of it. So that was the biggest reason I kind of wanted to talk about this, because you don't realize early on all the intertwinings of L. Ron Hubbard with Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and black magic and hypnotism. That was stuff I got into in another video. Yeah. I mean, so many things are intertwined and end up. And I was telling somebody today about the fact that we have so many people affiliated with Scientology in the government right now. I'm not very happy about it, but I also don't know if we would get that high in the government in the next 4 years. I think what they did in the commissioners meeting recently is going to be a huge turning point for the anti-Scientology movement. They finally found a way that they can maybe get them, even if it's only in California. But that's pretty off topic of what we're talking about. Yeah. Crazy Love showed up. Hello. What? I do have I know, because I don't do religion either, but the Catholic Church has been around a long time. They have a lot of power in their fingers and a lot of pies. I will say that. Oh, awesome. But the spirit, not sure what that means. Sorry. Let me get caught up. Oh, I know. So I did a short video. It's like 11 minutes about L. Ron Hubbard and black magic. And Aleister Crowley hated Hubbard and called him a confidence trickster. And that's just from letters back and forth through like Jack Parsons and stuff. Aleister Crowley never met LRH. So, I understand. I have been a devout Christian for many years, and I haven't gone to church in like 12 years, but I kind of miss it. I do like being with people of like minds, but I understand people that feel the other way. That's the thing about me.
I never try to push my faith or belief.
Right. I don't like what I call Bible thumpers, the one that want to take their religion and beat somebody up with it because they don't agree. I don't like that.
Well, it's just like what DOA does with the Scientologists. He's bashing them and stuff, and it just, all it does is it pushes them farther into Scientology than it does to draw them out. I remember family members and people of the church I used to go to bashing me because I wasn't walking the line, and all that did was made me sink my heels in even deeper and
like
continue
me.
to do exactly what I was doing. Yeah, I wasn't going to go your way, no way.
I'm like you. I will do stuff out of spite just because somebody wants to push me. And you know what's funny, you guys? I was going to mention this tonight a little bit. I've lost a bunch of subscribers since I started speaking out. You know, I stayed neutral for a year. But you know what's funny? I have gained more people in my chat than I used to have. I don't care about subscribers, to be honest. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to be able to go live and do my thing. But to have more people in the chat means more like-minded, more people engaging and having. I love discussion. I love this. Doug, thank you so much for coming on here.
Oh, well, thank you. And
this was so fun.
I'm not pushing my theories on anybody, you know.
Right.
You need to go and check it out yourself. You need to dig into it. But I personally,
and I like that we had some opposite theories in here too. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and there's always going to be, nobody's, you know, always. There will always be arguments and discussions about the Manson case because there's just so many angles and stuff. I mean, it's impossible to come up with a theory that everybody believes and says, this is it, this is how it was done. You know, I do believe in my heart that the theory that Manson did these killings to cover up stuff, that I do believe. The other stuff with the MKUltra and stuff like that, I found it very interesting. I found it possibly very true. Now, whether some of you don't believe in that and have other theories, that's fine. Whether those theories, those parts of it are true or not, doesn't disable the fact that I think that Manson did these murders to cover up the acts of how I laid that out. I do believe is how that went down. I don't think it was a helter-skelter race war thing. I don't believe that. I never have bought that.
I'm not sure what this one means. That bag that said, please come again. Explain that more, Aaron. I'm not sure what that means.
He says, I went to a business that had bags that said, please come again. He never went back there. He's being funny. Because I told him to please come again. He's like, yeah, no, I'm the guy.
Okay, I get it. Because they were pushing you to go back.
It's from one weird sense of humor person to another. I caught it right away because that's who I am. Everybody knows I have a sense of humor and I do a lot of dad jokes, but I've had several years of being a dad, so I think
I'm one of those people that always takes a minute to get it, and I'm like, oh, that's me. This is interesting. Ted Kaczynski, was that the Unabomber? Am I right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, okay, I got a lot to say on that. If you haven't seen my video that I did about a toxic friend and how to deal with it, so I dealt with a person in my friend group and my sister, and my mom was on her deathbed, and I asked my mom, I said, because my sister was just a lot like the Swati. So I did draw parallels to it, but it was about what I went through. But I said, she called her a habitual liar. That's what we called it. This was the 90s. We didn't know anything better. And I said, how can somebody tell blatant lies all the time? And my mom said, because they believe the lies. They believe this fantasy world
Yeah.
that they've created.
And those are the most
nothing-
dangerous people.
There's nothing you can say or do to change them. And when I looked up the personality disorder and all of that stuff, I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, but it said the only thing, no medication will help it. That only super intense therapy over a long period of time or a life-changing event will have any kind of impact on that kind of person. So I've already dealt with somebody like this, and I saw it happening. And what else do they do? Quickly, I'll go over it. I don't want to take up the whole chat. Go watch my other video. It's not that long. This girl, she came into my friend group. She took control by telling this person that they're mad at this person and this person's mad at this person, so they wouldn't talk to each other. So she had control of everybody and getting whatever she wanted out of it. And it wasn't quite a year that we had to deal with her. And when she realized we were completely done with her, that we have had it with her behavior, she was gone within 24 hours. And what I researched was they have a new target before they're ever done with the first target. And so the reason he's not gone yet is he doesn't have a new target yet. I think that's my opinion.
Well, and he still relies on
Pathological liar, yes.
On Laura.
We didn't know that word.
Yeah, he still relies on Laura. Laura is his meal ticket right now.
But yeah, because somebody said, I was like, I don't know if you guys know, and if you don't agree, I don't mind people being in the chat that are in other chats. I've said that before. It's too hard to keep track of everybody that's saying this and that and the other, and it's this chat, whatever. If you're in here and you're engaged and you're not being hateful, I don't care. Unless you've been hateful somewhere else. I'm getting off that. I have a champagne bottle in my fridge that says bye-bye Swati on it. That's how much I feel about that. Because it has caused so much destruction. So I haven't, going to jail and stuff won't happen. And somebody said that as long as Laura will never leave LA. And as long as they're together, he won't leave. So, going off topic a little.
Well, I have a bottle of airplane glue, and I'm prepared to start snorting that if... You know that movie Airplane where the guys, I picked a bad time to, yeah.
Oh my God.
I love that movie, so yeah. Not that I actually snort airplane glue.
I
but,
know what you mean. That's funny though. Exactly. Here's my thing. I said this in another chat. I said, especially anybody that's with him that is a survivor, I said they've just found a new cult. They gave up one cult for another.
Yeah.
And it just makes me sad. I'm not angry at these people. I don't hate these people. I'm sad and just disappointed. And I've seen a lot of people talking it out. You know, it's like we're almost getting over all of this chaos.
I think we're starting to sort it out because we're now talking, because for a long time we kept quiet about it. And my experience with dealing with situations like that, when you're not talking, the person that's spinning the webs has free reign to spin them anyway and to pit everybody against everybody. But once we started talking and figuring things out, his power is being taken away daily and daily, and he's losing that power that he once had. He doesn't have it as strong as he did, and it's a good thing that we're talking. And a lot of these arguments and these us attacking each other, that's because that's what he wanted us to do. That's what he set us up to do. Don't think that he didn't send other people into other chats under different names and stuff to spur things on, to get things going, because that's common stuff that happens. And so what I'm seeing is people are starting to figure this out, and they're talking and like, hey, look, I'm sorry, you know. And even if the apology isn't accepted, you're accepting it to the point where, look, we may have our disagreements, but it's just best for us to not to go at each other and just let it go and do what we came here to do. And that's our strength, because when we start doing that as a team, because I've said this before, you know, I played a lot of football in my younger life, won a state championship, and all the players that I had on my team, I didn't necessarily like all of them. I didn't get along with all of them.
Exactly.
But you put your stuff aside for the team to get done what needed to be done, because we all had the same goal. And that's what we need to do in this community, is to put our feelings aside and be a team and get the job done, get what we need to be done, and work as a team, and just be adults and just deal with it. And if there's any problems amongst us, no team takes their problems to the press or outside the locker room. They keep it in the locker room. So if I got a problem with you, Kim, I'm going to email you and go, hey, Kim, I'm not going to make a live and go, well, that Kim, blah, blah, blah. And
oh my God, exactly.
You're not getting anywhere with that. You need to contact that person. And if you don't have direct contact, try to find somebody like, hey, man, I need to talk to this person. Is there any way you can get me in contact? That's what we need to do, instead of taking it to YouTube. Because when we do that, that picture that we see of Scotty rubbing his hands and just,
Oh my
that's
God,
what he does every time we do that. That's what he does every time we're doing that. He's rejoicing. He's like Satan doing that stuff.
God,
That's
Doug. God, I didn't know we was on him the exact
Yeah,
same way.
that's exactly what's going on here.
No,
we need to get past that. It was cool to see MLH apologizing for the things that he said about Maryland. He wasn't apologizing. Yeah, he wasn't apologizing for him sticking up for his friend, because he has a right to stick up for his friend, just like Marilyn had a right to stick up for her friend. I can understand both sides. Where they went wrong, this is where I think they both went wrong, is they both needed to contact each other instead of doing it online. That would have been the best way. They would have done that, and it would have been squashed, and we wouldn't have seen this wouldn't have blown up and been this whole big ordeal, and it would have saved a lot. And I'm not bashing either of them for doing it, because we've all been guilty of it, because face it, we're swimming in this cesspool that DOA has spun out and put us in. We've waited how many months to let DOA do what he did, and we're dealing with it now. But at least now we're talking, and I think we're moving forward, and he's being exposed for the rat bucket crapper that he is. And sorry, I'm standing on my soapbox here, but
it's really tall.
Yeah, well, that's just how I feel. I mean, this has been bottled up for a long time. I couldn't tell anybody. I try to say it in chat, but you can only type so much, and I suck at typing out what I feel. But
that's the thing. I thought I was doing the right thing by staying out of it. The biggest reason is being out here in Texas and not being able to watch every minute of every stream. I didn't feel I could speak out without all the facts or all the information, and it's really hard to get those facts. And I get why people get bent out of shape, or they have a disagreement, just like the Manson case. Oh my gosh, just like the Manson case, how much disinformation and wrong place, wrong time created what happened. Oh my God, yeah. It's a parallel.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I never watched. And so that's the problem. I got taken for a ride here recently. I let somebody use my platform who I believed. And then a week later, she's in his chat going, I've turned to the dark side. I'm a supporter of you because the other group didn't, what was her words?
I know who you're talking about.
Didn't help me out, whatever. And I'm like, well, what the heck am I?
That was the first live I did. I stepped up on panel for the first time in this community. I haven't done this in years, to try to explain to her, because I felt sorry for her, because
Yeah, I
she
do.
suffers from some of the same stuff that my son did. So I know how to deal with my son through all the years of raising him, trying to explain things in a way for him to understand. So I thought, I thought I could help, and I reached her. She sounded like she's like, well, I didn't know. And then I find out otherwise. And, I got kind of burned on that
I'm
too.
not angry. I'm just
No,
feel
but
sorry that she got taken in.
I'm just with Eric Rader on part of this, and how he feels that if you got somebody that's playing both sides, you can only serve one master, and she's trying to serve two, and it don't work that way.
Yeah, and
we don't need somebody in the football team who's going to the other team and giving our plays away and supporting them, and then coming over, hey guys, come on, let's practice. No, it don't work that way. We don't trust you no more. I'm not saying we hate you or anything, but we can't trust you. You put yourself in those shoes, you put yourself in that situation. Right now, we just can't trust you because we don't know what you're capable of. That's what it boils down to. And it's sad. It sucks that it has to be that way. It sucks. But we got the magician over there being the puppeteer and trying to control every one of us. And don't think that he probably seen this live when we were talking about him and had her talking. He's seen that, or he got clips of it. So he played that. He played her. He knew what he was doing.
He does.
Smelly Scotty's not stupid. He knows. He knows.
Calm down.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. We tried. At least we can walk away knowing we tried, and that's all we can do. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink, and right. We did that the best that we could.
You know what's funny? I texted this somewhere. Where'd it go?
No, I don't hate this person. I'm disappointed.
I don't hate any of them except maybe
I'm hurt by it, but whatever. You made your bed, you made your choices,
but
now you got to live with the consequences of those choices. That's being adult. That's what life is. And she made that choice. She made it perfectly clear. And that's okay. She has the freedom to be able to choose.
She made me cry.
She
made me cry.
Yeah, I felt bad for her. She played my heartstrings, and I don't like being played like that. I don't.
Here's the thing that but here's the thing that I want to say about that and about her or anyone like that. I think this is what helped me read Dianetics and talk to survivors and understand what they've been through. Let me see if I can say this right. I understand why someone would do that. I can put myself in their shoes, and that there are all walks of life here. There are people here that aren't good in their own skin, that maybe don't have a good life or have something going on or have been molded a different way. Me, I've always been what I call a realist.
Yeah.
My husband calls me a pessimist. I'm not that. I always expect the worst so that when it goes better, I'm surprised. I'm not a pessimist.
I think of the worst, so when it happens, I'm prepared for it.
Exactly it, Doug. Exactly. And
my friends always say, you always look at the glass half empty. I'm like, well, yeah, if I look at it half full and it winds up being half empty, then I'm really depressed. But if I'm
oh my God, yes,
then it doesn't bother me as much.
That's exactly the way I am. So I'm like, I expect the worst so that most of the time I'm happy because it goes well. I'm not caught up on the... Anyway, what I was trying to say is when I came into this community, when I knew I was going to make a channel and I knew how big the community had gotten, I knew this would happen. I knew that we would have different personalities, that there would be disagreements, that there would be falling outs, because it's a big group. it was going to happen.
Yeah.
The part that I wasn't prepared for was the huge attacks on each other, on people. The horrible,
I've gone through a
hateful
community that.
attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, I can deal with trolls. Scooter Mom knows I have fun with trolls.
Yeah.
Regular trolls, I'm like, they don't bother me at all. And it even doesn't bother me when they attack me, because I'm like, I don't know them. I don't care what their opinion is. But it does affect other people. There are people that can't handle those kind of things. And it causes division and it causes upset. And I'll be honest, you don't know who to believe. Just like, okay, this goes great into what we started out as, Doug, the conspiracy theories, right? So in conspiracy theories, everybody has an idea. They have the facts, but they have other facts. They have their own opinion of those facts, right?
Yeah.
That's what's going on in this community is you hear so I heard from her and I was like, I believed her. And then I find out something else over here. There have been times a few months ago where I went in somebody's channel and they were saying one thing and I was like, I believed everything they said. A few days later, I go in another channel and chat and they're literally saying the opposite.
Yeah. See,
How am I supposed to go figure out the truth when there's thousands of hours of video? There's hundreds of channels at this point, maybe not that much, but you know what I mean. And you would have to watch every minute of every hour of every chat to figure it out for yourself. With Manson, we could kind of figure that out, Doug. But this community is so big. It's difficult. So you just kind of have to go on gut feelings, and sometimes you're wrong. But by God, if you're wrong, you are crucified in this community.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I'm just a firm believer. You be who you are. You don't act one way and play the other side at the same time. I don't have tolerance for that, patience for that. I don't know. Maybe it's just old age. I don't have patience for it. Don't play me. If that's where you want to be over there, then just be upfront and say that's what you want. I'd have more respect in a person saying I want to be over there. That's where I want to be, rather than playing
both sides.
Yeah, to me don't play me. And if you do play me and I find out that you played me, then I'm done. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. And like I said, I have no hate, no anger, but I will never trust that person ever again. I just won't.
But here's the problem, right?
If I run into the person, I won't say anything nasty to him or anything.
Me neither.
I probably won't say nothing to him at all. I'll try anyways. Depends on what they're saying. If they rouse me up, I might. But as most of you know, when I'm in chats, I'm mostly just joking around, clowning around. I don't like to get too serious about things because I've fought this fight before in another community, and I went hardcore, and I took a beating, but I gave out a beating. But when it was all said and done, I was worn out. I was done, and
that's the part that upsets me, Doug, in this community, is that their behavior is making people leave. That hurts me to my heart. That hurts my heart.
Good people. When we're missing people like Poe, like Laura Plays, like Sir Crepitus, and there's a lot more. I'm forgetting their names and stuff.
I know.
But a lot. I mean, that list is long. Good people that are no longer here, and for why? Because of a bucket crapper.
Because
and
they
his
were
minions, because they want to rule the roost.
What they were watching was not what they signed on for in the beginning.
The thing was Poe was staying. He he was at the point he was staying out of the Scientology stuff. He was just
But
doing
they
his
still
own
attacked
thing.
him anyway.
They still attacked him anyway because that's who they are. That's what they are. They don't care.
What did Anna? Did I miss Anna's comment? Okay.
You know, there's a lot of good people in our community. In the chats, I got a lot of good friends, a lot of people I love talking to that are funny. I joke around with them. Just have a blast. I make light of a lot of stuff. I just don't really get too bought in. I mean, you'll know when I'm serious. But I just...
Doug, are you fairly new in my chat, or
Me?
yeah? Or
Yeah.
have you just been talking more lately?
No, I remember I didn't know who you were. I
Right.
didn't even know you had. I'm like, what? You have a live? Because we had talked in chats,
Right.
in other chats, and then I heard that you had a live. I'm like, what? You have a live? And you're like, yeah. I've been
remember. Okay, I remember that.
protesting for some time. I'm like, really? I didn't know.
I know, and that was funny. I know that. Okay, so we'll go into this a little bit later, but I bought a domain to start a new website for us. And I'm going to talk about that later because of this.
And Tanya, I love talking to you too.
There's been so many people who have channels that I didn't know about. And I was like, and then I found them and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. You know, and I want to have a hub that's, we can have a calendar of upcoming events. If somebody's having an interview or a stream or a panel or like the whatever. And then I want to do a bio. I want the person to give me it, not me, of their channel and a bio, because SPTV.space was great. And I actually bought a domain a week after SPTV was created. I bought
Really?
the domain. Yeah. Because I heard that Scientology buys up domains. So literally a week or two after it was created, I bought sptvnetwork.com. And I tried Killer Headley a bunch of times and she's like, oh, that'll be great. Email me. And she didn't get back. And then I tried Aaron. He didn't see it. And eventually after a year, it went away. So I was like, then I saw sptv.space and I was like, well, somebody's already doing it. I don't want to step on their toes. Well, then I've seen stuff going on over there and it's just a list. So I'm like, not only that, I want a committee to run it. I don't want one person to be able to make arbitrary decisions, not even myself.
No.
So I'm trying to get people to help me. I've never created a website. It's called suppressivecentral.com. I bought it a few days ago.
Okay. Yeah, I'm illiterate when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Me too. I don't know how to do it either. I figured out I had to Google how do you buy a domain. So I bought the domain, but I don't know what to do with it. So I'm going to put another article out about it later.
I need to get a younger person that's all into that can help you out, because that's what I do.
Right. But, it was the only reason I brought it up is because you said you didn't know I had a channel, and there's been other people I didn't know had channels, and I feel kind of frustrated because I found a couple people that I love and didn't know about them.
Yeah, I didn't know about Scooter Mom. I didn't know about Pup Groomer. I didn't know about you. In fact, it was Sir Crepitus that turned me on to Pup Groomer. He says,
"Oh my goodness,
you should try Pup Groomer," because I was telling Sir Crepitus that, and this was after Poe was gone and everything, and I was telling Sir Crepitus, I was like, man, I'm just so sick of the BS, and I just am done. I mean, I was ready to walk away from all this. I was just
you wanted to go somewhere where it wasn't like that.
Where it was, we didn't even talk about anything. And he's like, and he talked about Pup Grooming, and I'm like, well, what does she do? And she goes, oh, she just does arts and crafts and stuff. She says it's mellow and it's easy and it keeps your mind off of. I'm like, okay. And I wound up, man, I adore Pup Groomer. She's awesome. I'm like, well, what? How did I not see
Me
this
then.
person for how long? And then through that, I met Scooter Mom, and then you. So just in that connection, I wind up meeting 2 more people, and for a long time, I was watching. I started watching this whole movement when Streets was in front of the
Me too.
yeah,
The
and
test
then
center on
yeah,
Hollywood
and
Boulevard.
then it went to the blue building, and then went to La Poubelle, and that's when it really amped up at La Poubelle. Man, action was happening there, and boy, I was just glued to the TV watching. But I would never chat or anything. I just watched. That's all I did. I had it on my big screen, and I just watched like it was like a TV show. And I'd flip back and forth because depending on what was going on is what a protester, a creator, you wanted to watch them. And it's like, well, they're close to the action. I want to see this, so we could flip around. It was cool. I loved that. And then,
Yeah. And people say there are some factions that say that La Poubelle was stupid and we shouldn't have done it.
well, finding out why it actually started wasn't what it was actually started for, because we were lied to by DOA, saying it was started to go after because of the Danny Masters, which is true. But the real reason was because Laura FM got kicked out of La Poubelle for drinking too much.
I saw that
Yeah.
recently. I didn't know that.
So you find that out, and it's like, really? So we were there for that, I mean, yeah, some good came out of it, but to be there under the false pretenses that he did just, sours it a little bit.
And I do. So early on, even here in Austin, there were people who were aggressive and very loud. And I have said all along that in the beginning, I believe that was okay. It brought a lot of eyeballs to the movement, but it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't something we could keep doing, and that we should chill about it.
Yeah, Susie, I met her. I think it was Mischief Managed turned me on to Susie. And it's like, what?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
all word of mouth right now.
Yeah, it is.
So
and I'm
hard.
hearing about this, and like DOA is a fraud. I've seen him in several channels, because I actually started, when I started talking, was actually on Pose. That's when I started talking on the chats, was originally with him. That's when I kind of broke out, and then I kind of started talking in other places too. But DOA is a fraud. I always liked him because he always has good information, up-to-date information on DOA.
I see you.
And I love it.
Mr. Fry,
And I remember when Poe kind of burned on DOA as a fraud, he goes, DOA is a fraud. What kind of name is that? And Poe was a little upset at that time.
I call him Mr. Fraud because I won't type DOA, but other than that,
Yeah.
he knows that. Everybody calls him something different.
And
But I saw him in some chats recently, and I started watching. Honestly, guys, I literally avoided all of this crap and only watched certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Because my own, and if you go back and watch, I had an 11-minute video where I said small voices should be heard. And I was trying to explain why I and other channels and creators wanted to stay neutral. Mainly, the biggest reason, I didn't understand everything that was going on. How can I comment on something I don't have all the facts and can't understand? And guess what happens? We all, Scooter Mom, Pup Groomer, me, everybody, we got attacked for not taking a side. If you don't take a side, that's taking a side. I'm like, I'm just trying to do my thing here, guys. I don't understand what y'all are doing. That was the biggest thing.
I got a question. DOA is a fraud. I said he. Am I wrong? Is that?
I know I've gotten that wrong a lot of times. I've thought a gender when I see a name. I've got it wrong a bunch of times. It's funny as heck. So
Whoa.
I've been calling him Mr. Fraud, and he hasn't corrected me. Please say I'm right.
Yeah, because I don't want to offend this person. I like
I
the
don't.
O as
I
a
don't
fraud.
think anybody would be offended that we got a gender wrong.
He says I'm whatever you want me
It's
to be.
not a gender name. Like Miss Kim, I think you know what my gender is, right?
Well, it's hard. I mean, you know what gender I am. I mean,
Yeah, right. So some other comments here. So I did hear a little bit recently about what's going on with Kelly, but I don't know. See, here's the thing: I don't know all of what's going on, so I want to touch that again later. I'm not sure what you mean here, Anna. Don't do it, Kim. Tell me what you mean there. I just found Susie Oberholtz recently.
yeah, she's an awesome person.
And I never used to watch MLH that much, and he's had some really good discussions lately, y'all.
I kind of pulled back from the protester people there for a while. I didn't watch any of them, and I backed out of him as well. I didn't watch him. I just was done with the protesting stuff, and I just really didn't want to talk about Scientology. I was done. I was done with it. Because I thought it was a lost cause. It was at the point I just thought we
lost a lot of people. We lost a lot of supporters in the chat. We lost some channels. The only thing that's kept me going is I'm out here by myself. I don't have anything to do with those people. And no matter what channel does what, no matter what supporter does what, I've made the decision. When in my life, when I make a promise to myself, I keep it. And so my promise to myself is I'm going to still go. I'm still going to go protest because I'm lucky. I have a really good location where these young people are constantly walking by.
What Pup Groomer? You're on the fence about protesting now?
I haven't gone all the way down there yet. Let me get. I don't want to skip everybody. What? I don't know what. Okay. I'm so behind. I do detest deception. Yeah, I'll say they're talking. I'm behind. So
yeah, but yeah, Susie,
am I wrong, Mr. Fraud? Oh,
I'm whatever you want me to be.
I only said that because you didn't correct me. That's okay.
But yeah.
Oh, we got somebody.
Susie's a great person.
Tiny was who's Tiny?
She's always been kind to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. I don't care. That's
says
fine. As long as we're not offending
Doug.
you, we're good.
I'm sorry, Jen. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, there's the comment.
She says down lower, she says, I am Doug because of all the crap going on.
I like this one.
Just just take a break, recharge your batteries. If you still feel that way, I'll back you 100% whatever direction you go.
I saw
nobody's telling you got to go out there. You better do this.
Right. You're still.
I do think you do it the right way, though, Pup. I think you do it the right way, and it will be a loss if you're not. But I understand that this stuff gets wearing. There's a lot of BS going on. And if people are attacking you that I don't know about, just know that we're all here. We support you 100%. But if it's getting too much for you, definitely at least take a step back and recharge your batteries. And if you decide, you know what, I'm just done, I don't want to do this, then that's fine. I'll support you in that too, because that's your decision. You have the right to make that decision, and you're a great person. I'm still going to come over to your channel if you're still, unless you don't even want to do that anymore. But I'll really miss that if you just stop doing your lives, because I
like the branch out of this community that, in a lot of ways you can support this community without protesting. There's so many ways you can do that, and I've been so amazed by that.
Well, I know she mods for people, and she Pup's a cool person.
Stickers,
I really like her.
Flyers. She has signed downloads.
And her arts and crafts are awesome. she's making me a hat, and I can't wait.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you have?
And then there's Mischief Managed. She bosses me around. She pushes me. She beats me up when I do things wrong. Because she knows who I am. She knows I'm a cut up, and I when I'm in Susie's live, man, if you want to see me at my best or worst, depending on how you look at it, I cut up in there. I'm joking. I'm having fun. And Mischief, she's always there to just like, Doug, reel it in, Doug.
I've only been Spicy Kim. This is the third time. So I literally, for the whole year that I've been online, I've stayed out of things and neutral, and I didn't want to take a side. And Eric Rader was the one that brought me out. I clicked in by accident, and he was like, we've got to stop doing this. We've got to stop letting this happen. We need to get back to doing the protesting the way we started and doing the work.
Yeah.
And I've said, because I got crucified for that, I don't agree with everything Eric has ever said. I haven't seen all of his streams, right? Just because I'm in somebody's chat does not mean I support everything they've ever said or done. Oh my God. This black and white crap.
I don't even agree with my children all the time. I don't agree with my parents. I don't agree with my best friends
all the time.
Yeah. I don't even agree with myself most of the time.
That's true. That's true.
So, the thing is, as adults, when we don't agree, well, I don't agree with that, but you're still my friend. I mean,
I know.
It's like, I don't agree with that. That person, blah, blah, blah,
Oh my God, I know.
And I hate when I have two creators who I like to watch and they're fighting amongst each other. Oh man, that one gets me. I don't like that one. I don't like that one because I don't want to be forced to choose sides, and I don't want one to think, well, you're over there, so that means you support them. And it's like, no, I support both of you. I support both of you. Yeah, have both of you done stuff I don't agree with? Yeah. Have both of you done stuff I think is great and awesome? Yeah.
It's not fun if everybody's the same. I've said this 100 times. I love debate. I love opposing ideas. I love to meet people that think different than me. Just like we did tonight. You had these theories and you did this deep dive and not everybody agreed with you. Did you lose your shit? No. Why? Because that's what normal humans do.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Look, Jen, if you're questioning whether you should go to Las Vegas this weekend, you don't know what you need to do, take a week off, take a little time off. There's no rule that you have to be out there all this time. Take some time off for yourself. Go do something with your kids. Do something. I don't know. Do something and just recharge your batteries. Sometimes if I get my batteries recharged, doing something I like to do, step away from something that's grueling like that, I look at things differently. And maybe I don't. Maybe I look at it and realize, you know what? This really is not what I want to do. And that's fine too, Jen. Whatever you choose, Jen. You do it because that's what you want to do. Don't let anybody pressure you into what they think that you need to do. We'll stop watching you and have nothing to do with you because we just won't like you anymore, Jen. So, I mean,
Jen, you don't know how many times I just pop into your chat and lurk because I just don't want to say hi to everybody. And I love you guys people want to say hi to me. That just makes me feel so good. But it'll be late. And so if I'm not on my phone, which I got a new computer, I'll be laying down like this with the computer and literally chatting is a pain in the butt. So I'm in a lot of people's chat that they don't know I'm there just because it's physically hard to chat.
Yeah.
So, and
I don't always feel like talking either.
I
A lot
know,
of times when
yeah,
I never
don't
leave
feel like-
leave comments like in Aaron's chat. Things are flying by so fast.
I know.
I just watch.
Oh my God. That is my biggest thing, y'all. If a Neverin is attacking a survivor of this cult, they're done. They should be done.
Uh-huh.
Who the F are you that's been here a year, maybe, calling out survivors of this cult, which is the reason we're here? Somebody fixed me on that and said, we're not here for the survivors, we're here for those who's in. But
Unless
survivors
they're doing something like Nora does. Nora flips the switch. That's the gray area on this thing. But I agree with David. But when you get somebody like Nora who's crossing that line, because you're second or third gen doesn't give you the right to do what Nora's doing, and I don't agree with that. Now, I'm not going over there and attacking her and stuff, but I have my opinions about her.
You know what's funny? I left her a comment on Aaron's live recently, and then when I went over, somebody said my name, but I couldn't scroll up enough to say why. And what I said was this. I said, I loved your channel. You were so fun and informative. I learned a lot. Your channel could have been big. I don't remember the exact words, but I was like, I don't know what you're doing now, something like that. And I know she saw it. I'm going to say something that may be controversial, but I've done a little bit of research. My husband has PTSD. He retired. He spent 21 years in the Army. And he's had nightmares literally every night since 2007. And so I was very interested in those shots. And Mike Brown was the first one to really get him and talk about him. Well, he had PTSD from Afghanistan. He's a helicopter pilot. What I read recently was this. Those shots are geared and been researched for a one-time event PTSD trauma. It has not been researched and proven to work on CPTSD, PTSD that happens over a long period of time. And I don't know if y'all agree with me or not, but when Nora changed and went emotional and almost delusional and deranged was right about the time she got those shots. That's just my own personal.
You might want to highlight what Scooter Mom says here.
This one?
No, I think it's up. Okay. The next one up. It's her comment up above that one.
Oh, that one, yes.
No. She says, by the way, Kim, I wasn't attacked. My name and pups were suggested to be pressured and attacked.
Just asking questions. Sounds familiar. That's all it takes.
That's what's wrong here.
That's all it takes.
Here you have pup groomer who does it right. She's out there. She doesn't say anything bad to anybody. She's just out there with her signs, sewing away, minding her own business, just being a good person, doing a good job, how it should be. She's not sitting there yelling at members and saying, "Oh, you blankety blank, get back in there, you slave." And she's nice and she talks nice to people. If I was in Scientology and I had questions, I'm feeling, man, I don't know. And somebody like her was out there and said, "Hi, how are you doing today?" That might draw me out of my little cocoon I'm in and be like, well, hey, I'm I might try to talk to her. And she got me talking and I started realizing, you know what? Here's a person being nice to me. And I was told they're never nice to me.
I have a question.
But if there was a Scott out there doing what Scott does, I'd be like, oh, hell no. I'm going back in the Scientology building. I'm going to dig right in. I'm going to pay all the money. I'm going to be a hardcore Scientologist.
What were they told about people outside of Scientology? What if
that
they
were like Scott?
That they're evil and they lie.
Yeah.
That's what they were told about us. And if we do that to them, They're just gonna be like, "Oh, it's true."
Yeah.
They're not gonna search
And
anything.
here's Rib Guy being a second gen being named
I
as a
saw
bad actor
Rib
by a
Guy.
dude that's never been in the cult. This guy doesn't know jack diddly squat about
He's
anything.
been here a year.
He doesn't know nothing. The guy can't even say a name correctly. He can't even say lore correctly. His own girlfriend. He's about as stupid. The crap bucket that he shits in is smarter than he is.
Well, you
Excuse
say
me.
that.
I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
I don't care anymore.
That upsets me that you're going to go after Pup Groomer and after Scooter Mom. They're not hurting nobody. They're just doing the right way. Yeah, just this.
I feel sorry for the people inside. They're victims. They're victims. They were.
No, Scooter, I haven't seen your protests. I'm pretty much the same as Jen. I believe that because you're a mellow person. I wouldn't think any differently.
She did
and
it.
Yeah, I haven't
degrees.
been, and I admit to that. But I see you as being just like Pup. You're a mellow person. Sometimes, in my opinion, Scooter, sometimes on lives you're almost like too mellow. I'm like, come on, just get a little riled up and say what needs to be said. But she's always so nice, and always so loving and caring. And that's Scooter, and we love Scooter for being Scooter, and that's cool. But you know what? This is wrong to attack these. You know. Yeah. And the thing is the evil one is sitting there at home because he can't go nowhere because he's got an ankle bracelet. So what is he going to do? He's going to spew his poison to everybody and get his minions to do all the evil work because now we're all going to pay. We're all going to pay for what happened to him because to him, we're the ones that did that to him. But this is the thing, Scott, you did this to yourself, dude. Nobody did this to you but you. We didn't film you breaking the planter boxes. We didn't film you cussing and cursing at people. Nah, yeah. If you call that protesting, I got land. I got beachfront property to sell you in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh my God! I said the exact same thing to my husband the other day, Doug. Oh my God!
He's an ignorant person that's 40 years old. He has nothing to show for his life.
Oh my goodness!
He has no house. He has no vehicles, and he can't count that RV because that RV is about as scrungy piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. The thing had pee stains up above and the bunk over the cab, and for a long time he'd be sitting in the driver's seat and you could look up and see the pee stains. Now he got onto that. He's like, well, I got to hide those pee stains, so he put some paneling over, but the pee stains are still there, Scotty, and you're still sleeping on the pee stains. So what's that saying about you, Scotty? You got a moldy, crummy RV that's not worth nothing. It's worth $5,000, $6,000, maybe $8,000 if you get real lucky. I wouldn't pay $8,000 for the thing. The thing looks like a pile of junk. I could go find an $8,000 motorhome, a lot better shape than what you got. You have nothing. You have nothing. When you get to my age, you'll have nothing. No money saved back, nothing. You'll be relying on your minions to pay your way. But you know what? By the time you get my age, you aren't going to have no minions because your words will mean nothing. You're just going to be some old fool, and they're not going to be listening to you because you'll be spending a lot of time in prison doing stupid stuff, being a stupid idiot. That's what I think of you, Scotty. I think you're a bum. And if you go after people like Scooter and people like that, that just shows me right there who you really are. You're nothing. You're nothing.
I'm next. Probably.
I've seen people like you. I've dealt with people like you my whole life. You're nothing. You have nothing. Wow, you have a YouTube channel with all these people. That's nothing. Try being a real man, raising a family and kids and supporting them, going to work every single day, busting your ass. That's what a real man does, Scotty. Not sitting around getting fat, picking your nose and eating boogers. Because that's who you are. I have no respect in you. None. I never have.
I see you, Eric.
Oh.
Give me a minute.
Sorry, I'm this guy.
I know. Take a breath, hon. Take a breath.
You
Take a breath.
Pup Grimmer is one of the nicest people I know. And to say that you're going to attack her.
The adults.
I've seen this play out with Poe. And where's Poe? We kept our mouth shut, and now Poe's gone. I'm not keeping my mouth shut with Jen. I'm not keeping my mouth shut with anybody anymore, Scotty.
I'm with you all over the place because that's what I was getting at. So many of us tried to stay neutral for so long, and it wasn't even self-preservation. It was we didn't understand where to go with this. YouTube is a new animal to us. But a couple weeks ago, I'm like you. I have freaking had it. And I made that comment in Aaron's stream and he read it. I said, we were silent for too long. Now we're speaking out and we have had it. And that's the best way I can say it. And Eric, I know you're there, but we're going to get there. Just hang on. So I'm trying to get with it. I've never had this many comments. I'm going to go back to what I said a while ago, where I've lost 130 subscribers since I spoke out. Well, before that a little bit. And I'm like, but you know what's funny? I've gained more in my chat of people that are of like mind and are fed up. I don't care about subscribers. I do not care. Never have. I just wanted enough to go live. I would rather have people in my chat engaging in my protesting, these discussions, the anti-Scientology movement, whatever.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. All I care about. If Aaron's channel dropped off the face of the earth, Doug, if you dropped off the face of the earth, if Scooter Mom dropped off the face of the earth, I'm still going to go to Austin. Because it's not about everyone else in the community. It's not about the channels. It's not about the creators. It's about Scientology. It's about stopping.
I got the boss contacted me telling me to calm down and need to take my meds.
I think I saw that.
She's sending me kids. See, I told you she doesn't let me off the hook on anything. She's
who was that? Who
Mischief managed.
Mischief. I have a funny story about Mischief.
She's watching out for me.
That's good.
I'm
the same way.
We do better.
I'm out of my meds right now.
I wear my feelings on my sleeves, and I always been that way. Sometimes I like that, sometimes I hate that. But we're better off when we're doing what we need to do, doing our protests, keeping on task, and when we get on these tangents like I just got off doing, it's wasted time, wasted movement. We're doing what they want us to do.
Right. They want to upset us.
He wants us to get upset. They want.
Afraid.
Yeah. I'm not afraid. Trust
I'm not
me.
anymore either.
I'm not afraid. I wish I could meet him in a dark alley. I really do.
I see people in the backstage. Let me get through the comments.
But,
what I saw happening, because here's the thing. Most of the channels in this movement in SBTV are new, and we don't know what the F we're doing. We don't. No. We don't know what we're doing. I never thought I would be a YouTube channel in my whole life. And so those people took advantage of our naivety. I hope I said that right. And our what's the word I want? I can't think of the word. But we're new to this. We didn't know how to navigate it. And we were trying our best. And I know even people on the that were on the other side at some points, we're trying our best to navigate this new thing, YouTube, being a creator, going and protesting. It's such a new animal that we did the best we could. The problem is there's this faction that wants to attack you for not doing it right. For not doing it right. For not knowing how to be perfect. I have watched so many people attacking channels and watching them live stream and picking apart every single little thing they did. It's easy to do that to anybody when you have a bad attitude about it. You could pick apart everything I've ever done.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
saying. And I think it took a year, a little more than a year, for all of us to navigate, watch, learn, talk, comment, to get to where we are right now.
we need to be talking. That we need to talking amongst ourselves.
When I saw MLH recently and in my own chat, if you go back, I want you to watch it, where I talked about my toxic friend and how I dealt with her. The way we dealt with her was we all started talking to each other and getting our story straight and finding out she was a piece of crap controlling everybody, and it was all lies. And I saw the same thing going on here.
Yeah.
Talking amongst ourselves is the best way we can combat this.
Yeah.
Without lying. There are liars doing the same thing. But as long as we're honest with each other.
Yeah, and there's a way to do this online. And this you know, I've fought big battles. And the thing that I learned very quickly is you got to keep your feelings close to your vest. You cannot let your feelings come out.
And I did that for a year.
And I just did it now. When they're attacking you and stuff, don't act like it's bothering you. But that doesn't mean you have to be quiet. That means that you come back with the truth, with the facts, and point it right back to them, divulge what they are and what they do. But never let what they say look like it's bothering you. And I found a lot of times, because they'll just throw stuff out there hoping something sticks. And then when you react to something like, aha, I got them, then they'll go and go and go and go with it. But
for
if you
8 or 9 hours.
Yeah, but if in days and weeks and months, but if you just not say anything, just let it roll off, even though it may be killing you inside, don't let them see that. Do not let them see that. Because I found a lot of times they'd say something about me, and because I didn't say nothing, they wouldn't bring it up anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Because I didn't react to it. So they're thinking, well, that didn't bother him. They move on to the next thing and they keep trying to say stuff. But I would always come back with the truth. And the truth, that's a hard one for them to deal with. The truth hurts them. They don't like the truth. They don't want the truth out because all they are lies. And when you combat with truths and you're not vicious and mean, you just point out. I mean, MLH does a great job with that. He's always calm.
Oh,
I don't think I've ever seen him lose his cool. I'm not saying he hasn't, but I haven't. Well, no, take that back. I have seen him a couple times.
I have too, but he just got passionate.
Yeah.
So I don't know about. I've only watched MLH recently. He's been in my chat before, so I promised myself I wouldn't talk shit about another creator, regardless about how they treated me in person. But right after that stupid ass panel, I think I was doing my Saturday night live stream because that's the only time I do this. And I get a text message the next day from somebody that said, if you're going to entertain MLH, we're done. And I'm like, so I went back. That's when I learned how to go back over my chat. I didn't even know how to do that then. Long time ago. And I looked. And MLH came on and said, hi. And was having a conversation with somebody in my chat where he said, I'm just trying to calm the waters. And somebody said something like, it's a tsunami, you can't calm it. And that was it. I didn't talk to him. I did my chat. And I'm like, I got attacked for that, for having somebody in my chat. That's why I have a abiding rule that no matter what, unless it's completely a hateful person like certain people, if you're in my chat and you're not being hateful, I've seen people in other chats that I was disappointed in.
I've seen other people do it that way too. Yeah.
So I was disappointed to see people in other people's chats, but they weren't in there being like talking about other creators or being hateful. And then they were in my chat. I left it alone.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. But I forget what my end game was in this comment.
That's pretty much what Marilyn was saying too. Same thing what you're saying. You know,
What?
I tend to be kind of like, well, about just if you're in another person's chat that I don't care about, that's, but
you should attack them or
no,
have
she
nothing
says,
to do with
she says,
them,
I'm not
right?
going to tell you that you can't go in there. You're free. You can go wherever you want. But if you're in there and they're trashing me and you're trashing me while you're in there,
Oh, yeah,
then
that's
don't
right.
come back over to me and think that everything's cool and play up to me. And I agree with that. I completely
Okay, yeah, I
agree
agree with
on
that.
I'm kind of like Marilyn's kind of like me. She wears her feelings on her sleeve, and she gets riled, and bless her heart, because she
And
tries.
see, I have held back. I wanted to say something. So when I had tea on, we were on for like 7 hours. And you see me having, you may not see it. I have an adult beverage when we do this. I have my little cooler sitting here with about 5 beers in it. Scooter Mom says she gets emotional when she's been drinking. I'm like, no, it's not that I get more emotional. It's that I can't hold it back as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I've spent the last year and the last few months holding back my feelings, holding back my opinions to try to not rock the boat. Not that I was afraid of getting attacked. I didn't want other people in my chat or having to do with me to get attacked or just the whole sordid crap, you know. I just didn't want to be a part of it. And in my small voices need to be heard, I was kind of talking for all of us, where we were saying for our own mental health, you know, because they all want to talk about that. For our own mental health, I don't want to get involved. I can't handle the stress.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to be in here. It's hard to be in this community. It didn't. Remember those days when it was fun and you could just jump around and,
Yes.
you know,
I
I miss
remember that. That's
No.
what made me start my channel.
No, you know, I mean, when they're talking about Sir Crepitus is one of the nicest guys.
No, he's been around since the first set of protesting. What, the 90s? When Anonymous, I think.
Yeah.
And he got chased.
Yeah. He was back in the anonymous protesting days. I mean, that guy went through a lot. He went through a lot.
Yeah, back
he
then,
almost lost his job because they were going after him.
And they went after his job.
Yeah.
He's still here.
Yeah. And a bucket crapper who does not know anything sat there and called him bad actor. Sir Crepitus has done more
Me too.
than Scotty could ever do.
World.
Excuse me, Chumplee has ever done in his whole life. He'll never accomplish what Sir Crepitus has accomplished. And Sir Crepitus, I've got to know him very good. He's a very good guy, very nice guy. He'll call me up, checking up on me. And when he knows that I'm suffering some personal stuff going on in my life, he's always like, hey, you know, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm always here. Just a real nice guy. And how anybody can call him a bad actor. Yeah, please. The only bad actor is the one that sits on the bucket. That's the bad actor.
Now, I don't even like calling him those names. It's just not me. But I get why. I get why people feel that way.
I think you got some people backstage, don't you?
I do. I've been trying to finish the comments to get caught up.
I don't know. You may never get caught up on these.
You know what? I'm just going to have to skip, y'all. I'm going to have to skip. There's so many good comments.
Well, it's kind of a heated
yeah, it is.
conversation. It turned into conspiracy to
but here,
whatever we want to call it right now.
Think about it. It has something to do with it, right?
Yeah, it got us going, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I didn't expect it either. But I mean, if you think about it, that's the problem with this community is these conspiracy theories and people saying this and people saying that. And I think the best medicine for that is to come on. By the way, I hate panels ever since they had that first panel with Jay and they were screaming at each other. Then I've seen MLH hold panels where everybody was respectful and talking it out, even when they disagreed. And I saw that there's a right way to do a panel. So it changed my mind recently.
Yeah.
Everybody's on here now.
Hi, Dougie. Hi, Miss Kim. First, hi, everyone. Well, I heard your passion, Doug,
Thanks.
and that outrage that you felt. That's something that I wanted everyone, yeah, not to experience. That's why I didn't go into a lot of chats because I saw what they were doing.
You got attacked and you stayed back. I stayed back because I hadn't been attacked yet and didn't want to be.
I know. That's why I didn't.
I heard you and MLH and all them talking about. I was in the chat or lurking, and I was like, I felt that fear too that I didn't want to get attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So my doggies want to come in. I came into the room.
I mean,
okay, baby.
Go through what I watched and witnessed, what happened to Becky.
I know that.
Another one that was just uncalled for, just nonsense. And
I
Becky,
know.
You're not a bad. I mean, yeah, you're a bad actor in the cool way, but
But I just
you're one
at
of the
one point
people I know.
So I know. I just don't. It's very hard for me to hear you guys so upset. That's something that I wanted
How
to
often
avoid.
do you see me upset?
I know rare. That's why I think that's why it bothers me even more.
Yeah.
If you were constantly be upset and yelling like me, then it would be one thing.
I had to do it, Becky. I had to get it out of my system. I feel much better now.
I know. Hey, no fighting. Be nice.
My favorite conspiracy is Eric Rader got Chumley arrested. I'm like, how does he have the power to make a DA decide on charges? That is so BS.
DA did this to himself. He can try to blame whoever he wants.
I mean, they're saying that they're saying that this person took down his channel, that person took down the channel, this one took down the channel.
DOA took down his channel because if DOA wasn't doing anything wrong, he'd still have his channel.
That evidence out there for
they blame I was going to throw him in a cage. And I'm like, fool, you're the one who broke the law. The fact that no one has held you responsible for your actions is something totally different. When I was starting to speak out, when I was really caught off guard. You guys know all of that. And I was all like, wait, I thought it was going to be one of those, we're just mad at each other today. Tomorrow we'll be fine. I really did not think it was going to morph into this.
I talk to Sir Crepitus all the time. And Sir Crepitus, there's been times that Sir Crepitus told me, he says, man, I wish I was still in the police force. I could get the information. He says, I have no access to that stuff anymore. He can't do nothing. He's just like you and me. Yeah. He can't do nothing. Just because he was a cop doesn't mean he's always a cop now. He's retired. Yeah. He's off the force.
They retired him.
Yeah. But,
what happened also was that
spin that out however he wants.
Everybody take a breath.
Sorry. What he did was that he attacked from all sides. So he didn't just attack, quote unquote, the bad actors. Then it was, if you go into that chat and you allow this person in that chat, you are now the enemy. You're the piece of shit. You're this, you're this, you're this. People didn't want to go there. Then it was the actual chatters. If I were to go into a chat, like Like the day that Nora said I was in her chat and that I was under a note, and I went, you know what, let me go in there and check her ass. No, I'm not a note. I'm right here. I don't need to be in your channel. If I'm gonna come in here, it's gonna come under my name. Oh, well, I'm sorry. You see, Aaron can't apologize like I did. I just apologized. And then there was that flip of the switch again from the chat. Becky, and I forgot what freaking question they had. Becky, answer this question. Demanding. And then she starts demanding. Yeah, Becky, answer this question. And so I very calmly said, if you guys want to know anything and you have questions for me, I will go do a live right now. I will open the floor to everybody and you guys can ask me directly. No, I want to know now. Guess what? Throw a tantrum. You're not having it now. You guys can come and do it over on my channel. Did anybody show up? No. Because it's not about them wanting to get accurate information.
Right.
It's about intimidation, scare tactics. And you know what? Bottom line is this. I don't give a fuck at this point.
You kind of
They go after people in real life. You talk about fair gaming? I never even knew what the fuck that word was. But if I expected it from Scientology, I expected it from the bad guys. I never expected it from the quote unquote good guys. I didn't. That came straight out of left field. And then when you try to defend some people, then they get upset. Don't defend me because now you're putting the spotlight on me. Well, goddamn, I didn't put the spotlight on you.
Can I say something?
They put the spotlight on you. I just know what it feels like. So I wanted to make sure that you were okay. But you know what? From this point on, guess what? They're going to attack. They're going to come in 10 different directions, and I'm just not going to say nothing.
Eric, are you muted on your own, or did I do that? Just checking. Can I say something real quick? But
yeah.
I just listened to what everyone said about the attacks, about the misinformation. I have had this since I started reading Dynetics.
It's okay,
about L. Ron Hubbard. I know these people may not have anything to do with him, but what I learned about Adolf was controlling the propaganda, attacking opposite opinions, lying and creating a sense of fear mongering to make people fall in line.
Yeah.
Adolf did it. L. Ron Hubbard did it. Swati's doing it. And I've said a couple times in chats that people have left one cult or another. Just saying. Go ahead.
Let me tell you the other thing.
I mean, this stuff was going on before he even got over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, to find out what he's done. He's done the same thing in other communities, and these people won't see it. And come to find out, Aaron and them were warned, but they were like, they ignored it. He regrets that he ignored it. But, what are you going to do when just a couple people come at you, even in this community, and say, oh, that person's a bad actor?
And that happened in the background, too. And just because we didn't go and hold on.
Oh, Sarmento?
My mic.
Didn't know that. I can hear you. 3 years.
Just because we didn't spill all the beans from the very beginning. Just because there was so much more happening in the background.
And that's what I didn't understand being here.
Yes, I know. And we tried to keep it that way. I didn't. Can you imagine how much energy it takes to be defending myself against the Nancy Drew, against all that other stuff that happened in the background?
Left the movement. You, like everybody else, you could have easily said, "This is too much. Bye."
And I almost did. But you know what? I was all like, oh, fuck no. This is my city. I live here. I'm going to continue to inform my community. I now happen to have a YouTube channel. And that YouTube channel, you guys all saw how it came afloat. I wasn't planning to stream. I didn't want to be in front of no damn camera. I've been an activist since I was 12. When my mother first started going out and, no, we're not eating the table grapes. No, we've been activists all my life. But I just come from an activist family. And I think it was that this is my city. I live here. Nobody's gonna tell me. Now, if I was over there in Dallas and people were like, "What the hell are you still doing here?" I would be like, peace out. I'm not gonna go jumping states to help you guys just to end up getting shitted on.
I want to say something here.
Yes.
I think Scooter's wanting to say
We
something.
want to do
too.
the he said, she said stuff a bunch. We want to get to the facts a bunch. But you know what? It narrows it down to me for is this comment here from Anna. Who is being hateful? Who is being cruel?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you listen to somebody who's hateful and cruel when this whole movement is the opposite? Or general life among normal people is the opposite, and yet he has these people that want to fall in line and follow him, and there's nothing you can tell him. But my point is, if you're on the fence about, I hate saying there's sides, but there's almost the West Coast, but there's his minions and there's the adults in the room. When you look at those, who is speaking sense? Who is being kind? Who cares? And who's being hateful? Easy question.
Hi, Scooter Mom.
Hey, Becky. I just figured since everybody else was coming up, I wasn't getting any more diamond
You have
painting
to
done.
come in for a few minutes at least on my late night chat.
I'm sorry what's going on, Scooter. I'm sorry for you and Jen. I really am.
Listen, I mean, really, it's in comparison to stuff that I have been through, that little mention of my name is literally nothing. It means nothing.
I agree.
And that's
Now,
the thing.
I
He's
will say
dealing
that
with us
today
old ladies.
today I was modding for someone, and one of the Toronto crew came into the chat I was modding for. I said hello to her because I say hi to everyone as if I see them as they come in.
Yeah.
She never once responded to me.
Huh.
Who did?
At all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no,
I'm sorry
I'm not
for acting
naming
how
who
I
it
did
is.
tonight, getting upset.
And I'm like, okay, so who's the childish one here? Because I could be the grown up and say, okay, well, I do this for everyone, so I'm going to do it for you as well.
Right. We keep to our morals and our obligations regardless of our feelings, and we get attacked for that.
Yep. So I'm like, oh, okay, so you don't want to talk to me? You refuse to acknowledge my existence? That's fine with me. I have no problem with that. Be your childish self.
Yeah, I saw
So that's
that.
another thing, I many times I would just kind of, if they said hello, and it wasn't because I was trying to be arrogant or a bitch. It was that I did not know how this person was going to react if I went in there and I said, "Hi, Scooter Mom," and then Scooter Mom would be attacked because she did the polite thing. And, oh, hey, Becky, how are you? Now she's attacked. Now she's a bad actor. How dare you say hello to her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's what
so
was
Becky,
happening.
you have been corrected on that assumption because I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I give 0 Fs like a certain Pinche Becky.
There were many people that saw it. There were many people and this happened after Natalie. Just because I went in there and tried to support someone that I felt life had already kicked her. many times. And now the one person that she just, I mean, brought her out of this cult completely. And now she's losing him. Not, she hadn't lost him yet. And I went in there and I said, I am so sorry. And then when Tony passed away, it was, I know I didn't know Tony. I didn't know Tony. I saw him. I knew that was the love of her life. And, you know, here when, and Hamid Up can tell you, it was, you know what, Hammy? I don't know how to do these graphics and sending her. The only thing that I know how to do is what we do for our friends here. Normally, it would be a paddle out. You saw where we went. It was in Venice Beach. We did that for my brother-in-law. We did that for many of our friends. So we went and we tossed flowers and we just sat in silence for a little bit. That was not for Tony. It wasn't because I knew Tony. You know, when you go and you support someone, it's not necessarily because you know the person. It's for the people that they leave behind. We got severely attacked for that too. At that point, I figured, you know what, fuck you all. Because no matter what I do, if we would have ignored it and we would have been like, well, I don't know, Tony, you know, what am I going to do? Then we would have been attacked. Oh, you see, she didn't say anything. She didn't do anything for Natalie because we did. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So you know what? I'm going to stick to my values and do what I need to do that's going to make her feel better. Whether if she appreciates it, great. I didn't even know if Natalie was going to take it the wrong way. And because all of this had been drilled in our heads by now, that we were just some random fuck ups in the internet. So at that point, I had regretted it because I'm like, oh my God, am I going to insult her? But when Natalie brought it up and she mentioned us specifically, I went, okay, we did the right thing. And Hamid Up can tell you.
I'm just going to answer this because it's actually easier than typing.
Mhm.
Antics, I agree. T is doing good work. And
In her
ordinarily
area in Australia, right?
in Australia, yes. And they are actually doing a protest right now. Don't everybody leave. But right now, I have to just completely back away. I am
Yes.
very frustrated with her. We spent so much time last weekend explaining to her and giving her examples of things that he has done to people. And within the week, she has turned and gone full onto his side.
And she said
And
that's the side she was going to pick.
I've gone to the dark side. And she said because the other side didn't, can't remember the exact words, the other side didn't care about what happened to me with Aaron, which I don't know about, and didn't give me I think what she was saying, I'm paraphrasing, they didn't give me a safe space or support me. And I was like,
and you know what?
what were we?
I
There
thought
were
that's all
people
we were
here
doing
who
that night.
did. Exactly. There were people here who did exactly that. But I
Yeah.
guess it wasn't as effusive and ass kissing as she needed it to be. So she went to where she could get the phony stuff.
Yep.
That was my very first live. I hadn't done this in years, and I came on here because I felt like I could help reach her, and I thought that we got through to her, you know, not forcing her to believe how we believe. I mean, if she just said, you know, I this is what I want to do, I like I said earlier, I would have supported her if she just came out and said where she stood, but I don't know. I just felt like I was played, and I hate when somebody plays me like that.
Can I say one thing? I don't know her very well. I can just go by what I've seen. I don't think that she was being nefarious or doing it on purpose. I think she was just somebody who is easily swayed and has some issues in her own life, and that's why I can't be mad at her. I'm just
No, I'm
But
not mad at her. I'm not, you
Oh,
but
know,
I'm
but
definitely
Kim,
not angry at her.
disappointed her.
Mm-mm.
but Kim, right
I
now
wish her the
you
best. I truly do.
combine what she's just done with the
right.
fact that within the last 2 weeks she sat on her live and said she's growing her channel. She wants to do this as to make her living.
I missed that. See, I didn't follow her before she came in my around that time she came on the chat. So this is the thing. I didn't know a lot of details, and that's what's so
So
frustrating.
that coinciding time-wise with her making the decision to go to his side of things
Mm-hmm.
I think
and
it's more
support
for
him
you.
and be on with a panel with him and be all jokey and having fun with him. I just
That's fine.
cannot right now. I just can't.
And antics, no, I don't think anyone is being cruel to her or pushing her hand. She chose the hand. We didn't
Yep.
push it. She chose it.
Yeah.
I gave her a platform, and we were all in with her. She could have stayed with
We
us.
were all
and been
supporting her.
supported.
I
Yep.
thought we were doing the best
I
that we
thought we
could.
I was talking to her like I talked to my daughters.
Yeah, I
I
was
was
like I would
giving
talk
her
to my
solid
sons.
truth.
Yeah.
I was giving her truth and support.
We were
Yeah.
But
being the
that
adults
wasn't
for,
enough.
for her.
Hmm?
And
Yeah.
antics, I couldn't speak up with her because of
Yeah.
my last experience speaking up for someone and being accused of putting a spotlight
And
on
I
them.
hadn't done that before. I stayed neutral for a year, and that was one of the first times after I kind of agreed with Eric and I'd had enough. That was the first person that I'd done that with, and I got burned.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
with the Aaron thing, I mean, we can't fix that. That's between her and Aaron.
Right.
There's nothing
Why
I
are
can
we?
say or do.
But
You
because
know,
we're
I
in
can
his chat,
understand.
we're the enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in his chat,
Yeah.
and she has a problem with him. We're the
Well,
enemy. I'm not doing that. I've seen people in chats
well,
that
Aaron had
Aaron,
a legitimate beef.
and I don't even know
And we
what that
tried to
beef
tell
is.
her that by
I don't
being
even
in
know what
somebody
happened.
else's chat, by being in his chat, even though you may be in there and you're not buying into the rhetoric, the simple fact that you're in there and people see you gets
That's fine.
people
That's
talking
good.
because nobody trusts anybody that's in there. And that puts you in a bad spot. If you're hanging out with a bunch of people that rob banks and a bunch of banks get robbed, do you think the police are going to go, oh, well, that person's okay? No, they're going to be pulling you aside too, questioning you, asking you if you're involved in this, even though you weren't, but you were with those people that were doing it. That's the same thing that's going here. Aaron just simply thought that
And
that's what's going on. Plus the whole thing about whether that was actually her or not, you know, it gets confusing. And, you know,
antics, we know that was a fake account. We discussed that with her as
Yeah,
well.
we did to a
But
great
she
length.
acknowledged that she had been in there because
Yep.
her friends are all in the chat
Yep.
and she wants to see them and talk to them.
yeah,
But she
admitted
can't
to
see
that.
them in
Yeah.
any other chat.
Hey guys, stop it. No, well, I'm gonna answer that, antics, because it seems that in your eyes we're turning our back on her. We didn't. She turned her back on us. Now, let me tell you something. I still continue to go into her chat when all these other people were going in there, because to me, as I was there for tea, F everybody else. There was a comment in her chat that her mod, one of the comments her mod removed. Becky, we got your back. The same person came back with a nastier comment, and T's response to that was, I'm not gonna remove it. I don't want them to feel that they can't say anything in my chat. And that had something to do with me and dirty needles and needle tips. So you see, I didn't turn my back on her. She turned her back on me. And after that, I I would still go in there, give her because I like tea. That's the problem.
I do
Do you
too.
know how difficult it is to really care for someone?
Mad or angry at her.
No, I'm not. It's her choice. She's a grown person.
Becky, I
That's
really
her
like
choice.
tea. When
I
she made me
love
a
tea.
mod, I didn't even know that she'd made me a mod. She never said anything. I went into her chat one night and I had a wrench. And I never got an explanation, nothing. And I went, okay. But I have always tried to support her. And she knew that because we have talked about it. And we've
Mhm.
talked on the phone once as well. And I made it very clear to her that as much as I like her, I cannot support her supporting
him.
Swati. I
Well,
cannot support
it's like
that.
when you see your kid is gonna run into, or you see a grown adult, they wanna, jaywalk, and they're a full grown adult, and you're like,
Exactly.
wait, no, there's a car coming,
My kids
Exactly.
have
but
been
they still
I
want to
had,
do
I
it.
didn't like.
I had a good friend that I knew for years,
Antics,
and
that
he
is not the
decided that he
impression
was
that
going
she has
to.
recently given. I'm not going to,
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to see the video, but from what I understand, she was all in.
yeah, she
And
was.
she was up
I
on the
saw
panel
it.
with him.
I'll tell you what I saw
Yep.
when I get back.
When Kim comes back, she will tell us what she saw. Because I'm not going to speak to specifics because I didn't have a chance to see it. I'm still hoping for a chance to see it, but right now it's been privated. But it's not just a matter of going in and watching now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fraudy.
And again, it's not that I dislike her. I'm not even angry at her. I feel a tremendous sadness because she
Well,
felt that we weren't
well, if she
supportive
doesn't
enough.
support him, then why is she over there modding for him, or in the channel saying, "Well, I've turned to the dark side. I'm with you. I support you." That's contradicting. I don't know. I don't know. You form your opinions of what you want, and you're free. Antic, that's a free world. You decide what and I don't judge you for it. It's fine, but don't get upset if I look at it differently. I tried the best I could to talk to her, hoping that I could reach
And
her,
if she pops
and it
into my
didn't work.
chat to say hello, I'm not gonna be like, "Yo, get the hell out of here."
No, I'm not going to be mean.
No.
Yeah,
It's just
I'm
Me
not,
neither.
because I really like T. I mean, I think she feels that she had nowhere else to go, and she felt the fake support there, and that's fine. I've said it many times. There have been people that have come into my chat, Becky, I am so sorry for what I said about you. Have I kicked them out? No. Welcome
Nope.
in.
Yeah. And Antics, thank you for understanding that,
no.
We're all going to have our own feelings on the
We're all
situation.
adults there, and we're
I
talking.
honestly,
Oh.
I'm disappointed and I'm a little hurt because I
Mhm.
was as supportive as I can be with her, as Doug was, as Kim was, as Fraudy was, for hours last weekend. And then after that, she turned around and said she's supporting him, went on a panel with him, and that's it.
Mhm.
Well, she was telling
So
us, okay, I didn't understand, now I do, and she was telling us an opposite story that
yes.
yeah,
What
and
got me was the part where she said the other side didn't give her support. That's what hurt my
Yep.
heart.
Yeah.
And that wasn't true.
well,
So again, like
That was
Scooter Mom
probably
says,
because I
support who
didn't.
you want to support.
I
Like
get
who
there
I
you
were
like,
pers-
people
watch
that
who you
didn't.
want to watch.
I'm personally, I'm not, I don't want to see, I don't want to see it when she gets torn down eventually. I don't
Yeah.
want to be a witness to that, but I'll be more than happy to support her if she ever feels the need that, you know what, I had
Yeah.
enough of their abuse or their fake bombing, love bombing, whatever. I'm
Yeah.
not turning my back on her. I just, I'm again, and this is what we say in harm reduction: meet them where they're at. She's not
Yeah.
ready to, for whatever reason, leave someone that's so abusive towards many, many, many people. So if she's not ready, but you know what? When she decides that it's time for her to do it differently, or not my way, her way, I'm going to try to be there for her. But there's only so much that I'm willing to do. When you are fighting harder than the person you're trying to save or help, you've already lost the battle.
Well,
Yeah.
I will say this, I was all gung ho, ready to do exactly and feeling exactly what Eric Rader was saying, and to some extent, I still agree with that. But the other night when I was in MLH's live and I was up on panel, and I had mentioned that, and MLH came out and said, well, and when he said, look, I'm here to accept anybody that's rebounding off of that, drawing them away. And so that made sense to me too. So, I don't want to cut somebody off completely to where they feel they can't ever right or wrong or whatever, because we all make mistakes, and if the person's truly sorry and truly realizes they made a bad choice and made a bad decision. I make them all the time. So hey, that's great. But right now it's like when you have a child who's an adult child, and you've raised them a certain way with the morals and given them the tools to live their life, and then they go out and choose to live their life in a not so good way. Well, you can't sit there and support them during that time. I mean, you love them to pieces, but you got to let them learn their lesson on their own, because you can't support them. You can't aid them, but you're there for them when they need you, when they crash or make a decision, realize what they've done, and they come back. It's like the prodigal son, and that's what, I guess that's what we need to do, is just be there when they figure it out. But while they're going through it, we can't sit there and aid them and support them, because we're what do they call that when you're helping a person that's an alcoholic or a drug addict? You're enabling them, and that's if we support them, then we're enabling them to continue to do what they're doing.
Antics, to a certain degree, I agree, they are being conned. But you see, there's the ones that are sitting behind that are being conned, and they support him for whatever reason. That, hey, to each their own. But then there are the ones that take it a step further, like calling adult services protection services on an elderly woman, just out of spite. That's the difference.
Getting Poe kicked out, making websites of him, dating sites that's not him, and then attacking his children,
saying that that his daughter deserved to be fill in the blank.
Yeah.
And some of those comments were in Nora's stream. I have the screenshots. They were not removed by a mod.
I agree with Mama here. I can't take a black and white stance about everyone, because we are here looking at this cult that's been around for 70 years that was conned, and their needs, because they needed something, they were taken advantage of. And I've kept that even in the chats and who supports what channels. We need to remember that. Some people take a black and white stance no matter who's in whose chat or who's supporting who. And I try to remember that everyone has different viewpoints and personalities, and mental health is me, right? I'm in a really good place. Why? Because I was in a mental hospital twice, and I learned. I'm older. And so there are people that are at different stages in their life and are at different stages in their mental health and maybe getting taken advantage of, who we like. We like these people, and it's sad to watch them support these kind of horrible people. There's only a handful. And so that's why I can't hate on them, just like I can't hate on the people inside Scientology. They have been duped. They have been indoctrinated since they were kids. And sometimes when I haven't watched Swati very much, but he can make a good argument. He can twist the facts
you
so
hit
well.
the nail on the head.
Mhm.
You hit the nail on the head when you said that. Oh, now I'm losing my train of thought. When you said
Antics, we're not calling you a bad actor.
what you just got through saying.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That
Let me
you
go back
said.
to here. Hold on.
Oh boy, I just totally lost it. You had such a
No,
great
go ahead.
point. Such a great point. Now I sorry.
It's okay, Doug. I think our emotions run a little high.
We are
And you know what's
we are
so
very
funny is
familiar
that
with brain fart, Doug.
Can't find my
most of us aren't angry because of what they do to us. I
No.
think most of us are angry because of what they do to others.
I remember she said
Yes.
that oh gosh.
It's okay.
Were you talking about
Do
tea,
the best
Doug?
you can. We'll figure it out.
No, she was talking about Dio. It was about
Oh, Scotty. And sometimes he can actually be right.
well, no, it wasn't that. She said that basically we have to treat these people. We can't treat them like how Scott treats the people that are in Scientology. If we treat T like that, or we treat other people like that, we're just going to push them away. We can't show anger.
Yeah.
We can't sit there and get mad at her and say, "You stupid
Mhm.
idiot! What in the hell are you thinking?"
Yeah.
And we're not doing that.
If we do that, I know, but what I'm saying
I
is,
don't want to do that.
if we do that, then we are pushing her farther away and pushing her into T's arm. It's like if your daughter is dating some guy you do not like, you don't tell her, "Hey, you can't see that guy no more. I don't like that guy." Because if you do that, she's going to start dating that guy even more.
And sneak
Yep.
and do it.
Yeah, it's the same.
And it happened. It happened with my son back when he was dating girls. You know, before he realized that, guess what? I'm gay. He was dating this one girl, and when I tell you, she was this possessive, crazy, bunny boiler type of a woman or a girl. She was a kid, not a woman. My knee-jerk reaction was, "She's crazy. You need to stay away from her." But instead of saying that, I said, because I listened to the 30 voicemails that she left, and I looked at my son and I just said, "Wow, you know, she seems very disrespectful." And she had done other things here and there. And I said, "Wow, she seems very disrespectful. Is this the type of person that you want in your life?" That's all I said to him. No, they broke it up.
Yeah.
And then the baby boiling bunny started.
Old Fritz says T is very easily influenced, and I said that because T has a lot of the problems that my son has with
and she said it,
with ADHD and high functioning autism and stuff. So yeah, you know. And not saying the person that has these issues is stupid, because usually people that have these are highly intelligent people, but their social skills, they lack in that. That's their problem. They have a hard time socializing with people, and so they're very easily influenced. They're very easily for a con person to come along and distort what's right and what's wrong and get them. I mean, these kind of people like that are easily influenced into cults, and that's a proven fact. So, maybe we, maybe Antics is onto something. Maybe we need to cut her a little slack, realizing her.
I think we have. I don't think any of us have attacked her. We have all been through trauma. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just, you know, if that was my son, because my son's that, and I'm not going to get into my personal life with what
Of
is
course.
going on with my son, but it's scary bad. And you know, so I got some compassion towards that.
Yes.
I do. And you know, look, I'll keep Tia in my prayers. I hope and pray that something reaches her, something gets to her. She sees something clicks, and she realizes what's going on. If she's there for bad reasons and fully knowing very well that she's there for bad reasons, for money or greed or whatever it is, then so be it. But that's not for me to judge. You know, I'm not her judge. I don't know what she's thinking. Only God knows what she's thinking. So look, I'm going to step back like a parent would with their child if they're out doing stuff they're not supposed to. But that doesn't mean they don't care. They're not going to support them if they are there and they need help.
I agree.
Yes, that's what I'm saying is what I'll do. And that's all I can do. I can't do any less. I can't do any more. So that's it. I don't got nothing more to say about you. That's it.
I want to say something before Eric comes on, because I've been looking at the chat, Mama. That's why this group, and we may not even be the majority. I don't know. I'm not in every chat. We can see how she has been duped. And the fact that you agree she has been duped means you understand what we see. We still support her, and that's okay, because I'm not angry at her. I said I have no animosity for a lot of the people that, even Nora, I don't even have animosity for her or Liz. Why? Because they grew up in a effed up cult, and they are Laura, they're messed up, and they're being duped by somebody that sounds good in a lot of ways. Right?
I have a hard time with that one, but I
know you do. I know. And I get that too. Here's the thing I've been doing with reading Dianetics and all of this. I can see both sides. When I'm off channel, I draw kind of more narrow lines about how I feel. But on air and in this movement, I won't say on air, it sounds fake. What T did, and I listened to what she said, it did not make me angry. I understood she felt that way, whether it was true or not, right? That's what she felt. That's what she perceived. It might not necessarily be the truth. The problem is with certain parts of this group, they don't want to see those things. It's black and white, support or not. You're with us or you're not. You're with us or we attack you. And that's
there's a lot of hurt and anger. There's a lot of pain. A lot of pain's been dished out by this guy. And a lot of people are hurt and suffering from this, either directly or indirectly.
I understand.
You know, so
I understand that.
So it makes it hard when you got that to deal with, and then trying to have empathy for somebody who's over in there. And you know, I mean, it's hard, it's tough. And as far as Nora and Liz, you know, I'm that's something I got to work on, because right now I am not in that place, and I don't know if I ever will. But I hear you, I understand you,
right?
You know, right. And you probably got a point. I'm just,
you don't have to be pro Scott to support your friends that have been duped by him. And tell me if I'm wrong, Mama. That I get. I understand that. We know that.
I've never seen you as meek, so there's that.
No, but no, I was too. Do I look meek? But I stayed neutral for a year because I didn't want to get attacked. I didn't understand the facts. I didn't want to get involved, and my silence let this happen. Had we done this 6 months ago, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Is all I'm saying for myself.
Well, that's probably the mistake we all did. We thought we were doing the right thing, and it wasn't the right thing. We should have spoke up.
But I feel like at the time,
a lot sooner.
But I will agree this. I don't feel guilty about it, because I think if you listen to my channel, I feel things happen at the right time.
Yep.
If we'd have done this 6 months ago, it would just been everybody fighting, just like it was.
Yep.
Fighting. It took everyone watching this evolve for a year and devolve, and the attacks and the facts and watching for everyone to finally make a stand. Everything happens for a reason. I don't think we could have done this sooner. I think it took a lot of things to fall into place for us people that wanted to be neutral and just do the work and fight Scientology to realize there's more to it than that, and we need to speak out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Antex, I've never even seen you as a fence rider. I know you're probably making that as a general comment.
I didn't know any of this, Mama.
I didn't know until right now that you're stating it, that you were even a fence rider. I think we all try to be there.
I don't actually consider you a fence rider, actually, Antex, because you are very clear about what you tolerate and what you don't tolerate. So you've already made that clear. Where I think you're calling yourself a fence rider is that you're still friendly towards people who clearly support him. I don't think that qualifies as a fence rider.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's hard to, I say the word navigate. It's a big group. It's a lot of channels.
And I don't know, maybe Antex, maybe you're saying it more for that side. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It seems that you're trying to make it clear more towards that side as to why you believe you are a fence rider. I don't know, but
don't forget Eric wanted to speak next.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
Come on, hon. You've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, hey everyone. So, I just want to say, with all this drama that's been going on all these months and all that, and over a year now, it's like we're tired of all the drama, and and everyone with their mental health and stuff, it takes a big toll on everyone, and it's just people act childish, and they say the wrong thing to the wrong people, and we just have to understand that that we as as a family, a YouTube family, we have to stay by the people that we support, and the ones that we don't support anymore, the hell with them, don't give them their negativity and stuff, so that's all we can do is just support the positive supporters that we love and stuff, and just go that route, and not be part of people's live streams that are toxic. It's better to move on from those people and just stay with the ones we want to stand by and be there for that person.
Right on, Eric.
I agree.
You said it better than any of us could say it.
Yep, and I think we all need to be responsible for our own mental health and know when, you know what, YouTube, I'm putting you down today because you're irritating me, kind of a deal. So I agree with you 100% on that, Eric. Very well said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't type.
Exactly.
I'm on the wrong
Yeah.
keys. It looks like Korean.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh my God, this
anytime.
moon is beautiful. Have you seen the moon?
No.
No, I have not. I have rain, clouds, and lots of rain, so I'm not seeing anything.
It's been raining here in LA, and right now I let out one of the doggies, and that moon is gorgeous. I don't know, it's a full moon. Maybe that's why. It's been a full moon for the past 10
I'd
months.
like to say something about Danny, but right here. Being on the outside looking in, I've never watched all of his content. I don't know all of the specifics of why somebody has a problem with him or not. Just from an overall perspective, what I see from Danny and Leia is just somebody who's a nice person that isn't ready for this kind of backlash and did what they needed to do to get along. I don't like it. I don't even know the details, so I can't even say that.
Yeah.
But I understand people that did that. I did it a little bit too. I had an opinion this whole time, but I stayed neutral because I knew my voice wasn't big enough to make any kind of change. And I don't know.
But
if
I don't
see,
believe that.
that's the thing that I disagree with, Kim, because I grew up with the perspective of lots of small voices make one big voice.
That's right.
So if all the small voices stay quiet, there is no big
I
voice.
had to learn that this year because I'd never done this before. So you're right. When I finally thought about it and got involved, I realized that this whole movement is about a bunch of small voices. But the YouTube thing was a new animal to negotiate, and I didn't know how.
You ain't never lied.
And I don't like how I did it. I
you.
wish I would have spoke up sooner.
But see, what happened to Dan is he still he was still his own person that whole time. And Dan's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but most of the time he has just been his own person. But
I think she's talking about Danny, isn't she?
Right, yeah.
No, I know, but then Antics mentioned Dan Walks LA. And the one thing Dan Walks LA did, his crime, was to be friendly and happy with Becky on lives. And no, we can't have that. So now he's a bad actor. I know, but we moved on to Dan Walks LA. You're still behind in the chat.
Sorry. Okay.
I just saw the Danny comment, and you see people like me.
I saw him recently, Dan Walks LA, where he was yelling at people. And when I first saw him, he was so sweet. And you know what's funny is I'm the one that encouraged him to have a channel. He was in my chat, and he emailed me. And he said, I don't know if I want to start a channel doing this or not, because he did tours. And I said, Dan, I said, make a channel. People that want to watch your content will show up. And I've always had an affinity for him because of that. And when I tune in every once in a while, he's doing the yelling, the awful stuff at the Scientologists. And he's seems so nice, and I don't understand it. And other than he has seen that example, and he thinks that's the way to do it. Just say that. I don't know. I haven't watched his stuff.
He was always so sweet and nice. I always liked Dan.
Yeah.
And just on the comment for Danny, sorry, let me just put that up there. Just on the comment for Danny, I never turned my back on Danny. I actually called every single one of those protesters out there. And I told him I asked him, how are you doing? How are you this? Blah, blah, blah. With Danny, I very specifically, because he said, I'm out. We had this conversation that he
Thank
was
you,
leaving.
Cricket.
He
Yeah.
said, I'm out. And I said, hold on, because you still have a legal case. And if GOP and Scott have a part on your defense and the money, just keep it neutral. Don't worry about me. Don't defend me. Don't say, when things went real south with me and Danny was when he went up because he was being attacked, and he decided that his defense was going to be, well, Becky caused me and Leah to break up, and he made up all these lies just to save himself. And that's when I said, oh, hell to the no. I didn't ask you to defend me. I didn't ask you to quit. I didn't ask you to turn your back on him. But I sure as hell never said to lie on me.
Well, Sir Crepitus even donated money to him to help him.
Oh, yeah.
And then he turned and turned on Sir Crepitus after he gave him help and calling him a bad actor, and that hurt Sir Crepitus.
And Sir Crepitus donated in the thousands.
Any money after that.
He donated in the thousands.
Yeah.
And called them Sir Corruptus.
That's what disgusted me the most is how much was given.
Yeah.
And then they were turned on. I'm not even talking about one specific person. I'm just like,
in general. Huh?
As soon as they ticked you off and you couldn't get anything from them, you attacked them. That I don't even know the word for that. You can come up. It just hurt me to the core. I don't have a word for it.
And then when you go after the Jane Does, that to me was the lowest of the low. You go after the Jane Does.
Oh God. Yes.
Who does that? Who does
that? Exactly. How can you follow somebody that does that? Or, okay, I'm going to say this because I have to show my husband this stuff. He doesn't watch it. So I have to let him know when things are happening. And I'm like, every time there is a major, why didn't you see this? This happened. Why didn't you see this? He did this. Who does this? All the way to the commissioners meeting after they, bared their souls at the podium. And if you all haven't seen it, if you see him before he goes on and he's giggling, he's doing that laugh. He's laughing while they're speaking or before he goes on. And that was the last most important thing that's happened. And there's been so many times like that where I'm like, oh, well, oh my God, if you didn't know he was this kind of person, now you know. Or, you see this, now you should know.
Yeah.
People that watch those things and are like, yeah, I want to support him. I don't understand. My brain cannot comprehend it.
It's just crazy.
I can't comprehend it. I just can't. I can't I can't even get riled up and angry about it because I don't understand. It's confusing to me.
Well, that's okay because I get riled up and angry enough for you and me. So
thank you. I don't want to be angry.
It aggravates me sometimes because I'm riled up and you're like, me or chill.
Me?
You, Kim, yeah. Because
yeah,
I will be like, and you're like, well, now hold on.
You get
I'm
riled up, Scooter. You get riled up. I always see you so mellow and everything.
Scooter, I gotta say one thing, Scooter Mom. You have not seen me in my real life.
I haven't watched her enough. Then I guess
in my real life, I am a bitch.
Doug, I have been quoted repeatedly as having said, don't be a two-faced dick on my own live.
Wow.
Speaking very frankly.
I need to watch you more, I guess.
Work hard at not expressing what Doug did earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when he started
Mm-hmm.
all this, honey, that's me when I'm off air. That's me when I'm sitting in the room with my husband, showing him this bullcrap and losing my shit. It has
My,
taken every fiber of my being to hold
Mm-hmm.
that in. The other night you said, and I did have a few more beers than usual, and you said she gets emotional when she drinks. What I wanted to say was, no, I'm always this emotional. The adult beverage lets it out.
Okay, I
Doesn't
stand
control it.
corrected.
I'm just saying, it's there all the
Yeah.
time.
Okay,
And
sorry, Antics. Let me answer this.
okay,
Let me answer you because you're saying that Danny was under the spell and threatened and intimidated. So was I. So was I.
Mm-hmm.
I was not only threatened, intimidated. They tried to dox my son. They came after me from all sides. So this
I
whole
know it's
Danny
hard.
intimidation stuff, I'm so sorry, but I'm not gonna buy into it. Because if you can't even stand up for yourself, how the hell are you going to stand up for the Church of Scientology?
There's some people
Or
that don't
rather, for
know
the
how.
people who are captive
They
in
don't
the
know
Thank
Church
you.
of Scientology.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
It's all
It.
comments there. I wanted to
Yeah.
highlight. Where'd it go?
we live in a nasty community. You know that it got really ugly, and it got ugly
Mhm.
fast.
No. And that was what hurt me the most.
Yeah.
Early on, I thought I was joining this beautiful movement and these wonderful people, which you're all still beautiful people to me. Because to be here and not be over there on that side, to be here and support these channels and to support what we're doing, you have to have such a big heart and empathy and caring to be here. And so I understand why when this other stuff happens, it not only hurts us as creators, it hurts our supporters watching it.
Yeah.
It hurts everybody. You know.
And I will just say this, and it's directed at everyone, but specifically Jen, because she was talking earlier about being, on the fence about continuing to protest,
Yeah.
which I completely understand. And as I've said, Jen, I will support you no matter what you decide. I just feel like there have been so many times over the last several months that I have, been like, I just don't really feel like doing the scooter report anymore. Like, I'm getting less and less people that I feel comfortable supporting and putting them out there and recommending that other people support them. Um, and then I think to myself, well, I got into it to support the small channels, and sure, I've had to whittle it down because there are some that I just can't look at myself in the mirror if I'm going to support them because
Mm-hmm.
of their strong allegiance to Swati. So I've already whittled it down. So yeah, I have a lot less people that I am featuring, and I don't mind doing that because that's me. That's who I am. I will support you if I can align with you in some way. But at the same time, when I'm having those moments of, do I really want to continue? I have a little voice in the back of my head that says, yeah, but then he wins if I give up.
Not only him, Scientology wins.
Yep, Scientology wins, he wins, and all his little loyal minions win, even if they haven't actually attacked me.
Mhm.
The
I
fact that they
haven't been
keep
directly.
attacking the community.
I take that back. I have been attacked a few comments here and there, but that's nothing. It doesn't bother me.
Exactly. Like I've had a couple of comments of, well, why are you posting this? You just lost a supporter. Okay, fine. Bye.
I've lost 100. I don't know if you noticed.
Mm-mm.
Sometimes I lose supporters when I'm not out protesting because of the weather, and I lost a few. But since I spoke out, I've lost 100 subscribers. But
Yeah.
does that bother me? No. Why? I have had more in my chat the last couple of weeks than mostly ever.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because we have something to discuss. We have like-minded ideas. They're supporting me because I've had enough and I'm speaking out, and they're in my chat. Some people can't speak out like we are. They don't have channels. So they have to speak out through us sometimes. I don't want to make me this, big deal. But this is what I think. And what I was, before I had a channel, I was a supporter like you guys in the chat in a couple of communities. So I know how I feel being a supporter. I want to support people telling the truth, doing the work, telling their mind whether it's right or not. And it took me a while to figure that out.
I'm going to hop off of this panel. I'm sorry, Kim, but I keep... And Antics, please don't take this the wrong way. Danny was not conned, okay? Danny went along with it. Why? Because he was getting plenty of donations.
Becky,
and I keep seeing your comment. No one ever brought up Danny until you did. I understand that if you want to kind of keep it on the side, but let me just be straight up and personal right here. Danny decided that he wanted to go there. He was not conned. He purposely went along with it and dragged me with him.
Becky,
Yeah.
I agree with what you've said, and I understand it totally. I would be like you if I was there, but I get why he caved, like a lot of us.
And you know what?
I didn't want to be.
For months, I gave him that grace. For months, I didn't say anything. For months, I kept all the receipts that I had for months. But for Antics to keep saying and defending him and saying he was conned, he was not conned. Nobody brought up Danny but you, Antics. And I don't want to say anything else on here that is going to make you feel any worse.
Becky.
So I'm going to drop off.
Becky, hold on a second, please.
Hang on, Becky. Let Doug talk first.
Yeah. Becky, I trust what you're saying because you were there.
Right.
All of us watched from a camera view.
We weren't there.
You lived it. You were there. You know way more than any of us know. So I am not going to contradict or say anything that what you're saying. I trust what you're saying because you were there. So I think any of us that just watched it on our screens and think that we know, anybody that was actually there living it,
is so
because a lot more happened behind the camera than what we've seen. So it's not for us to say anything to Becky. You what you're saying is valid. It's true, and you know more about it than any of us. So I don't let this affect you because you know the truth. You know the truth. So. And I trust you.
This is where I have a hard time. This is where I have a hard time. I never asked for anybody to remove their support from Danny. On the contrary. But I keep seeing the same comment over and over. Antics, you don't need to explain yourself as to why you wanna support Danny. I get it. I never asked for anybody to go against him. But for you to be telling, or for me to be reading this as if he's a victim, no, I'm sorry. But Sandra, him and Sandra lied and dragged me with stuff. And he's responsible for a lot of this shit. If I haven't said anything, is because I didn't want to continue dragging more and more and more people into it. So I try to be nice and try to say, you know what? He wasn't conned, but you keep pushing the issue. And I'm sorry, but that's a trigger point. That's a trigger for me.
I understand.
People defending people like Danny who purposely lied,
I understand.
got thousands upon thousands of dollars on this,
And I've seen
turned
that
around
happen.
and
I've seen that.
purposely said that Sir Crepitus was corrupt.
When Sir Crepitus gave him a ton of money. That Sir
Becky-
Crepitus, he told me he that hurt him. And that hurt him bad. And in fact, after that, he never donated any money to anybody on Scientology
Can I,
protesting after that.
Oh, I heard the hurt in his voice.
Yeah.
Because even after this all started, even after what Scott did, even though Danny was over there, Sir Crepitus still donated to Danny. He says, Becky, I feel bad for him. And I said, oh, by all means, you don't have to explain yourself to me. I know what his legal situation is. As a matter of fact, when Aaron said that he was not going to, Danny should take a plea deal and this, I said, you know what? And you guys can go back into that Aaron stream. And I said, some people cannot take a plea deal due to other legal issues. You know, but again, do not make him a poor Danny. He's a victim. Nah, bullshit. He knew what he was doing.
Becky, I want to say something to everyone. When we're doing panels like this, we all have had different experiences.
Oh, yeah.
I can sit back here and be gracious because I wasn't there. And I understand why, Becky, you would be more emotional about this than me. Because you lived it, you were there. And sometimes I think when we're doing panels like this and we weren't involved, which I wasn't, I haven't gone through what you did. It's easy to be like, oh, calm down. No, it's not, I don't know what the word is I want. But we have to understand how emotional and important this is to you more than me, because I wasn't there.
Let me tell you.
I haven't felt what you felt.
Danny dropped me off at home. I trusted Danny and I trusted Leah. Okay. When everybody turned on me, knowing that Danny, Leah, and Sandra knew my address and what Scott was capable of doing, that fear still remains to this day. That fear still remains to this day. The fact that I don't wear it and I don't show it, the fact that I don't go around acting scared, doesn't mean that it doesn't frighten me. And again, I tried to say it very nicely, but you kept pushing and you kept trying to make him a victim. No, he's a willing victim.
I don't want to make him a victim, Becky. I don't. What my idea is of him is, if I had been in the same situation with the pressure, I might have caved too. And I don't mean that being a victim. What I mean is, we want people to do the right thing. I want to do the right thing when I'm in a situation, but I don't always, for a myriad of reasons. I am not.
Oh, and I understand that. You see, I understand that. That's the part that I understand. That's why I never spoke out against them.
Right. And that's what I'm not, when I say I understand why he did what he did, it's not because I agree he's a victim or I agree what he did. I can see why he did it. Because it's very possible that any one of us in the same situation, between the rock and a hard place and not knowing where to go and not being able to navigate this weird ass shit, might have picked the wrong answer.
Well, I heard that he was also, he was scared too of what
I was scared.
what BOA could do to him.
I'm in Texas, and I didn't want to speak out against that a-hole because I didn't want to get attacked. But that wasn't why. It wasn't even that. My big thing, being, because you guys were all there and seeing each other off camera and on camera. It was so hard for us.
Antics, don't act like, okay, I'll go away, Becky. You know, no. I'm not asking you to go away. Please don't try to make your own self a victim right now. I'm not asking you to go away.
True.
Well, it's good that we're talking. This is what we
Exactly.
need to do.
This is
you
what
know?
they don't want, Becky. And I get that it hurts your heart. I can see it. I can feel it. I wasn't there. None of us were there.
And again, you know, my fear again, it's not for me. Hammy can tell you when he held that panel with Jay, and I was at the beach.
Talked about that the other day. It was
When I was at the beach with Hamid Up can tell you, you know, that I slept as far away from her as I could. So none of this shit was splashed on her. She can tell you if I did or if I didn't. You see, the fact that I'm not walking around constantly crying, and you know, when you see me crying, is usually for other people. It's never for me. But the shit that they put me through, the stuff that they continue to put me through, and the stuff that I kept quiet for the benefit of this community, so that there wouldn't be any more inner fighting, so that Mrs. Kim didn't have to feel a certain way, and nobody asked this, so that nobody would be attacked like Natalie. Do you know how guilty I felt when they went after Natalie? Hamid Up can tell you. I spoke to Hamid Up. Hamid Up can tell you. Friday can tell you. You know, there was a lot of stuff that happened in the background. But when we tried to correct it, and not in a bad way, not in a, oh no, fuck his ass, or no, she's lying over here. People call it drama. No, it's clarifying things. And I know that there's three sides to every story. Their side, my side, and the truth. And again, you know, this is the stuff that I didn't want people to see. I don't like showing this side of me. I don't like showing my fear. I don't like it. People take advantage of your fears. And I don't like showing mine. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to turn this.
No, Becky.
That's
I
what
love
we're-
you. You're my
what we're
friend.
doing.
You've always been my friend. And
No, you're
and
fine,
Becky, you're showing your feelings. Don't bear the weight of everything on your shoulders. You're not responsible for all the stuff that's happened. You didn't bring it on. Not all of it. It's not your fault. And we're not blaming you for
No, you're not. I got told by, we'll just put it as someone that's very close to one of the second gen, a spouse of a second gen, that if I hadn't said anything, that none of this would be happening to me. So what? So it was gonna be okay if I would have just kept my mouth shut? I wasn't even keeping my mouth shut for what happened to me. I kept my mouth shut with a lot of that stuff. I stood up for Ellie. I stood up for, no, you're not going to dogpile on Ellie. And I didn't even know Ellie. I did not know Ellie like Jay did. But I saw what they were trying to do to her. And I was not going to agree to that. That's why I got dragged down. That's why I got dragged to this point.
Well, Becky, I love you.
And I feel that, you know, that's what kind of kept me going. What kept me going was seeing Scooter Mom one day in Pup Groomer's chat, and I didn't know if I was gonna be welcomed in there. And I saw what Scooter Mom was telling Pup. What they did to Becky was not right. This is when Scooter Mom and Pup only had like maybe 2, 3 people in there. Seeing that allowed me to feel safe to go into Pup. And if you guys remember, I've never gone into anybody's channel and talk shit about anybody. Anything that I had to say was in my own channel.
Yeah, that's true.
Except for when I set up the panel for you.
Yes. Yes, because I have a phone. And this is another thing that they do. If I continue to support the channel the way that I have been supporting them from day one by memberships, buying memberships. Oh, who's giving Becky money? I bet you 86 is the one that. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is one of Sandra's comments. Oh yeah, Becky gave 5 memberships, so that's why I went in there and I gave 10. And I'm like, does that hurt me? Girl, please go and show your support. You should have given 20. But this is the type of stuff that I have had to go through right now. My son and my husband just finished watching a movie, and I got an earful. That's why I had to mute.
I know.
He says, "Really, is this what you're still going through?" Yeah, I don't talk to my family about this. But so they can look at me like I'm some kukuluku.
Well, that was all of our fear. I didn't want to speak out because I didn't understand what was going on, and I just wanted to do my thing and not be a part of it.
And you don't know how much I have appreciated your channel because you didn't talk about him. I love going
early on, but I couldn't. I just wanted.
But it wasn't always about him.
Not deal with it.
Hey Kim, the next time you want me to come up here and talk about Charles Manson, all this conspiracy,
I love it. I was loving it.
Maybe I better not do it because, man, look what's happened.
It's not
no, don't you dare, Doug.
Becky, I said this in MLH's chat.
Yeah.
And the last couple of chats I've watched of him, us talking about it weakens him. Us talking about it takes away their power.
Yep.
It's important. What we're doing right now, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's what I think. It was a great show earlier, and that's great. But a lot of lies that people have been doing and talking it out and getting the facts out. I dealt with this in my friend group and my sister. You can't fix it until everybody talks and gets the facts out and gets our story straight. And then you realize the amount of manipulation there has been. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
All right. Because the movement.
Welderman's been timed out.
Huh? It's okay.
Welderman has been timed out.
He might watch it later. Because the movement and why we're here is more important than how we feel. I will go through this emotion and sadness and upset every day to go and make Scientology accountable for its actions. It's not about us. It's not about what we're talking about right now and everybody getting upset, everybody else or the community. Overall, above all of this is, why did we start this in the first place? To go protest Scientology, get the government to see us protesting Scientology, to let people walking by know that Scientology is a piece of crap, and to end their reign of terror.
And I'll tell you something, Welderman. You are timed out, so you could still be watching this. Becky is my friend, and she is welcome to be anywhere that I am anytime on any panel. And if she's not, then I'm not.
I'm not either, and she makes fun of my bass boat, so there.
Your dinghy. Let me answer Wilderman. If Scotty knows that every crime that he commits, he's recording it, why is he still online? If he's gonna continue to commit crimes, maybe he shouldn't be doing it on camera. Then he wouldn't have to be worried about going to jail.
To not get in trouble. You know what he doesn't understand is a subpoena will get all of that video whether he privates it or not.
Yep.
Oh, Google has
I
it.
freaking need a tissue. I'll be right back.
It can be deleted, but Google still has it.
Right.
Yep.
I sat back when everybody was saying that I wanted to throw him in a cage, and I sat back and I was like, what? For recording me? That can be a misdemeanor. I'm going to allow him to throw his own ass in the cage with bigger issues.
And he did that.
People can't throw him in a cage if he doesn't do something that is worthy of being thrown in a cage.
That's like a typical child. They do something wrong and they blame the parents, or they blame the teacher for them getting in trouble.
I wasn't going to make him a martyr. Oh my God, Becky threw me in a cage, therefore I couldn't continue protesting. Nah, fool. I'm going to let you be you.
I'm going to
let you be you.
Problems on DOA as a fraud. I'm going to start putting it all on Fraudy.
And now and again, what? Fraudy is right there. Scooter Mom is right there. Do I wish him any harm? No. My biggest wish for him is to go find a 13-acre plot where he can park his RV, put up his hammock, enjoy the scenery, enjoy the waterfalls, enjoy the rivers, and get the fuck out of LA. That's what I want. I'm not wishing him any harm. I don't want karma coming after me.
You're a better person than me.
Nope. I'm not wishing him any harm. What if I would have said, you know what? I really want him to go to jail for a month. And karma was all like, you're a fool. I was going to throw him in there for a year. Nah, I'm not getting in karma's
exactly
way.
What's coming to him. That's what I want. Whatever is coming to him legally that he's done to himself, that's what I want to happen.
Right.
I want the law to do its justice and for him to go in there for what he's done.
Eric, you're so sweet, Eric. Thank you so much. I'm watching Eric's comment, and Eric, thank you for your support.
It's no problem, Becky. I love you, and you always have been there for everyone, and
thank you.
And you have my support, and we love you for that.
Aw, thank you so much, Eric. And I do feel it from a lot of people here. I'm stubborn as a mule.
Bombs tonight. He's dropping bombs tonight.
He is, Eric. You are.
Yeah, well, wait until you see my live streams. If someone bullies and harasses me and stuff, I hate bullies. So if someone harasses me, I will raise hell to a lot of people. So wait for that.
We're gonna be there. I really want to know when you're gonna do the panel, because I really want to be there to support you for that.
Well, when Kim does the autism awareness next month, we'll talk about my struggles with high functioning autism and other stuff. And And another thing I want to bring up, if you guys haven't seen my live stream with Tori the other night, you guys need to see it. You know, it will tell you a lot about me and my family and a lot of things that I deal with and things I love and hate and all that stuff. And yeah, you guys need to see her live stream.
It was on Tori's channel.
I know, but
when? Oh wow! I was so impressed. You went on panel with the OG.
Yeah. Well. I've been following Tori since April of last year, and you know, he understands what I deal with and all that, and she's always has been supportive, and yeah, so she invited me on her live stream, and yeah, so if you haven't seen it, you need to go see it.
Yeah, I will.
I'm gonna go watch it. I'm probably going to. Wow, I didn't know you had done. I wish I would have been there. I would have been there rooting.
I never go into her lives or anything because I'm intimidated because it's Tori. I get intimidated. It's like,
you know, Tori is one of the smartest. I mean, she is not just a wonderful person, protester. She's been doing this for 25 years.
Yeah.
Or 20 years.
Tell you what just happened.
What just happened, Kim?
I commented and it said, YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. Try changing it a bit. Would you like to know my comment?
What was your comment?
Hammy, many of us can't say online what we really want to happen to that POS.
Oh.
Oh,
and I see Cricket Cinema, my friend. I didn't see you earlier.
Well, that was a pretty bad post there.
How dare you?
I
mean, my God. Is that
really
even equivalent to what the POS has said?
No.
Another, yeah, I don't know. I think it's the YouTube universe that keeps them afloat.
Oh my God, I know.
But I apologize, and I feel so much better. Thank you, guys, and I hope I didn't scare Antics away. Those were not my intentions, but
you scared me away, though.
I didn't mean to scare Antics.
This whole week to 2 weeks has been like this. Just getting it.
I think Becky just knocked herself out.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, Becky scared herself away.
Yeah,
damn, I scared myself away. I scared myself away. I was like, bitch, you scared me.
I've never had that. I just understand how that comment was. I don't know.
Refused.
YouTube is, and I watched the POS and his hateful minions, and that's okay.
Oh my God, I kicked my ass out. I'm sorry. I needed a good cry. I am so sorry. And thank you guys for allowing this to be a safe space.
That's all I want. I could never have I'm just not, I've never been the kind of person that could be mean-hearted on purpose. I could be a bitch. I can yell when I'm mad, but I stay on the subject. But when I'm out and about, even when people are like passive aggressive to me at like the cashier or whatever, I can't do anything purposely mean. I don't understand people who can. I don't.
I have been told I have unprofessional eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, Becky.
You know what, Becky? So do I. Trust me.
There's a politician that has these mugs that says, I can't control what my face does when you're talking. That's where I'm going to
I think many of us, I mean, trust me, I can really drag someone down. I mean, when you've been raised how I've been raised, where I have been raised, oh, trust me, your mama your mama so fat jokes is nothing.
I know.
I can,
Trolls never bother me either. Ask your mom. I think they're fun.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I do I choose not to do it. I think you really can choose whether you want to be mean spirited or not.
I do too. I think it
You
takes
know,
more effort to be mean and frown than it
yeah,
does just to be nice.
yeah, and you know, before when I tell you that I surprise, I have a mouth on me. Um,
No.
Really?
gee, I guess you guys
You
don't
sure?
know that side of me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Me neither. You're so sweet.
I've had to learn to not allow. I'll give you an example. When I was sitting outside painting a cabinet one day here at the house, and you know, you all know I live in South Central, and we get some spicy people around here. And this guy made a horrific comment in a sexual manner, and my knee jerk reaction was gonna take it someplace, and I just, for some reason, I just looked at him and I said, wow, it must be horrible being you. Have a nice day. And I continued to paint the cabinet. But what I was going to say was something far worse. But I don't know what came over me. And I said, wow, you know, it must be horrible being you.
For the Scientology thing, I think I would make this my channel name. It takes so much more effort to be mean than nice. I like that.
Yeah.
I would make that my channel name.
Oh, yeah.
Hey Becky, so I wanted to ask you something. How far are you from Poverty from South Central? How far are you from me?
It's about 30 minutes.
Oh, that's not far.
It's not far.
I'm coming out there eventually.
I have to disagree with that statement, though, because for me, it's equally easy to be mean than nice. Sorry,
Yeah.
Kim, but it is.
True. It's true.
It is so
We've
easy.
seen that. Yeah, you're right.
And
It takes a lot.
honestly,
It takes a lot of effort for me not to want to say "f off."
yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's like I literally have to clench my fist and
Yes.
clamp my jaw shut
Hmm.
so that I don't just respond off the cuff. So, Doug, I know you think I am just wonderful and even keeled all the
You
time.
are.
You.
No, honey.
We're both rays of sunshine
I'm
and
shocked.
butterflies.
I'm shocked. I'm totally shocked.
Doug, I'm looking at your avatar, and I
Yes.
know you painted that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And for those in chat that don't know, look at the type of artwork that Doug does. Now,
Yeah,
I
he
wouldn't take that
does.
fishing. I wouldn't take that fishing because if a fish caught it, I would be swimming underwater trying to grab it back. Ariel is just
I've
gonna.
sent some of my lures to some friends as a gift, and they've told me, some of my friends are like,
Sometimes,
man,
Carrie.
we don't want to fish with those. Those are too much of a work of an art. And they'll hang them
They
up
are.
on and stuff. I'm like, dude, I gave it to you to catch fish. And he goes, no, I don't want to do it. I'd be too bummed out if I lost it.
No, I think they're beautiful, and I already told you I'm gonna be emailing you because I want one. Yeah, I want one of
You're
those. I want to
welcome,
catch a
Kim.
merman with that.
You're welcome,
No.
Kim. I enjoyed being on here. You know, I was a little nervous because whenever you go online and you start talking about the whole Charles Manson thing, because you get a lot of people that are really into it, and they get upset when you're changing the narrative. It's not something that they agree with. And I've seen panels, I've seen people getting big heated arguments. So I was like, oh man, I hope that doesn't happen tonight. You know, because I know that what I'm saying isn't necessarily what a lot of people think.
True.
You know,
That's the
everybody
point of
has their own
conspiracy
opinions
theories.
about
Yeah.
the whole thing.
But I enjoyed it.
Well, I'm glad.
I enjoyed the whole Marilyn Monroe, and some of these theories are so far fetched. Wouldn't it be something if it would be like, damn, that really is what happened? What?
All right.
We did have aliens?
Oh, that's too bad, Lori. It
Oh.
got there for a while.
Aw. Sorry, Lori.
Lori times 3.
Yeah, I call her 3 Loris sometimes.
It's Lori to the 3rd power. That's
There
why
you
when
go.
I write
That's a good
her
one.
name, when I type her name, I put Lori to the 3rd power.
Yeah.
Who did you miss? Cricket
The
Cinema.
early part.
He
Oh
missed the
yeah, I had to
early
catch
part.
up on 2 times speed.
I know, I saw. Doug came with some serious, interesting ideas.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Becky did it again.
We love you, Becky. Oh, my
It
goodness.
happens.
It's what happens when you're laying in bed sick for 6 months, feeling like you're going to
Oh my
puke
God.
every minute of the day, but you're not. And I had to do something to get my mind off of it.
I know. I did that with Scientology. That's why I'm the way I am. I did the same thing you did with Manson. I did that with Scientology.
Yeah. And I don't know why I chose that subject. I really don't remember.
It probably
Other
just
than that
popped
was
in
what
there
I was kind
somewhere.
of gravitated to. And I wish I would have chose something that was beneficial, that I would have been able to use in my life as a skill or something, instead of studying the Charles Manson case,
Though, Doug, like I said before, I'm of an age where those were things that was in our interesting because it was fairly recent for the most part. But after all of these years of hearing the documentaries, you brought some things I've never heard of before.
Yes.
Cool. It could have been really boring and the same old, but okay.
And you know what, Doug?
You're a good storyteller.
Yeah, and Doug, I'm just going to say this as the daughter of a man who used to learn a little bit about a lot of things. You never know when that knowledge is going to come in handy.
That's like
And
me.
tonight is a perfect example. You had a great discussion with Kim, talking about all the things that you learned.
I was nervous about it.
I didn't show. You held it together pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did great.
So I was afraid I was going to mess it up and it was just going to be horrible. And you guys would just be like, oh man, don't have Doug on anymore.
That's the thing I love about this community, though, Doug. You don't have to be perfect. You don't understand.
Just watch the Scooter Report.
Oh, I love the Scooter Report.
There is a lack of perfection on the Scooter Report.
Yeah.
But I think that gives it character.
No, thank you, Becky.
I was scared
Really?
of the camera a year ago. And so I was like, I told Pearl Snappy, I'll just film you and that'll be fine. I thought I would show up, hold a sign for a few days, and that was it. Here we are, more than a year later. And I still don't know what I'm doing on YouTube, but people watch me anyway.
Well, I sure wasn't planning on being on YouTube. And the first time I came on YouTube, yeah.
I think I remember that because I was watching.
That was at the That was at the LAPD headquarters.
Yep.
Scooter, I'm pulling the streets right now because I'm eating an orange and an apple. So
the nerve.
I know. I was getting hungry and my dog's licking me like, come on, Dad, get me some more. He loves oranges and apples. He'll eat them.
Aww.
Oh, see, some of my dogs like apples and stuff, and the other ones like, bleh. They don't want it.
How's Sin doing? Speaking of the Scooter Report, how's Sin? Have you spoken to her?
I texted with her briefly, and recently she emailed Jen and me, and I can say that because we were both in the address line. She's very busy. The last I heard, she was still working 2 jobs.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, so she's doing her best to get, the whole reason she's working 2 jobs is to get the finances straightened because, government.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's one strong woman.
Yes.
She loses her husband, and I understand that for her to go back to the workforce, for her to say, you know what, I got this. I think she's making not just herself proud. I mean, I feel like, wow, Stan, I'm sure she's making her husband very proud.
Yeah.
She is missed. She is missed.
Yeah, absolutely. She's missed.
Any word on Papa Smurf's on his cat? Because his cat had gone to the
No, it's his dog. His dog.
Excuse
He
me.
was
Yeah.
here earlier.
He was here earlier, and somebody asked him, but I did not see his reply because the chat was moving very quickly at the time.
I'm not used to that.
I think the conspiracy theory, I think they should be like a series, on Saturday night. Conspiracy theories with Doug.
No, I'm conspiracy theoried out.
I've got more. I've got more.
Oh,
I find people
Yeah,
that have more.
I could dig into the.
How about the
really
hollow
detailed
moon?
comparison.
the hollow moon.
The
I don't
hollow
know about
moon.
that one.
Oh yeah.
I saw a red moon yesterday.
Huh?
Yeah, that was the eclipse.
They tested the moon and proved it was hollow.
Oh,
Oregon's not going to be.
is it made out of cheese too?
I don't know about that. What?
But I'll tell you what Oregon is going to do. Oregon, we have on our ballots, we've been voting on this, that part of Oregon is going to break off and join Idaho. They're going to call it the
I've
Greater
heard about
Idaho.
that.
Yeah, because we're sick.
wanna
We're
move
sick
to
of how the
Idaho.
voting's going. Yeah, we're tired of it.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. Because
Right now, our governor passed is passing that the state of Oregon will be a sanctuary state for sex offenders. I got a big problem with that.
About that.
I think, yeah.
That means every sex offender in the United States is going to be going, well, gee, yeah, go to Oregon, man.
But wait, there's already a state, Oklahoma.
They do that?
What?
Oklahoma, you don't need that. You're not required to register.
What? I did not know that.
Oh yeah.
Look it up. Oklahoma. I did not. What?
Yeah.
Yep.
I got a problem with that, and then plus we just passed a really harsh gun bill that that affects me greatly. So
this
I don't know. I might be moving.
My life. I'll tell you about that later. But
all these gun laws, they're actually for the people that follow the law. You think criminals are gonna be like, I need a permit?
New Mexico, I did hear New Mexico doesn't make you register, so a lot move there, which I was surprised about. So your
gun. Let's get it clarify it. The gun, right?
What?
What doesn't make? Why don't they allow you to register for what?
Being a sex offender.
Oh shit! I ain't moving there. I thought you meant the gun.
That's what we're talking about.
I don't want to live there.
I know.
I don't want to live where.
Here's a story. So in my neighborhood, where I live, there's a little slope up, and my daughter in elementary, middle school had a friend at the top of the hill. So I'm paranoid. Why? My husband lived in a one traffic light town in the middle of nowhere and was assaulted when he was 6. Criminals travel. That's my motto. Criminals travel. So he would come out and watch her at the top, and I'd watch her. Years later, my last job was working at a police station on the military base, and there was a site where you could look at and map the sex offenders, right? I found out in between her house and mine was a sex offender the whole time, and I didn't know it. And I found 3. You're supposed to be so many 1,000 feet away from a school. I found 3 right around, and the elementary school within that radius, and you could see the age of their victim.
Yeah.
And all of them, their age of their victims were less than 11.
Yeah, we had something like
What the
that up in
heck?
Oregon.
I just don't
I
understand.
did that online for my area when I was living up in the Portland area, and I had 20 sex offenders registered or third level registered sex offenders.
Oh my God.
I had 20 of them living within a 5-mile radius of me. I didn't let my son walk to the bus stop to go to school. I walked him to the bus stop, and I was there for him to get off I didn't let that kid out of my sight. I was freaked out.
Right?
I was freaked out. I'm like, 20 of them? I'm like,
So,
whoa.
when we moved here, we had rented near the elementary school. And when we moved here, I wish I'd have moved to the country. When we moved here, wanting to stay in the same neighborhood, I found out what was between the school and us. And there was a day that my truck wouldn't, I don't know what I had then, a vehicle wouldn't start. I called a cab for them to go to school. They were not walking through this neighborhood.
Yeah.
From this, I know. There she is. Hey, my friend. She can tell you about the Oklahoma thing. She's saying it on there. She's explaining it.
I don't know if I want to do that. The Hollow Earth, that might be interesting. Oh, Megan's Law website. Okay. I didn't really remember where that was.
I mean, it's sad that we have to live in a world like that, and I don't understand. I know this was back in the 90s. There was a girl in the town that I was living in up in the Portland area. It was Aloha, Oregon, and there was a 16-year-old girl. She was on the Aloha High School softball team, and she came up missing. And the family, the police were, everything, the police are involved in everything. Then the police said, well, she just ran away. And the family's like, no, that's not her. She wouldn't do that. Something's up. And so because the police weren't doing anything, the county sheriffs weren't doing anything. So you know what they did? They hired Dog the Bounty Hunter to come. So Dog the Bounty Hunter shows up. And when he gets off in the Portland airport, he gets off the plane. Of course, the media is all there and they're talking to him. And he said that before he showed up to Portland, he did a study that the Oregon area had a high rate of sex crimes.
Where?
In the Portland metropolitan area in Oregon, that we had a high rate of sex crimes. And so anyway, so he's off doing his investigations and stuff. Well, the local police department, they're upset that this guy's coming in and doing their work, making them look bad. So they went after him and said, yeah, you got to leave. You can't be doing this because you don't have a license here. Yeah, you got to go. And so he had to leave. But before he left, he told the media, he said that with his checking everything out, he said he felt that the reason why the Portland metropolitan area had such a high sex crime rate was because of the amount of adult bookstores and strip bars that just promotes that. And he said that he felt that wherever the softball coach, because the softball coach, he was gone. He was nowhere in sight. And he said, wherever that coach is, you're probably going to find the girl. Well, about like 4, 5, 6 months later, we find out in the news that there was an automobile accident back in, I think it was North or South Carolina, somewhere back in there. And it wound up that coach had gotten an accident, and there's the girl.
Wow.
There's the girl. And so they extradited the guy back to Oregon. The girl was reunited with her family. And yeah, he kidnapped her, dyed her. She had her hair dyed and everything. And,
From this, I know wants to come on, if that's okay.
I forgot I scroll down when we have so many people.
No, I didn't know if I needed to hop off or something.
No, you're fine. I can have up to 10 people.
Cool.
I don't know if I'm going
to... Look at Scooter Mom.
Oh, there's From This I Know. Hello.
Yes.
Am I don't know if I'm in echo?
No, you're
No.
fine.
Nope.
No, you're
Okay.
fine.
Yay. Yeah, I wanted to first of all say hello to everybody. I've been laying in bed and I wanted to pop up on there. I was scrolling through the whole chat whenever Becky was upset and I couldn't find the link and I was like, oh, it's probably a good thing. I love you,
I'm
Becky.
sorry.
Love you so
I
much.
love you, my friend. I'm sorry you've never
I'm
had to see
honey.
that.
Let
You
me
had
say
to
this.
witness
No,
it.
The
girl,
reason
we've
I
walked
love
through
having
this.
a channel, let me say this. The reason I love having a channel is I'm like all of you in other channels. I'm like, oh my God, I want to chat right now. Oh my God. Just like that. Go
We've
ahead.
been through the trenches together. And
Yeah.
I really popped on to talk to you about one thing really quick, but
Okay.
I am just for everybody that's not familiar with who I am, which is probably everybody in here. I was actually a very close friend of Scott's for about a year and a half.
Oh no, I
And
remember you now. I just
I
found you recently.
I want to say, and I've said this to Becky before, and this isn't going to be popular with some people or anything else, but the community that we came from before um, was a different kind of community. And there were really mean, ugly people. There was a lot. And the
What
side,
community can you be more elaborate on
well,
this? Which community with him?
yeah, the convoy that went across America.
Okay. Okay.
I did not
I don't know much
participate.
about that.
Well, I didn't participate in it. I watched it. It's actually kind of funny. I watched it on Facebook through one
Okay.
person that was covering it. But at the end, there was this whole money grab. It
Uh-huh.
ended. And what's funny is I was still working at the time and had just gotten home and was watching, and the whole thing was falling apart before our eyes
The
live.
convoy?
Yes, live. And
Like
people were
now?
fighting. No, they
Kind
were
of like now?
literally fighting in each other's faces, screaming. The police showed up like it was a whole thing in a parking lot. And like it was something I'd never seen before.
Me
It's like
neither.
that whole shock and awe. And then it split up and the hanger-ons, the people who were living in parking lots along with the convoy but kind of had nowhere to go because they didn't have homes or they'd lost their jobs. You guys, there were people who cashed in their 401ks to donate to this convoy and to try to keep it going. And
Oh my God.
like, yeah, it was a lot. But the hanger-ons to that convoy formed their own little group called 1776, and I'm definitely not going to get into that. But it was somewhat of a sketchy group. Now, there were good people there. Don't get me wrong, but there was a pedophile in a parking lot
I've
with
seen that.
children.
I've
Yes,
been
there was.
following that with
Yeah.
yeah, I've been following that offline and not saying anything about Scott being involved with this group.
Well, he showed up to protest. I'm going to be real honest. He showed up to protest the pedophile. And there was a handful of other
Okay.
people. They all called and they all showed up to protest that. The pedophile did leave the parking lot. So the remainder of the time that they were there, he was gone. He had gotten kicked out of the convoy as soon as they realized he was a pedophile.
Okay.
There was a couple of them and
Okay.
they were instantly addressed and kicked out. But whenever 1776 formed, he was able to rejoin, and his best friend slash quote unquote brother was one of the leaders of that second group that came in. Now, when all that happened, I hadn't ever been on YouTube. I mean, other than you know looking up how to do things or whatever, I didn't like have a YouTube account. And so I switched over to YouTube and decided I didn't want, because that group was so sketchy, I didn't want my personal
All that.
life attached to anything I was doing online. So I did the YouTube thing and thought, I'm just back here in the background. But people like Vaughn and Riddle had been friends with Scott for over a
Oh, I've
decade,
seen
like
Riddle. I've
real
seen Riddle.
life, but they were friends for over 10 years. Real life
Ooh.
friends before all of this ever started. So Scott and Riddle were friends. Um, and then over time,
Later.
you get to know people, get in contact with people or whatever, but we were friends. And I I feel like I tried to make this point with Becky in the very
Yeah.
beginning because I saw I saw a broken heart standing on a street in LA, and I just wanted to swoop her up. My heart was breaking for her because I had been going through, my name was screamed on every corner every time his camera was on for months on end, and I'd watched it happen to other people too. I'm sorry you guys, I'm losing my voice.
Okay. We can
We've
hear
had wildfires out here all day, so the air is just terrible.
Oh
Oh,
my God.
where are you from?
Um I'm in Oklahoma, in Norman.
That's where
you. North of me.
Susie all she's from there. She has fires all around her.
Yeah,
There's fires in Oklahoma
she's
right
about
now?
an hour and a half from me, but
Yeah.
we had, what's strange is just in my city where I'm at, is where OU's at. They had a bunch of evacuations today. I don't remember ever having that happen before.
Wow.
Yeah, sadly, some neighborhoods burned today, but
No.
yeah, it's really dry, really, really dry. But
Mhm.
anyway, um, I just I saw a lady in LA breaking down, and my first instinct was, and we all watched him. He had 30 people watching him drive across the country to LA, and we all thought, oh, this isn't going to go good, you know?
Oh, wait.
But once he started with the bad actor thing, like it petrified me because I was like, no, wait a second. These are good people. You,
Mhm.
what they're doing, the protest, everything. Like, how do you find good and bad? That's not what this is. I couldn't, I couldn't
Exactly.
believe what I was seeing. Um, and so Becky and I have not had a trash fest. We've become very good friends.
Yes.
She's threatened to come hunt me down a time or two, but
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
To cook for
I
you.
did. I
Nope.
did.
I'm just kidding. Um, but we've, walked through this trying to explain to her and stuff like that. I, I've I struggled even after what started going down in LA because, I heard Laura say he has a good heart.
Mm.
And I thought the same thing too. But I've since realized he becomes what he thinks you want him to become.
Right.
He fits
I
in.
see. Right.
Yeah, he fits into whatever it is he's doing, his beliefs, the things. I
I've
don't think he
seen him
has
change.
beliefs.
I've seen him change so many times. It's sickening.
Yeah. And oddly enough, the Holocaust denier thing, like, just
Oh
gave
my
me
God.
so much
That.
peace. It was insane
Oh my goodness.
because it is insane.
It is.
And I ended our friendship over a conversation. I had taken him to DC in August of, gosh, it's 2023 now. So we spent 8 days, 7 nights together. He's been in my home twice. Um, we'd had this same conversation, and I kept kind of, there's another conversation we had in my car too where we agreed on it, but yet he was
You sat with
irritating.
you. You knew him like face to
Like,
face.
yeah, yeah,
Well, some of us have never done that.
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
um,
sorry.
and that, I mean, I struggle with it because I like, inherently I find the best I can in people. Um, but I finally got to the point with this one conversation. I don't want to get into it. It can be very controversial. It's a very personal, real life issue to me.
It's fine.
Um, but because of my proximity to him, just like what I've been listening to here tonight, it's the this side, that side, in my chat, out of my chat, don't talk to this person, don't do this. Well, the closest person to him in proximity, basically people look at you like you support what they're saying, doing, and believing. And I didn't want to be in that position anymore. Had he just been somebody I knew, down the street, okay, I would not have ended my friendship, but I ended up having to based on principle alone because of what this YouTube thing. It's a world in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Um, But anyway, suffice it to say, y'all have been watching everything that's going on. What I did hop up here for, though, is, and it probably surprises Becky that I'm even going to speak on this. I've really been considering
Mm-mm.
doing a live stream about this,
Ay,
and I know
Wouldn't be a bad
I
thing.
love you.
I love you too, but there is a pedophile that was in the convoy that got sent
Ah,
home, and
I might have seen
he,
a video on that.
well, yeah, probably. Um, I was I got contacted, or
hmm.
no, I didn't get contacted. I saw on Twitter that this person had started a church in the state of Oklahoma.
Yep,
And
I saw that.
you know um how the internet works. People tell you things and you're like, yeah, right, there's no way. And I am involved in politics and things like that in my state. And I just thought there's no way. There's no
Yeah.
way that a pedophile just got uh, the ability um to start a church. And so I looked into it
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
got deep, 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 deep. And he's got new charges that he's currently going to court for. He's lost his child, a 4-year-old, nonverbal, Down syndrome, beautiful baby boy, because he had him around a level 3 violent sex offender that was not, or pedophile, I'm going to be very specific, that was not registered and was living in his home with him.
Oh.
And everybody said, you pull up the state of Texas, he's on the state of Texas website, he's a lifetime registered requirement. And he checks into the state of Texas once a year, and it says that he lives in Oklahoma. And then I find he's on the lifetime registry in Mississippi, and he's on the lifetime registry in Illinois, which is where the original offense happened. So I start digging. I contact a couple of legislative friends, and I'm like, "What's the deal?" Well, he was 17 when he was charged, and they said because he was a child offender. Well, that's debatable because there are, as long as they're within years of the age, which I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth, but like say he's 17 and they're 15. In Oklahoma, you don't have to have a lifetime registry. And I found a real problem with that. Found more documents. One of his victims was 8. They were both his sisters. He has put his own documents out there. And
Oh,
Is he proud of
so
them?
listen, he's not right. He's not
Mm.
right. So once I did a lot of digging, and I've got every document in the world. Um, and I have been working with some legislators right now. They're all kind of focused on something different, and I'm about to start making noise.
mm.
I Last October, I drove to his church and had a face-to-face
Ah,
conversation with them, and I recorded it because I wanted to hear the words out of his mouth. Because one of the legislators, we all do have to understand that they have to exist in the world around us. We do have to understand that.
Yeah.
And
mhm.
um, one of his comments were, "Is the church for people like him and no children there?" Like, we've got to be
You don't
real
want to hear my
specific.
opinion on that.
Well, I have opinions, trust me,
Hear
Was
what
he
but
I
I
like?
have
Is
to
he
be.
just a church member, or is he holding a position in the church?
The state of Oklahoma gave him the ability to open up a 501c3
Oh
and
my
a
god.
registered legal church in the state of Oklahoma.
Oh
So
my.
he's
It's
running.
his church.
It's his church
Oh, man.
for reformed outlaws. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And y'all, his record is a train wreck. Even
Mm-hmm.
since
What's his
his
And
name?
what
whole
I mean,
life,
what does he
I've
preach? I mean, is
watched
this
some of this.
biblical stuff or what?
violent ROs, domestic violence, and right now what he's going through in court. Well, he's got an RO. His neighbor's got an RO on him, but He's going through court right now for allowing that. I read the other pedophile's record and what he'd done, and it's so horrific. I had nightmares and what's on his record. And he was living in the home with this guy and his 4-year-old nonverbal Down syndrome child living in the home. 2 pedophiles. Technically, if this
Yeah.
man, Brian, if he lived in any other state, he would be on a registry. So of course, as an Oklahoman, I'm like, hang on a second. That gives a loophole. How many other pedophiles live in the state of Oklahoma because they found a loophole where they don't have to register, where Illinois, Texas, and Mississippi all say he has a lifetime registry there. His original sentence was a lifetime registry. I have it on video. I had a face-to-face conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
It's,
God.
but he wants to delete me. He just can't figure out who I am. But
My friend, and
um,
that's why I didn't want you up here.
well, and I've been a little wickety whack with the whole thing because I do live in Oklahoma, and um, I'm hours away from him, but um, I refuse to not make noise about it. And Lori, who is another protester that was involved with Scott, that lives in Texas, that went to the Austin opening,
Laura, you're in Texas? I probably
she's
forgot.
she's been here for every single one of his court dates. She has protested him. She put up posters to let the town know that he opened the church and everything else. Yes, that's it. Lori Arnold. Yes, that's
Okay.
I
Okay.
can't see the chat. I'm just seeing
I'm
what you're
trying to
putting on
bring up
screen.
comments.
Yeah, yeah. She has been after him. He went down to the border in Texas. They had another little border convoy. I don't remember what it was called or what it was necessarily for. It had to
Does
do
that have
with the
anything to
border.
do with the orphanage ranch thing on the border?
Yes, he showed
Oh,
up
I've
there.
seen that.
He
I've
showed up
seen
there,
that.
and Lori Arnold went and sat her butt down on the pavement next to his car and said, "No, you're not. If you're going to be here, I've got my eyes on you the whole time you're here." She made him miserable. He turned around and drove back to Oklahoma.
Good
So,
for her.
listen,
These
Lori
are
is
real
like,
people that are actually working
yes. And
to
Lori is a
help the
bulldog.
children.
Lori was at
Mm-hmm.
the opening of the Austin, Oregon. I don't have contact with Lori, but I know how passionate she is. She also grew up in a complicated religious environment. I don't want to speak words for her or anybody else, but she feels very strongly about children in cults and religious organizations and everything else. And she showed up there to protest at the Austin opening. And unfortunately, Scott had gotten word out to the others down there, and they just, man, they railroaded her something fierce while she was there. But
Yep.
there's another pastor in Texas. She's at his church every Sunday live streaming. Like, she is a bulldog whenever it comes to these kids. And so she's done a lot of work with this. I am separate. I had a hard time getting a hold of people trying to figure out what was going on. I saw that El Sarmiento put in there that there were 3 pedophiles. There's one that's somewhat debatable. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm not going to get into that topic, but I had this Brian guy confused with that one. And I thought he lived in Oregon. I never knew that he lived in Oklahoma. And so as soon as I was told that he was opening a church, and it was I think September of last year, he had a bouncy house in front of that stupid church. Like that, y'all, that sent me through the roof.
Mm,
So
It
I
did.
am working to get the law changed, and it's going to
Mm-hmm.
change. Period.
good.
The end. Because right now everything he's doing is legal, but we got to fix that. So
And
Yeah.
what's the guy's name?
his name is Brian Dunker.
I'm
He has.
reading something he's shared here about abused children that he wrote and has his name signed to.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, listen, he's got a YouTube channel. He's got a Facebook page.
Yeah.
Yep.
Y'all, he put
Who's
all.
this lady that wears a pink pink sweater and a dress that's standing outside of a white car?
That would be me.
Okay, I'm seeing that right now.
Yep.
Oish.
He
I was
wants.
muted, but I've seen that connection to what you're talking
Mhm.
about. I've watched those.
Ah,
He wants to know. He wants to know who I am, and that's fine. I'm not gonna be scared of somebody like him. And I mean, I just told him I've got the video. I keep it private, but I mean, I just told him as I was leaving, I will make sure this law changes. And I mean, it was a very civil conversation. Didn't go
Good.
out there to yell at him and do all that. That wasn't. I wanted to hear why he thinks it's
true.
okay to have children around pedophiles. I wanted to hear those words. So he goes to court again in a couple of weeks. He's been going through this court thing for over a year and hadn't even made a plea yet. It's insane how much he's manipulating the court system. But
Oh,
yeah,
is this right?
yeah,
The
Shelley. We
DOA?
drove through his town twice, Shelley. Twice. We drove through his town. He never said a word to me about this guy.
Yeah,
He
I
had
was
Yep.
gonna
no
say,
idea.
is this right? The DOA knew all about this and said nothing?
Yes, yes.
I
We drove through
saw
his town.
I saw the videos that attached all these people to each other through the convoy to a orphanage that was trafficking children and Scotty was in this group all along, and then he started yelling pedo 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 after that a bunch. Just saying, I've watched it, but
Now,
I
the
don't
kids'
know enough.
ranch wasn't necessarily an orphanage. I think the kids' ranch was a place for kids. I don't. I'm not. I don't
No,
know.
go ahead. I might be saying it wrong.
No, it's a place that maybe kids who don't maybe in the system can go and have a break. I don't 100% know what the kids' ranch was. It's not an orphanage itself, if that makes
What
sense.
I
But
understood
that
it to be is it was on the border for the kids coming across the border. This is what I think
that
I
may be it.
understood.
You may be right. Yeah,
And it
like
was
a
like a
safe place for
resting.
them.
It was
Yeah,
like a place for them to go, and then nobody knows where they went after that.
right. Probably. You're probably right.
Yeah, it has been twisted. It's confusing. It is
Yeah,
confusing.
it is. But that's where
But
the convoy people stayed on that land at that
I saw that
ranch.
too.
Yeah. That's the only reason I knew about it. But yeah, he showed up there and if you look on the state registries themselves, not just a sex offender website, because sometimes they actually do get those wrong. I've learned, but on the official sex registry for Texas and Mississippi, he is still listed on there. And then the one in Illinois, he's not, but he hasn't lived there since he got out of jail for all that. He's lived in Louisiana and Texas and Mississippi. Um, but I have a problem with him being able to live in another state where he has to register for a lifetime and then come here, he doesn't have to register at all and can open a church. Like that's terrifying to me. The law has to change. So
Yeah.
I've done a lot of work here and have quite a few lawmakers on our side and a couple of other groups and stuff. And what's interesting throughout all of this, Becky can tell you, one of my first
Yep.
questions was how to get a hold of Poe. I sent everything to Poe. He sent it to his group too to try. At the time, I was trying to figure out like how is this happening? How is this legal? What am I missing?
Hmm.
I've since got that. And Brian's put his own legal documents out there, you guys. It's wild. It's wild. So it's not that Oklahoma doesn't make you register. It's that they're not making him. And now I'm terrified of how many other people aren't required to register
Thank you
because
for
of this.
correcting that.
Well, anyway,
I know.
I didn't
That's
want to take up y'all's whole panel.
no.
Are you
That's
kidding, my
okay.
friend?
We were on here 5 hours before you.
and it's 3:30 in the
What,
morning.
I know.
what can we do to help?
I
Thank you, Doug.
I really appreciate you asking that.
Hmm.
You guys, it's really been on my heart a lot lately because Becky can tell you,
Hmm.
he
Yeah.
Scott's still doxing the hell out of me from here to high heaven, and nobody cares who I am. I can promise you, I haven't hurt anybody or done anything, but that's one thing that keeps bugging me.
Hmm.
And finally, I'm like, I've got to quit hiding. Um,
We all come to that conclusion, hun. For a year, I've said nothing. I just wanted to do my thing and protest Scientology and stay out of all
Well,
the drama,
but
and
my
it
thing is
didn't work.
Dunker, though. My thing is Dunker. He's at a spot right now where he has nothing left to lose. He has closed his
Yeah.
church.
Okay.
He's lost his son. He's going through court. Could very well go to prison.
Hmm.
Um, he has nothing left to lose, and he's making videos and making his own raps. If y'all go look him up, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
He does these lives, and he walks through woods, and he talks about deleting people, and
Who?
it's wild. Deleting
This
people.
guy,
Who?
Brian Dunker.
Brian Dunker, like
Yeah.
he's
He's
at
got a
that.
I don't
YouTube
know much
channel.
about him, but I just know his name in connection to it
He's
all.
the pedophile in Oklahoma that just
That's
opened the
what I.
church. Yeah,
Okay, that's what I got from that.
but
Okay.
he's at this spot where he has nothing left to lose, and he wants to know who I am. Well,
Uh,
Yeah.
Scott would be happy
Well,
to tell him, I'm sure.
have you talked to the police? I mean, like
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
restraining order or something like that?
No, and it's really hard to get restraining orders, and he hasn't
Okay.
done anything. Like, he
mhm.
could stand in my front yard and tell me he was going to kill me, and I can't get a restraining order.
Oh my
Um,
God.
it's
He- he-
really, really tough to get that. But the thing is, you guys, it, it's because I drove to his church one day and got out of my car and stood face to face with him.
Yeah.
And whenever I left, I told him, I'm going after the law. I didn't say I was going after him because I'm not. He's
Mhm.
totally legal here in the state. That needs to change. Um, and I'm here for that. And so it's not Scott or anybody else. Honestly, internet people can kick rocks. Like, not everybody's gonna like me. That's fine. I don't care. Um,
That's just life.
but the Dunker thing, you know,
Hmm.
one of my
It's a
dear
little different.
friends, one of my dear friends, her husband is our sheriff, and of course, the fourth generation of our family, my children graduated from the high school here. Like, I know everybody here, so I'm not necessarily worried. It just I don't want to have to go through that, but I guess I will. Um,
Jesus, my friend.
Because I do
Ah,
think there is coming a time where if we can get help in making noise with the legislators to get their attention, we may be having to do that. Oklahoma's got a lot of political things going on right now, and everybody's sidetracked with their own personal agendas, and it's a little frustrating. Because I really think this needs to be in the forefront right now.
yeah.
Mm. It involves, in a way, what we're already doing. We're trying to save the
yeah.
children and the
Yeah,
Hmm.
people in Scientology who are being trafficked and abused.
right.
So it's very similar to what you're talking about, and I'm all in if we can do something about this.
Also on Riddle's channel, she's
Hmm.
done a bunch of videos. I don't know how
I've seen a
searchable it
Yeah.
lot of them.
is.
I've seen
There's
not a
quite
lot,
a
a few.
few. Let me tell you, whenever I saw this on Twitter or X, I kind of was like, there's no way. Who can I talk to that has all this information? No,
Mhm.
the local police. Lori has already contacted the police there. She's talked to them. He's not doing anything illegal. That's the thing. Calling the police
Hmm.
isn't going to do any good.
Right.
He is within the law in the state of
That's the
Oklahoma.
problem with all
It
this.
is a big
Yep.
problem. Yeah. But he's absolutely within the law, and he is tied up in court. The police have kind of stayed on this guy. Lori went and warned all. It's a little one horse town. She went and let the whole town know. Um, she's put up posters. She's been there for court dates. Drove from Texas to Oklahoma to go to his court dates. He's in far eastern Oklahoma, like real close to the Arkansas border. Um,
She's all in.
yeah, she is all in. And but whenever I saw this on X, I couldn't get a hold of anybody, and it was complicated. But one of the first people that did answer me back, of all people, that Scott talks bad about, is Anarchy Princess that used to live in DC. She contacted me back and was telling me where to look and who to talk to, and then Riddle. The first time I ever talked to Riddle was about this, and that was the end of last year. So it's a big team working on these things, and everybody has their own special part. But it really has been on my heart lately that I need to sit down and put all of this put my face on there and put everything I have in one video to get the word out, along with numbers and information. His last legislator for his area had just checked out, just kind of quit going to work. So until recently, they've got a new one in. So we can start working on that, and just I've gotta get the guts to do it. But
Well,
here I am.
I can
Apparently
say
I'm
this
getting it.
about you. You showing up there, standing outside of your car like the
Mhm.
pictures I seen right there, showing me, woman, you got some guts.
Mhm.
Yes, she
And
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
you need some help. You know, let us know what we can do to help.
Exactly.
I was cracking my knuckles.
Yeah. You've had to listen
Yeah,
to it.
I was cracking my.
This is
I
what
was
it
all like,
takes: is somebody putting their neck out and trying to get people
mm-hmm,
involved
mm-hmm.
and to make a difference.
Okay, so do
And do
we
you
write
have your own YouTube?
letters?
Yeah, do you have your own YouTube channel? I mean, can you
I
like
do.
on your post
I do, and I haven't
Mm.
put any of this
list
out
what we
there.
can do? Because if you tell me, I'm not gonna. I'm so tired. I'm so worn
Right.
out. But if
This is an exclusive. I want you guys to know. I
And
did not
this
know
is
she
the
was
first
gonna
time I'm
go there,
speaking publicly. Nobody knows.
yeah,
Like, some
and
no,
people
I'm
know
nervous.
that somebody went and talked to him, but they didn't know it was me.
because this is creepy. Some guy being in a church. People are going to go to a church thinking, "Wow, you know, your
Mm-hmm.
He
guards are
did
No.
down."
close it. It is closed right now.
Oh,
It
good. Good.
Okay,
Good. That's
October,
awesome.
whenever I went, he never had another service.
Well,
well, good.
you
Yeah.
know, we have a big community. If you can, give us some information, if you want us to bombard some letters, emails, there's not a lot we can do from all over the country,
Right.
but we can put the word out too. If you
Okay.
want to do
If
an interview to get this out there, we can do that too.
okay, let me
Mm.
put my head together with all of
Okay.
this, and
Think about
I
it,
will.
please. Don't jump to it.
This is my email, and if you email me, I'll give you my phone number.
Yeah, and if you're feeling any threats or anything, I mean, you do what you feel.
Right.
You know, talk to Becky too. Obviously, she's concerned about you. You know, we don't want to see you getting in any trouble. You know,
Right.
you know what I'm talking about. But
That's what kept a lot of us silent for a long time. Is
I know, but
a bit of
this
fear.
could be dangerous. Kind of.
This is a different. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
on
it's
on
different.
another level.
We'll do
Yeah.
whatever you want to protect you.
But
and get it out.
yeah. If
I
there's
think that's what it's gonna take, though, you guys.
I know.
What?
It's just like the day that I drove out there. I had such
I know.
are you
peace
married?
about
Do you have a
me.
husband?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say talk to
But
him.
she got lots of firepower.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was gonna
no,
say I
no,
live in
yeah,
Oklahoma. Like,
yeah,
She
yeah,
got lots of firepower.
Okmulgee.
yeah.
yeah. I don't think I'd want to come up to your house. I mean,
You know where Okmulgee is? Okmulgee. Saying that right? I have a friend that lives there. I've been up there to visit.
You know, Southern women, they're nobody to mess with. I know that. I got
Mhm.
cousins.
Really?
I know
There's
how
my
they are.
email.
There are some of us in the north that you don't want to be messing with either. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
Mhm.
I'm the only man here, and I'm not gonna.
No, Eric's
overstep.
still here too, Doug.
Oh, okay, yes. Sorry, Eric. He's so quiet. I forgot he's there. Eric says Eric speaks with little word, but his little words is thunder. So.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, he uses
Yeah.
a few words, but he knows how to use them.
Shelly,
Um,
I just saw Shelly's chat thing, and Unfortunately, I've gone through all of his lives, even the 8-hour ones whenever he was in the convoy and stuff like that. And the thing is,
Mm,
he admits what he did, but he blames it on his dad. He blames it on other
mm,
things, but he's also put out, he, according to the state of Oklahoma, there's only one victim, and it was within a couple of years of his own age, which is why he doesn't have to register.
Well,
But
that's what.
he put out legal paperwork on both of his sisters with their ages, and one of them disqualifies him from the law. And I have a problem with that one. But he put it out, and I have it all now. Um, so those lives and the videos and the things. Wait till y'all hear his raps. Oh my gosh, his
Really?
YouTube page is Reformed
mm,
Outlaw. It used to be er, Outlaw Reform Ministries, but he's changed his
mhm.
YouTube channel just to Outlaw Reform. Um, but he is in delusional land. He's
Yeah.
um he sees literally he is persecuted. Let me tell you, he is persecuted. So, I mean, I think that the right thing to do, and it really has been on my heart a lot. It's so funny that this came up tonight and made me get out of bed. But
Ah, Jesus, I had to open up my mouth.
Everything
no,
happens for a reason.
it
That's
happens
my
for a reason
motto.
because it really has been on my heart because
I know.
it this is something that's real. We do have people behind us.
Yeah.
There's no reason this can't be done, none
Yeah.
whatsoever. And I
Yeah.
do have a lot of connections, and I need to start just really ringing those bells and putting myself out there and get over this fear and just do it because
It
I,
takes one person to make a difference.
hmm it absolutely does. And we've got a lot of, there's nobody, like once I start handing over documents, they're looking at me going, how is this real?
I
And I'm like,
know.
Yeah.
that's what I've been asking.
It's just like
What do we fix?
Scientology, the same thing. How can this
Be
go
real.
unnoticed? It's the same, it's similar in so many ways.
It
How can
absolutely
this,
is.
it is.
And from this, I know she knows my ceviche recipe.
She gave it to me. Well, first of all, the first time she made a recipe, I was on the phone
Yep,
with her.
Susan.
Thank you very much.
We still are.
That was the day of the boobathon that
It
I was trying to
was.
come up with the recipe.
It was. But then I had to call her and get it again for Thanksgiving. And then I didn't get to eat
Yep.
any of it. It was gone. I followed the second convoy, stay in his car, but wasn't allowed. Yeah, because Lori wouldn't allow him near the second convoy. Fraudy. Lori is a badass. She sat
Yeah.
outside that man's car. She did. She even called like the state troopers or somebody showed up and she was like, it shows on the Texas registry because he was sitting in a parking lot of a park.
Hmm.
And it shows in Texas that he has a lifetime registry in Texas, but he lives in Oklahoma, and so the police couldn't do anything about it. He has figured out how to wiggle around all this whole law, and it's terrifying to
Don't they
me how many
always?
other people have.
Ugh.
So it's time
Eric,
to
did
rattle
you
those
want to say
cages.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Eric?
yeah, yeah. So I was hearing about the Down syndrome boy, and I
Yes.
feel so bad. What I want to say is it's nice to meet you. I know what you've been through, and I have high functioning autism, so I can relate to what you're dealing with, and being from Culver City, California, where I'm at right now, you know, it takes a village to bring everything to the table and what's happening with people, and I feel very very bad about the Down syndrome boy, and it's sad what people deal with kids and stuff. And I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I feel I'm sending all your prayers to you and all of
Oh,
your friends and stuff, and just know that we love you.
Well, that's very sweet. My
I,
one of my sons also has high functioning autism, Eric. So it's nice to meet you.
Hmm. That's all.
mm-hmm. So these, from this I know, from Eric, from Doug, from everyone on this panel, these are the people that we gather because we really care for what we're pushing for. It's not just save the kids and it's just a slogan. Many of us have gone down deep and dirty to actually do something about it. And so from this, I know is a perfect example.
Well, that's what we
Yeah.
all are doing in our corners of the world. And that's another thing I was
Yeah.
thinking of while everybody was talking earlier, and then I'll leave y'all alone. Um,
No.
what's been beautiful, because one of the most recent things he said about me was, Heather, just go away. And I'm like, hold on a second. I really like some of these people.
Yeah.
You want me to get off the internet because you said so? Nah.
Mm-hmm.
But every
Mm-hmm.
single person that I've been in contact with or even chatted with a little bit, and I haven't, the LA part of it, I have not been in contact with people other than Becky and one other person. And
Mm-hmm.
but just chatting with people and then watching their channels and stuff like that, everybody wants the ability to do something in the corner of the world that they're in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And really, really think that is what has got to have the light shining on it instead of the gross and the negative and the yuck and those people over there, because
Yeah.
they're always going to be that. And the truth of the
Mm-hmm.
matter is, everybody talks about, oh, his chat and these people, they're being snowed or whatever. It's real possible that they're just like him, you guys. And
Yeah.
so
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
so much of a tiny part of everything else.
it is
That's
Yeah.
not as important as the other stuff we're trying to do. We
absolutely.
can
And
ignore.
the reality is, he's not going to change. He's
No.
going to
Yeah.
keep
No.
being and doing what he is
So why spend our time
forever.
on him?
And yeah, like, it just, I
Hmm.
don't know. I don't know how, because I'm sitting here, however long after, it's been a year and a half
Me
since
too.
I ended our friendship, and yet I'm still talking about Scott. So
Yeah.
But if we,
It's exhausting.
we figure out
yeah.
a way to
But look, it
stop.
brought us to this though. If we weren't
Yeah,
talking about it, we wouldn't have met you and known about all. Or I've gotten it from other sources, but all of this other stuff, we don't have to just stop at the Scientology stuff.
I
Let's end
agree.
kind of child abuse or child trafficking. It doesn't
No,
yeah.
have to
I
end there.
got a big problem with this. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm working in my little corner over here, and my friend over here is working through the whole state.
Well, okay, at
Mm.
the Capitol, but I, one thing I'm trying to do right now, I went and bought a bunch of binders, and I'm trying to put together, because you can send everything electronically, which I have, but that's a lot where people are chasing links and looking and this and that. I'm trying to put together a packet where I can walk in there and hand it to legislators I haven't met yet, just in black and white right in front of them. Here, it's short order, but have the documents in front of them. Um, and then figure out who to contact and how. I've One legislator was like, okay, let's write up a law, but then this last election got him sidetracked times 100. So I just have to rope
Mm-hmm.
him back in, and he's in the legislature because he was a teacher, and that's why he ran for office, and so he's all about kids. So I've got a lot of support. We've just really got to get a push, maybe
Yeah.
a big push. So
Right, right.
I'll
We feel
figure
the
out how
same
to do that.
thing in this space, that there needs to be some push at some point that will get us over that edge and get us, seen by a, I don't even know the words I want,
Well, and I
out
think
of our
too,
little bubble of people that watch us and support us. We've got to get out to the people that don't know what's going on.
yeah. And I think with this
I
specific
agree.
thing, I need to put together a video, as a short,
That would be great.
tangible video with the evidence and, um, that kind of stuff so that it can be shared and get put out there. There's a lot of information about Brian Dunker out there, don't get me wrong. But just to put a little short thing together with the documents in the video where it can be shared out, because a lot of things just aren't taking on legs. I can't think of the words. I'm totally brain melted at 3:47 in the morning. But I'll work on that, and then I'll email you, Miss Kim. Except for I think she just went away.
No, she's still here.
She,
She just said she'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
She typed it in the chat.
See,
Oh, she's on a potty break.
well, you got us all behind you. You know that. And I know nothing about what I need to do. So, but I will figure out what you want me to help you with. And you know that I'm there.
Well, I appreciate you. And I've
Well,
loved
I
getting
almost
to
flew
know.
out there during tornado season.
She's coming to look
Is
for
there,
y'all. She's coming to look for a raccoon.
can we have your YouTube link? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing it.
Okay.
I
Thanks.
One
'Cause
thing I
I'm gonna
haven't done
support
is
you
put
on
my
this.
face out there to talk about Scott or to do all that. I mean, quite
Yeah.
frankly, I just don't care. I do like to support people who are hurt, so that's kind of who I am. But I'm just going to warn y'all, the videos on my channel will be there till the day I die, because I was lied on for months and months and months, and I finally put videos out with proof and receipts. So you quit lying about those things. So unfortunately, the only thing on my channel are videos about him. So I'm gonna work on
That's
that.
okay.
But those will still be there till the day I die. I promised myself.
No,
Because if
Yeah,
I
she
take him
sure
down,
did.
if I take him down and get mad again and put him back up, that just starts it all over again. So I'll just leave him there for now until the end of time. But I'll figure out everything else.
Scooter Mom. Scooter Mom is just giggling. Oh, Scooter Mom, I know you're gonna love from this. I know you guys are all.
I just subscribed to your channel, so.
Well, thank you.
I was already subscribed. I just
Oh well,
had to
fine.
remember that I
I'm
had subbed.
slow. Excuse me.
Doug wasn't here the other night, I guess, whenever I popped in chat.
Yeah, no, I'm always behind. My family says I'll be late to my own funeral. I'm always behind. So.
Oh, that's good. I don't want to be on time for my funeral. I'm gonna keep
Not me
everybody
either.
waiting.
Yeah.
That's
But,
good.
I'm gonna be fashionably late.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go. But no, I went and looked at his Facebook page, and that was
That's
alarming.
wild.
It was
It is
alarming.
Yeah.
Mm.
I would suggest you guys don't do it right now in the middle of the night. You won't be able to sleep. I mean,
And he does have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
Like
yeah,
I saw that right? Okay.
Yeah.
yes.
It says right now it says Outlaw Reform, but I bet if you put Outlaw Reform Ministries in there, it'll pull right up.
I'm back.
Yay.
So anyway, thank you for letting me pop up here. I just
My friend, do you know how proud I am of you?
well, yeah, but you're also gonna chew me out and say, "What are you doing to yourself? You're putting yourself in
I,
danger."
yeah, you know I am, but
Yes.
that's okay. You know where it's coming from.
You know,
Mhm.
Oh
mean
wow, there's
people.
a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah, mean
Mhm.
people suck, and I'm gonna Doug, because you saw that picture of me standing outside my car outside
Yeah,
his church.
yes,
He
ma'am.
tried so hard. Because whenever you see the video, like I'm sitting in my car and I'm saying, "Do you want to come?" Because he pulled his phone out. I said, "Do you want to come take a picture of my tag?" Like, I'll wait.
Mhm.
And he didn't. But as I'm driving away, he zooms in trying to get my tag number. And God, like, shined a little sunshine on my license plate tag so he couldn't get it.
Amen. Right
It's in
on.
that video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I giggled
Yep.
so hard because whenever I left, I just knew, whatever.
Well, a lot of
My
people have
legs
done
went
videos of
weak.
this guy.
My legs went weak because, mind you, I was on the ride with her.
Yeah.
I was on the ride with her, and my legs went weak.
And then I didn't call you for a little bit after
Yeah.
I left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
I mean, I was cracking my knuckles, and I was like, "Oh my." Yeah.
I had been talking to some people
Yeah.
that are decision makers that were asking me all these
Mm-hmm.
questions, and they were challenging me, saying, Heather, he's
Yeah.
within the law. Like, he can have a church for people like him, and technically children can go to his church. But I'm like, okay, then
Mm-hmm.
how do we change that?
Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
But then I have a whole conversation of him saying that he's fine with this other violent
Yeah.
person around his own child, living with his own child. And he's just like, whenever y'all hear it, it technically the video is on Riddle's channel. Um, she changed the voices and it's
Uh,
online. Um, I may share it tomorrow
mm,
instead of just releasing mine. Um,
mm.
but a lot of people have the video I have, and I put it private. I have a separate channel for all that stuff regarding him to send to lawmakers and authorities and things like that so that they had his words. He does not see anything wrong with what he's done and the danger he's put his own
Yeah.
child in, extremely defenseless child.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
anyway,
Mm-hmm.
enough.
I can speak with very much knowledge about this. Any church would never allow
Yes, Kim.
a man
Okay.
with what he has been convicted of to hold any position whatsoever. That would never happen. And if it is a church that allows it, then you don't need to be going to church. That's not a place you want to bring your kids, family, or anything. And that's putting a man that has that conviction
Mm.
into a church
He
where
uses
people
it.
people come in with their guards down, looking for hope, prayers, whatever.
Mhm.
And then this is the part I don't like. He's using the Lord, he's using the Bible,
Oh,
he's
he
hiding
absolutely
behind
is.
it and using that.
No, he's standing on it, buddy. Like he is
Okay.
standing
Yeah.
on that
Well,
Bible, and
yeah.
he is.
Well, he could
And
be
I even
standing on it all he wants, but in the Lord's eyes, is this what he's doing right? That's not right.
I
And if
think
he is using that to get to little boys and girls,
mm,
when the day will come, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Let's just put it that way. I wouldn't want
but
to be
see,
in his
that's the
shoes.
thing. Like even with Scientology, the Baptist, Catholic, Christian, like it doesn't matter. The biggest predators hide in places like that,
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, they do. It's
Mm-hmm.
sad.
unfettered access. And I think the only
And
crosswords I said to him that day was, "You are not going to pull that Bible bullshit on me. Like, no,
Yeah.
you're
the
not
truth
going to
is
use it."
we get a measure of security from the laws, the ones who haven't been caught.
We take them for granted.
The ones who haven't been caught, the ones we can't see. Those are the ones who should really be scared about.
Oh, without a
Oh
doubt.
yeah.
But then we
I
also
agree
take
with
our
you.
laws for granted. And
Mm-hmm.
we don't think that somebody like that is out there and can open a church.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
I would have never dreamed because the
Oh,
first thing every lawmaker would tell me is Oklahoma is one of the toughest states there is on pedophiles. And I was like, wrong again. Because I promise you, when you
no.
see all of this, it will bend your brain. And sure enough. So anyway,
Has it
thank
always
y'all.
been that way, or has laws changed of recent to make it that way?
No, it's always been that way.
Oh,
And technically, from my research, they've tweaked the laws here and there. We had, y'all, it was so late. We had another thing that was really tragic that happened in 23 is at the end of the year, but it was a guy who was in jail um, for pedophilia. And while he was in jail, he had a phone and had child pornography. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be saying these words. I forget I'm on YouTube. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Had child pictures. But because of the pandemic, our governor let him out of prison and he moved in with his girlfriend and her 3 children. And the, yeah, in 23, he murdered 6 people and then himself after he physically abused them. So it's in the same area
Jesus.
where Brian Dunker lives. So he was going to court the next day, probably facing prison time again. So that was terrible. Um, but there's laws that need to still, like, we have to drill down. We all think that it's just like a you can or you can't kind of law, and it's just not. Everything's so cloudy. Um, but this is something we've got to figure out how to sew up the loophole and get it done. So,
Yeah.
We're here to help.
well,
Yeah.
I think y'all just gave me wings. I've been doing everything in the background and trying to be quiet and trying to
I
tag on
know.
this one and tag on that one. And I think it's time to just like be loud about it. So,
All right. Well, we're
Well,
always here if you need support to come in
I'll
and
bring the drums.
bring it on, sister. The two of
You
us
know
together would
I
be terrifying.
yeah,
will.
he doesn't want Pinche Becky coming after him. No, 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 no.
Oh, my friend, if you only knew the conversations that we've had from this, I know where she has like she's all the way in Oklahoma, but when she says, Becky, you know, think about what your next step is, I listen. She can tell you. She can tell you. I'm like, watch me. And she's like, oh, wait.
I
Hold on.
did. One night
She
she
does.
was mad, and
Oh, I was
everybody was
pissed.
fixing to find out about it on the street corner.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, 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 we're not doing that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was a go. It was a go. I had
Was
my,
that our seven
I,
hour conversation night, though? Even though it's
oh,
only
my
no, I had to
God.
listen to her for 7 hours.
Wow.
Oh, I was going off. I was like, you think I'm not? You think I'm not? And yeah. Yeah, she kind of, yeah, it was a full-time job for her that day.
That's
I was
okay.
being dead serious, and she has centered me quite a bit during this time, and she knows everything that I went through,
Mm.
uncensored, and yeah, it's been raw. She's been there when I literally have not gotten out of bed in a few days.
Yeah.
Um, he knew all the back and stories. Not, and we're not talking necessarily with Scott. We're talking about the people that assisted and trying to bring me down, and they almost succeeded. Not in a I'm gonna end this world. No,
Right.
hell no. I ain't giving nobody that power.
Right.
But it was one of those of I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to face anybody. I'm afraid. And I think she was probably one of the only ones up until today that knew my absolute terror that I was living in.
Yeah. Well, I also need to say, since I've put my face out here now and been all public, whenever he says
Mm,
that he doesn't involve families, he absolutely does. There is a
hmm
Oh,
voicemail
yeah, he
on my
does.
channel where he threatened to. My son flies in the Air Force. He threatened to call the military and everything else. But one thing, and now that he's taken his channel down, by the way, his channel still exists, so don't let anybody tell you it doesn't. If you go to his
hmm
Rumble, you can click on his old videos, and it shows that that channel has been terminated. But his newer videos for his channel since the end of 22, they just showed that they're private. So that channel still exists. Don't let anybody
hmm
fool you. Um, but he texted my children and their friends. One of them's
hmm
actually an attorney now in LA. Quite funny.
Yep.
Um, But yeah, he absolutely did. And in a chat, in Vaughn's chat, the day that I'm not the one that made it all public, he did. And it took a couple of months, but he wasn't getting his way with me in the phone. And he started running his mouth. And the day that all that broke, I didn't even tell Vaughn what was going on, and she figured it out. The day that that happened, and I released my video, he was in chat telling all of my family's business. My youngest
Yep.
son, who has
What a
mental health issues,
scumbag.
and yeah, he just the whole chat. I have it. He did a 2 hour
Mm-hmm.
thing. Him and Turnip Greens were going to sue me for a
Mm-hmm.
car wreck that we were in that nobody got hurt in.
Mm.
But him and Turnip Greens did a 2 hour live, lying about everything,
Mm-hmm.
telling all my private
You're
business.
gonna
So,
set me off. I'm gonna go on another rant here.
well, I'm
No.
just saying, like now he's pretending that he doesn't involve families, but he
Yeah.
absolutely does. And I'm not going to speak on what he's done to other people. You know, Vaughn's made herself loud and clear, but what he's done to Riddle is absolutely unforgivable, and that's her story to tell. But what he has done to her is the most unforgivable part of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a big girl, and you know, my adult children were like, "Who the hell is this guy?" So, you know, I didn't tell my family that I even went to
Mm-hmm.
DC, and so that was interesting. But he does do those things. So for all the little minions out there that end up hearing about this, I have proof. He has done it. He will do it, and he'll stop at nothing. And I don't know what the purpose is other than intimidation.
Hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is.
yeah. Well, he got the
Yeah.
wrong one.
What a low life this guy is. He is just a low life
He
scumbag.
is. And I have to say it's unfortunate because the truth of the matter is, each and every single one of us, there was the first day that we saw Scott Hochstetter show up at a protest, and it got all of our attention. If he
Yeah.
could put all of that, if he was capable, he is not capable. I've quit giving him that grace.
Mm-hmm.
But if he could put all of that into a positive thing to get attention for whatever cause it is, that'd be great. It's just all the rest of this shit comes with it, and it just destroys movements, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just not worth it.
As
So
we found out ourselves, we should
yeah.
listen to you guys, but we didn't.
Well, I wasn't one
Well,
of them. I'm not one of those people that,
yeah.
because you know
She's
what,
not.
nobody's going to tell me what to believe about another person. So I
Yeah.
understand that
Yeah.
part. I really do.
Well, I know Vaughn was screaming it.
I know, but that's Vaughn.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But
I
she was
the
right.
reason why I listened to her was when she reached out to me, and trust me, I had a lot of people reaching out, and most of them were bashing him, and I was like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. And that's not how From This I Know came at me. From This I Know came at me with, I know what you're going through. And at first I ignored it. She did a follow up message, and she did something in there that um, allowed me to be 100% capable of actually calling her and
Mhm.
trusting her.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, and if I'm asking somebody to trust me, like I gave her everything there is to know about me, like
yeah,
I'm a
she
real
did.
person. If I'm
Yeah,
asking you to trust me, like this is who I am, because I know who she is. That's not fair.
yeah, she did.
So I wasn't just a random internet person if she wanted to
Mm-mm.
contact me, you know. So
Yeah, and it took me a minute, but yeah, yeah. I felt I very
I didn't
quickly
see that
felt safe.
message. Will you go back
Huh?
and put El Sarmiento back up? Sorry.
Yes.
Oh,
Hold on a second.
which one?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's
I
VPN?
think that's supposed to say Vaughn.
Yvonne, yeah.
Okay, I don't know who Vaughn is. That's the only one I'm
The thing
probably on.
is, you guys, the people, and I saw this in Becky too. Becky
Yeah,
and Rib Guy were close to
yeah,
him, were there to help him. and I'm not gonna say that you weren't there to help anybody else, but from my point of view,
Yeah.
it looked like y'all, especially Rib Guy, was very specific about helping Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people that are his friends, that are close to him, are good ass people, y'all.
Yeah.
Like, even some of the people I don't like anymore, and I don't like what they've done. At the end of the day, and we don't agree on much, some of them are good people. And
Mhm.
Them, they don't know it.
well, they have different standards in life too.
Yeah,
So
that too. Yeah, that too.
some of us just had to get our fill and walk away. Mine
Mhm.
was just literally a fundamental character issue for me, that I'm not trying to put on anybody else. It was mine, and I still stand by that. But I didn't want to be associated with it. So, and then I found out about the phone, and I was like, well, that's a jackass thing to do.
Yeah, I found out
So,
about that too. Yeah.
yeah. So, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank y'all for letting me come up.
Oh.
I have a
Thank you
comment.
for letting us know about this. Thank
Oh.
you for letting me know about this.
The
Mm-hmm.
You have a
more we
comment,
Kim
Kim?
is trying to say something, though, folks.
what?
Kim is trying to say something.
Yeah.
Yes, you're Kim.
Sorry. So I watched this show called Good Omens, and it was about a demon and an angel that have kind of been friends since the beginning of time.
Mm.
And they're sitting on a bench talking. And the angel is asking the devil, who's David Tennant, by the way. I love him.
That
And he
sounds familiar.
says, well, did you do this? You know, these big things like the, oh God, think of a horrible thing. The Inquisition, or, you know, the burning of the witches and things like that. And the angel asked the demon, was that you? And the demon says, no, we don't do any of that because you all do horrible things to each other. We don't
Yes.
even need to be involved.
It's just like Scott's doing all this for free. Scientology couldn't have paid somebody to do a better job at
I
destroying all
know.
this than he has.
Mhm.
I mean, I
And
think
that's the thing.
he's not really doing it for free. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's getting
he
paid
gets
just not by
lots of donos.
Scientology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
anyway, thanks for listening to me drag on.
Thank
Y'all have,
you.
Oh, no.
Well,
Thank
thank you
you.
for joining us.
The more we
No.
talk, the better.
I agree. And I
Mhm.
love all of these little people. Becky would tell me
Mm.
names and this and that. And Eric Rader shared a post of yours, Kim, like 2 weeks ago. And I
Really?
even told Becky on the phone, I said, oh, I think I finally figured out who
Yeah.
Miss Becky is.
Yep.
Because Eric
Me?
shared a
Miss
post.
Kim. Yeah.
hmm Or Miss
Mhm.
Kim, yeah. And so
Mhm.
that's how I found your channel. And that's how I ended up in your chat the other night, for the first time. So I didn't know about a bunch of you guys, but here we all are.
I'm the
So
same
just keep.
way. There's
Mhm.
even after a year, more than a year actually, in this movement, I'm still finding out about people and channels that I didn't hear about.
Yeah.
I found several recently, and I'm like, oh my gosh, where have these people been? Oh, so since we're on that subject, I bought a domain a few days ago called suppressivecentral.com. And I
Okay.
want to start a website. I need help. I want like a group of people to help me with it,
hmm
to where we can do upcoming events. If somebody's having a protest, that's great, you know, a big deal, or they're having an interview with somebody or whatever, you can. And then if you want your channel on there, you can submit like a bio or whatever, just a hub of this community. And I
Mhm.
want a group that can decide as a group, like a committee, to, you know, if there's a problem with the channel, which has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that way, because all I had was sptv.space, and then I find out after several months that there's people that didn't want to be on that list. I don't know why. There's a lot of politics involved. I don't understand. And that's why I couldn't find people. So, you know, people would say, oh, check out
Yeah.
this channel. And if you're not in that chat that they're saying, check out this channel, you don't know they exist.
Well,
Yeah.
many of us were kicked off
Well,
just because. Yeah.
I was going to say the same
Mm.
thing. I quit going to that channel Like the
Yeah.
weekend that everything happened with Becky, she was yanked off that list.
Hmm. Yeah.
And
And
Yeah.
I
saw
didn't
it.
even know there was a problem with it.
I even
You
made a
know,
comment
I'm
on
out
it, and
here
I hadn't
not
talked to
paying
Becky yet.
attention.
No, she left a comment on there. So when Scott ended that live with Selfless and
Yeah,
the
the
ugly
panel.
Oh
panel,
yeah,
Napperhead.
that one.
when
Yeah.
he ended the live, he said, "And Becky, you're canceled."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
And
they
the
removed
reason
her
he
off that
ended that,
thing.
yeah. And the moment he said that, Fluffer Squirrel removed me from that space. Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't even.
And,
I went back to my earlier streams to look for clips,
mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm,
it was only recently that I knew I could rewatch a chat on the computer. I
mm-hmm.
did a lot of stuff on my phone, and I was looking through all the chats and seeing all these people that were in my chats in the beginning that are all gone,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's one of them. And I was like, wow, why?
Yeah.
What did I?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, for the record, we didn't do anything wrong. I never had any
I agree.
words exchanged. I went to her channel with her and Tilty because they were doing the art. They had like 3 people in there. You guys all know that I go to the smaller channels, try to support. And I just felt this huge change, like a real heavy, I don't know, presence, like something wasn't right. And before you knew it, Ellie, my friend.
Hi, Ellie.
And before you knew it, yeah. So, anyways, getting back to your domain, or what is it? Your channel, what is it,
Website.
Kim? Getting
The
back to
webpage.
your thing. I don't know how to do anything but click
I don't either.
and paste.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
I bought the domain. That's all I've done. I've got to figure
okay.
out how to do a website. And I used Chat GPT to help me with the name. And it said, hold on, give me a second. I screenshotted it. I want to tell you exactly what it said. Give me just a second. Let's see, picture.
So if there's any computer people out there that know how to start setting up a website and has real good intentions and wants to help.
Holy crap. 3. Okay.
And don't mind the holy crap.
All right. So Chat GPT said, a bold introduction to the mission of the site. Featured or urgent updates, legal cases, protests, or media coverage. Quick links to key sections. Events calendar, upcoming protests, conferences, rallies, and meetups. Virtual events like live streams or panel discussions. Ability for users to submit events. Content creator hub. Bios and links to the YouTube channels, podcasts, blogs, and social media accounts. And I can't read that one. Okay. I read that. Content creator hub. Bios and links to YouTube channels, podcasts, blogs, social media. Featured videos or posts from key creators. Ways to support these creators. Patreon, links, merch, etc. Resources and printouts. Downloadable pamphlets, flyers, activism, legal resources for ex-members and those facing Scientology harassment. Hold on.
I think you're brave.
Reading lists, documentaries, investigative reports, survivor support groups and recovery, and on and on and on. That's what I want. I don't want just a list of channels and a few printouts.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be a hub of everything.
I was going to say, I feel like it's one of those. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, do you see Anna from Canada's comments to you, Kim, in the chat? Because she said it, I think this is like the 3rd time.
Sorry.
I read that too.
There's an even more recent one.
Okay. I'm behind.
Where are her comments? I don't see them.
I was sitting here thinking that's one of those things.
That's the one.
It's brave, but it's one of those things I feel like it would have to be all or nothing. like all.
Mhm.
That's why I want a group to help me with it. And I know
Mm.
It would still end up being political.
And petty AF.
Yep.
Oh,
They-
yeah.
Anyone who's
Luckily,
not part of the
I
group.
really didn't care. You
a
know, that
lot
was
of
the,
people out there are so petty. Lord,
Yeah.
have we not
Anyone
learned
who's
I
anything?
not part
know.
of the deciding group will get attacked at some point.
Oh, that was something I was going to do, though. That was something I was going to do, though. The people helping me with the site, I wasn't even going to tell anybody who it was. So they couldn't be
Yeah,
attacked.
but that doesn't mean that they won't find out anyway.
I know. I know. I know.
but I
really
mean,
do
well,
because I don't know about things out here in Texas all by myself.
That's why I
Stuff
was
happens,
thinking
interviews happens, protests happens.
if you just do it all and don't exclude anybody.
For
That-
about 99%, there might be a few, if they're being completely hateful, like ridiculous, that would have to be
yeah.
a committee decision to not have them on the list, not one or two people.
I mean, as
So-
long as you're prepared for this
I
side
was
war.
prepared. I was prepared when I started this channel.
Yeah.
That I knew I could get attacked, I could have trolls, I could get arrested. I carry 3 days of meds in my backpack when I'm protesting because I might get arrested.
Well, they give him
Yeah.
jail.
So I'm like, I don't give an F for the most part.
Yeah.
So I'm, it's good around.
We're getting attacked anyways, regardless.
Exactly. I spoke out recently. I've lost 100 subs, but you know what's
Aw.
awesome? Why I don't care? I've got more people in my chat.
Yeah. You've got
More
people being
people in
real
my
now.
chat that want to speak
Mhm.
out, want to be a part of this movement in a better way. So these subs that left me obviously weren't engaging. So who cares?
Yeah.
Well, and people were afraid to be real. I think that's a big thing because if you
I
had
was
Yeah.
too.
think
I was too a bit.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
just wanted to stay right down the middle, do my thing, not get involved.
And I don't blame anybody for doing that. I
Right.
really don't.
My
Yeah,
biggest
don't
thing
No, I
was
get it.
I just didn't understand what was going on. I didn't have all the facts. So
Yeah, I didn't want to. I did not want anyone else going through what I had to experience. So if I took most of the blows and now people are able to speak up, I'm cool with that. It meant something. It meant that I didn't get all these blows and all these bumps in my head and for nothing. Because you see, now we're having conversations. Now we're standing up and it's like, you know what, we're going to continue this movement. Maybe not in the corner of L. Ron Hubbard and Fountain, but this movement is
That's the
continuing.
safest place for anybody in LA right now. Come on now.
what?
Mhm.
What'd you say?
Yeah, you can't be there.
Oh, can I go out now?
Yes. No. I'm not going to be responsible
Bad
for that.
Actors Club.
I'm teasing you.
It is the safest spot, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Well, I've already
Yeah.
bought the domain, so it's too late.
There you go.
So that's what
You
it's
bought the
about.
domain, and now we just. So a quick idea, because I know everybody's getting tired and sleepy, and we're night
a month
owls. I
late.
mean,
This
we
is
can
my
go all
new
night.
schedule because I have a new job that starts shifts on Saturday and Sunday. So
You ladies have worn me out.
I'm sorry, Doug. It's the
this isn't
huge
even
boat.
the record.
All that hostility and anger that I
Ah.
put out earlier. And
Just
Yeah,
making
it can
sure
be
that heart's
exhausting.
working good.
That can be tiresome. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it really can. I mean, it drained me, but I think I just finally, yeah, I don't like showing my fears and that, but now it's all like, okay, get your ass up. You did it. You cried. You did what you had to do, and now get your ass up and start working again. That's usually
see,
how
you
it goes.
cried and you felt better. I got angry and let it all out, and I feel better. So I
I'm
guess
not
it
gonna
was a
lie.
healing night
Yeah.
for us.
For
Yeah.
some of us from the
And I've
old,
watched this on other panels, on other channels, not just here. I've watched people talk, get it out, heal,
Yeah.
get back to the mission, and
Hmm.
the other factor is losing power.
you know,
And I think it
that's
can
it
be
right there.
ugly.
Even watching
Healing
Mexican
is
long,
not something beautiful that comes with rainbows and butterflies. Healing does not always look beautiful.
Right. It doesn't. It can be an ugly cry, for sure.
Oh yeah,
one
I
of the
had an
things
ugly
Eric,
cry
was
do
today.
you have
Not me.
elder
I'm so
block?
pissed. Mama.
whenever we
What
all,
happened?
when all of this stuff started and people finally started speaking out, even on
Mm,
Mexican long hair, on his panels and stuff, it's only been recently where a lot of people, Farrell, Cheryl, a lot of people are
yeah,
finally starting to speak out. It almost felt like passing of the baton. I was not one that was emailing or speaking out or doing anything. I mean, I had my videos out there; they were there for the world to see. But other than that, I wasn't going to convince. That's not my personality. It's just not who I am. But once you guys kind of took over and started speaking out where people had safe places to go and talk about what were happening to them, it was kind of like, ugh, now they have a community where they can find a safe place for them, instead of just constantly dealing with the vitriol all the time.
That was
yeah.
Yeah.
that was it was sad. It just hurt my heart for so long. It
Yeah,
really did.
Yeah,
it
well, I can
sucks.
tell you that I feel a lot better now. I feel a lot stronger.
Hmm.
Because we're stronger
I
together.
don't mean, yeah, it wasn't meant for any hatred to any person. It was just, I just
Well,
finally
well,
just
that's
exploded.
good, Becky. I'm so happy for you. I hope that from this point on, you stop calling my bass boat a dinghy.
A dingy.
Um,
Well, now you have a
maybe
car.
this
Now
new
you have
kind
a
has
little Hot Wheel.
see.
I
I
seen that Hot
can't
Wheel.
win with you, can I?
You know what, Doug? She doesn't have either one, so you can give her a hard time
That's
back.
true. I have a hummingbird
Yes,
Yeah,
that Cricket Cinema created for me.
and good food.
Oh, I
that's
got
what I
lots of
want.
good
I want to
food.
go to Pinchy Becky's house one of these days and pig out. I know
I
I'm
know,
on
right?
down.
the Trepidus says that your food's good, so if he
Yep,
says
that's what
it's
I
good,
heard.
Aw.
yeah.
I'm coming to LA eventually. My daughter lives in Riverside, so
There you go. I still want to do like a big old carne asada at a park and just,
There's a
barbecue.
flat
Just,
top I heard that's for sale.
oh, stop it.
Yeah, yeah, we can do that.
It would be nice if I can get one donated to me.
one what?
If I could get one donated to me, that would actually be kind of cool.
Oh,
Hmm.
here we
Where's
go. Here
86?
comes the grift.
Yeah,
Of course, of course.
yeah.
I'm gonna put it up on my Walmart.
Guys,
Or where do they sell it? Walmart, Costco.
I'm really wanting
I'm
to
gonna
do
set
this
up my
overland
Walmart.
trip.
Yeah, these eggs were $17 for 18. Hell no, I'm gonna go for
I,
some eggs.
I'm going to go for the better one. I'm just really bummed out, because I've been wanting to do this overland trip, but I don't have the right vehicle. I've just been really wanting
I
this
might have
FJ
up
Cruiser,
there, y'all.
but I just, God, it's really bumming me out because I just really don't have a FJ Cruiser like a 2007 to 2014. But, it just,
Oh, he likes his off-road vehicles. I've noticed.
yeah, I'm wanting to do
Listen,
the
start a
overlanding.
YouTube channel.
That's what I'm
Oh,
going to
you
do.
need to come out here to the Azusa
I might be getting
Basin.
a new camper because I think mine's going to get totaled.
Mm.
The adjuster came out and said it's probably a good chance it'll get totaled. So the next buy will be a Class C that you can drive. Go
Nice.
travel, and
That's
I might
good.
do a tour of all the orgs. That could be a.
Are
You know that I've
you
had
going
a
to put
branch
like
ball.
stickers and posts? I mean, like signs all over your van.
No.
Stop it, Doug.
No,
Man,
Have you seen Ham It Up? Is she still in here or did she go on night?
I don't know.
Ham It Up has an
yeah,
She's
absolute
still here.
beautiful RV. I don't know what it's called. A van,
We
an
gotta talk,
RV.
Tammy. We gotta talk because I have a travel trailer that had an island in the kitchen. It was awesome. We're supposed to move into it, and then a tree fell in our truck in our house and the camper last week. And the adjuster came out yesterday and said because the camper took the brunt of this huge tree, he's like, it'll probably get totaled.
well, if you
Yeah.
total it out, I think I know somebody that might want to buy it. He's known for buying broken down stuff.
Stop it.
We thought about trying to fix it. It'll depend on it. There's a lot of factors, but my husband's like, he likes the idea of the Class C that we can drive instead of trying to tow with our truck.
Well, yesterday's winds here, it knocked down a big old branch and landed it all in my yard. The branch. But let me tell you how the higher up there, who I call God, works.
Okay.
It landed. My husband had moved a big, huge ornament that like a windmill that is about maybe 5 feet tall, and it's made out of iron. And the tree kind of fell on that. And the reason why I find it so amazing was that my thought was, oh my God, I've had my mother's plant for over 25 years and it's crushed. Do you know that it saved my mom's pot and plant? And no damages was done to the fence, to anything. Not even one of my fruit trees. Yeah, it was, mine wasn't as big, thank God. It was way smaller. But it didn't cause any damage. I called the city, and because I had already called the city once for them to come out and trim those trees, I called the city and I said, I'm partially disabled. I can't move this branch that's in the middle of my yard that you guys failed to cut down. And they came within 24 hours. I had them over here this morning by 10 a.m.
Right on.
I sure did. So it got removed. Nothing was damaged. My ornament, it's fixable. But my mama's pot, and I know it sounds so stupid compared to a vehicle in your car and everything. But ooh, Susan, look at you.
9 months. If I had memberships that long, that's amazing.
Yeah, but good night, my friend. Thank you for coming up. I know, we can go on for 10 more hours, so I'll let you go to bed.
I don't
so
got 10 more
easy.
hours left in me, guys.
Oh my God.
I know. I gotta get to bed. I work today. I guess it's 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
You dear just showed up. We're about
Yeah.
to leave.
Hey, your leaders are like, I'm having breakfast.
I know, right?
Ringo went
You guys remember my streams that used to go on all night until 5 a.m.?
Yes.
Yes. I still would have like over 100, 200 people in there.
Mm-hmm.
All the night owls.
Yeah. I was surprised at how many night owls there were besides me. I thought I was weird. And I was like, oh, my homies.
Yeah, and Antics, I do want to apologize. I know where your stand is, and it wasn't anything. I guess it was just I just want to apologize.
Yeah. That's,
You're right, Yadita, you have.
Yeah.
We're healing.
I think so.
I mean, I was wrong, and I took out my frustration on Antics. I know where she was coming from, but what happened in the background, it was just one of those, no, he's not going to change the narrative kind of a deal. And but I blew up on Antics, and it wasn't necessarily right. So I do want to apologize.
She said she apologized to you about 3 hours ago. So.
Oh, girl, I don't really look at
It
chat.
was about 3 hours ago.
Oh, shit. 3 hours. Okay, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful morning. Go get your
Good night,
coffee,
Becky.
your
Have a good
breakfast.
day at work.
Yeah, I will. I will. Luckily, I get to go in at whatever time I feel like it, but I don't know. I still have to make it in there. So you guys have a wonderful. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you,
Becky,
Miss Kim and
Becky,
Doug. Yes,
remember the C. Tori's interview that I did? You know,
I will. I'll probably watch that tomorrow when I'm at work. And I need to. I'll go ahead and watch it. And thank you so much, Eric, for your words of encouragement. They really do mean a lot. They really do. And Doug,
it's no problem.
Thank you.
my friend, I love you, my friend. If I didn't
I love
like you,
I love
if I didn't like you, I would just call it a boat. But
it's okay.
Bye, guys.
I know you're only teasing out of love, and I
do. I know
like
you
that.
don't mind.
I know.
I know you don't mind. So bye, my friend. Good night, guys.
Offended, I'd let you know.
Oh, yeah, no. And I don't even remember how it ended up being a dinghy. I think it was just a very...
It was imposed. I think you're calling
it. Yeah, I just thought you had a huge boat and then you switched it from a huge boat and I can't see. So to me, it looked like a little tiny dinghy.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It was the same boat, just a different picture of it.
And to me, it just looked so much smaller. And I'm like, what is that, a dinghy?
Yeah.
That's where that came from.
I had such a complex about it that I just took the boat off and put a vehicle.
And now it's a Hot Wheel.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Night, Becky.
So now it's 4. So Doug, so
Yes,
if you saw my reply in the chat, that I said your dinghy sounds inappropriate to me. Just saying.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah, I got you there, buddy. Me and my dinghy. Yeah.
It's fun about these.
I'm comfortable with my manhood. So I know every time I'm in
somebody is, Doug.
Yeah, well, when I'm in Susie's chat, she'll never say dick, so she'll say pee-pee stick, and I just find that hilarious, pee-pee stick. So every day that I'm in there, I at least get one pee-pee stick in because that's my thing, and yeah. So I get my pee-pee stick in. So yeah, it's my thing. It's my joke, and I think at first Susie didn't get it, but I think Mischief Managed kind of explained it to her, so now she kind of gets it. I think she's probably thinking, "Who is this guy? He's like off the wall. This guy's crazy."
I think we're all a little bit crazy, to be honest.
It's my place to unwind and just be silly, because how many places can you go here on YouTube and be like that? Everything's so serious and
I know
all this stuff, and I got to have one place. I was doing that in Pose, but he's gone, and
the link for what?
Yeah. I miss Poe.
I know.
Yeah.
And people have said
100%. He dropped into Dusty's chat tonight, though.
Yeah.
Poe dropped into Dusty's chat tonight, and he said he'll be back soon.
Well, that's good news.
Even if I was like, even if he doesn't do Scientology stuff, his other content was really great.
Yeah.
Post he cracks me up. Seeing when he does his cop chase videos and watching him getting all worked up and everything, you see those old cop juices flowing in him. And I don't even watch the cop chases so much. I'm watching him because him getting all worked up and amped up, he's moving with it and he starts getting into it. Just cracks me up. It just cracks me up.
Miss Kim, Antics is looking for the link to join.
There it is.
So she's on top of it now. Okay. My job is done.
No more storms. Go away. No more thunder. I've had enough damage. Oh, by the way, I lied. I thought we didn't have a hole in the roof, but we do.
Oh
So
no.
Tom had to go buy shingles this morning, and he's fixing that. But
You
the
got some
camper
leaking
will
going on?
probably be totaled because it took the brunt of the tree.
Hmm.
The trucks are.
But
Oh my
insurance will
God.
cover it, though. You'll get your money, right?
Yeah, you should see the rental car I got today. It's like a freaking spaceship.
Yeah,
It's a
what?
spaceship.
Yeah, what was it? Like, I hope it's not. I hope it wasn't a Cybertruck.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I
God,
wish.
yeah.
No, it was a Hyundai Palisade, but like park, drive, reverse is buttons.
You
The
mean they didn't
screen
give you an
for-
FJ Cruiser?
Huh? And
You said
so I was only in it for 15 minutes, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, so everything's a screen. There's a screen over here. I thought I was figuring out cruise control, and I turned on sensors. So I go to change lanes on the freeway, and I hit the turn signal, and there's a camera that comes up. I'm like, you got to understand, my truck is like the base model. There's like, everything is knobs. There's nothing special. And I get in this thing, and I'm like, it took me a good 10 minutes just to figure out how to drive it.
No, that's how my truck is.
I was like, this is like a spaceship. I don't know how to do this. It was fun.
I purposely, when I bought my truck, I purposely
you're here.
wanted one
Sorry.
that didn't have all of the gadgets. I wanted hand crank windows and
Oh my goodness.
all of that
Not
because I
quite that
didn't want
much.
any electrical issues. You know, I just now I wish I had the push button windows, and I don't even have AC in it, and I wish I had that.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and then it would, as soon as I stopped at a light, it would turn off. I was like, oh crap. The first time it happened, I was like, oh my God, what just happened? And then it turns back on. It's so weird. It is too much technology for me. Too much. I still
So
have
how did you get
cruise control.
how did you get into Austin to protest the other night?
I was in my truck before we turned it in.
Ah.
He had to go buy that special tape to cover my taillight because it was busted.
Oh
So
yeah.
I actually took my truck, and I showed because they were all parked in the same parking garage. So Hitzel was walking by, and I showed her all the damage to my truck. So because I only turned the truck in this morning to be fixed. So I
We
did
just
take
lost
it.
antics.
I know. Oh, it
She didn't even speak yet.
there we go.
There
Are you
she
okay?
is.
Are you here?
Exactly. I hadn't been on.
There
yet.
you are. There
I
you
didn't
are.
ever get on. Just
Sorry.
my avatar got on somehow.
Yeah.
Been backstage.
Oh.
I really don't have anything to contribute. I think I got a lot out. I was happy that Becky
Good.
got a lot out. She has every right to be angry, and she has a lot to say about it, and that was good that she had another opportunity to get it out. I just thought it'd be funny if I popped on and like kept you guys going for another 6 hours.
Oh God.
that won't happen.
Yeah.
Night.
Probably
It
not.
is, y'all.
You think
The
Mona
joke's on
sounds
you.
loud when Mona snores? You wait until you hear me.
Yeah. But I do want to thank you. It was really good for me to get all of that out because that's like the internal battle I've been battling with this past 2 weeks. It's really upset me, and I really hate the black and white and the division, and
Exactly. It's not.
it really I'm very empathic, and I'm friends with people on all sides. So when both of the sides come at each other, I'm just miserable. I mean, it just devastates me, and I get so upset about it. And
if you don't-
I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Internalize it, but I do. It upsets me when people fight.
Me
And,
too.
you know, I was a child of divorce. My earliest memories is my parents fighting. I remember my dad and mom fighting so big when I was 3 that my dad left and never came back. And that's my my first memory is my parents fighting and my dad leaving. And so when people just start fighting, it's just I crumble. I really
Doesn't
have a
do any
hard
good if
time with
all you
it.
can do is scream.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Antics?
Sure.
Were you the one that did a post where you were going to walk into the Scientology with your phone hidden so we could hear the audio, and then it didn't work out? Was that you, or was that somebody else that did that?
That was me, but it wasn't Scientology.
it happened to me too.
I did have a misleading title where I said I'm going in, and so people assumed Scientology because of me. But it was the Unarians, which is a much more peaceful UFO cult that has very similar storyline to Scientology, and I do want to find out more about them. I missed Ellie's comment. I wanted to see it because I saw my name in it. I know. Ellie,
and Miss Kim did do that too, Doug, but she did go into a Scientology org.
Kim, you did that?
I tried, yeah. So I have this phone that folds and it looks like a purse. And so I was recording on the front screen. And so I didn't know that after about 3 minutes, it shut off. I didn't know what I was doing. So my son and I went to the Dallas org and we watched the intro to L. Ron Hubbard. My son, who doesn't know a lot about what I do, was in the Boy Scouts and the Navy. And so I did an interview on my channel with him. He was livid when we left. Just not knowing anything, just watching this intro and going, that is all BS. Nobody can do all of that in one lifetime. And that is BS. I was like, it was awesome because he didn't even know what I knew. So it was pretty cool. Huh. But yeah, it didn't work out very well.
So, Doug, were you talking about this happening recently or months ago?
Boy, you're asking me to put a time stamp on that, and I am horrible at that because I'm retired now, so time has no.
I know how you feel. I
have a time. I have on my Echo. I can't say the name because it'll sound off. But on my Echo, it gives me.
It was probably Miss Kim then. It was probably months ago because if you
no, it was you because I remember.
Oh,
it was like you were. I could see your feet walking on the ground. You're like walking through like.
Oh, that wasn't me then. Yeah.
And then the phone just like it just went black, or whatever. Like it went in your pocket or something.
Actually, it went pink on my screen, Doug.
Okay, it was pink. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was terrible. I need to go back. This time I'm going to do a stagnant or whatever you want to call it interview. Just film footage. Yeah, thank you. My brain's not working. I'm too tired. A static footage. And I'm going to see if I can interview the guy. The guy was really nice. The woman was like, I don't know if I like you. I mean, she didn't ever say that, but that was the vibe she was giving me. Like, oh, you're up to no good, lady. She had me pegged as a troublemaker. But the guy was like, oh, well, maybe this is someone legitimately interested that I can convert.
I was like all excited. I was like, all right, she's going to go in. Cool. And then all I'm getting is pink and like, wasn't it like some, you hear like some rustling noise? And I was like, well, what the heck? What the?
I thought I was so clever and it was going to be awesome and I couldn't wait to share the whole thing with you, and then it was a total disaster. But one quick thing I want to say, Ellie supported me from day one. Mm-hmm. As soon as all this shit went down, I did a stream where I said, you know, Ellie, I have Ellie's back, I've got JWoww's back. I came immediately out to have their backs because I had been working with them to an extent, or watching them also to an extent, that I knew the behind the scenes stuff and the good things they were doing. I never once doubted them, and I want to make that clear.
Yeah. I went into a chat when I was hearing the stuff, because I was in Becky's and I was in Jay's, and I was hearing the stuff about everybody wanting to dump Elliot, and I went into that chat, whichever one it was, and I said, Ellie, you have never been anything but warm and welcoming to me.
No, that was above my pay scale. I didn't know. I didn't know who Ellie was, for one. And Jay.
Ellie was my mod. Ellie and Jenwell were my mods, and they were still my mods up until very recently.
But just because I didn't know or didn't mean, but I just remember watching the video where her and Jay were on panel with DOA and Snapperhead and Selfless.
I played that recently just to show
body
in the corner looking like
sick.
This evil piece of crap going and laughing while everybody's upset. That was it.
And just, because I had watched Jay and I liked Jay. I liked him. I thought he did it the right way. I approved of his his was most of Denver Jay. I watched when he showed up at the Blue Building. I really started watching him a lot because I just thought what he was doing was the right way. And
Jay was an excellent, or is an excellent human being. Jay.
He seems like he strikes me as that kind of a person. And so when I seen him getting attacked, now I didn't know Ellie, but hearing Jay talk about her, I'm like, well, because Jay seems like a stand-up guy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely.
So if he's saying this about Ellie and saying, well, Ellie, she's the first person I call when I'm in trouble, and she'll call my family, my parents, my mom, and and she's the bridge. And I'm thinking, well, what's the problem here? And now I also like Marilyn, and when she did that live attacking. When you have friends, because I love her, but there are times I don't always agree with what she has to say, and a lot of times I do. And that particular night when she was talking about that, I was just like, I was thinking, man, I was really wishing that she didn't do that video. So, so I was just like, man, dang it, and then MLH got offended because now he's sticking up for Ellie and he's sticking up for Jay, which I understand. I mean, and I can understand where Marilyn was coming, because she felt like she was sticking up for her friends as well. And I think it was just, a lot of it. I don't know. I don't know all the backstory and stuff. To me, I kind of struck it as there was misunderstanding, maybe misinformation that caused all of this. But it warmed my heart to see MLH on panel apologizing for the things that he said. He said he wasn't going to apologize for sticking up for his friends, but he's apologizing for the words that he said. And to me, that was him putting up that hand that, hey, it's time to work things out. And I think that's the stage that we're at, is we need to start working together, solving the issue. We may not come to the point where we like each other, but at least get along. Like I said earlier, we're like a football team. I played a lot of football when I was in high school, and I didn't like all the players on my team. I didn't get along with them, but I got along with them on the team because that was what needed to be done to get accomplished what our goal was. And we won a championship by doing that. So we don't have to all agree with each other or even like each other, but we have to work together, and we don't need people jumping from one team to another, telling another team what's going on in that team and coming back. I mean, we got to pull together. A team does not let their stuff, their drama and the stuff that's going on in the team, it never leaves the locker room. When it does, it's dysfunctional. You leave it in the locker room, you discuss it in the locker room, and it never leaves. And that's where it stays. So that's what we need to do. It needs to stay in the locker room. What I'm meaning is, if you got a problem with somebody, contact them. Do not do it on a live. Contact them. Talk to them.
You've touched on two things that I wanted to address, and then Ellie jumped in the comments and made almost the comment I was going to make, because I also wanted to say MLH is a stand-up guy. He's
I was very impressed with what MLH, and I liked what he had to say, and I like him. I hated to see this going on between the two of them.
I've been following him for a year now, And the other thing, you touched upon something that I've been trying to advocate for, and that's that none of us are perfect. There's going to be something you can find that you like and that you dislike about every single one of us. You just have to maybe try harder with others, but you got to give people that grace to F up once in a while and not hold them accountable for every little thing. Like you saying, you know, you and MLH worked it out. You got to give people that grace. And we can't just go around attacking each other.
Yeah.
We have to be adults in this.
Yeah, well,
And
MLH
we have
I
to
never
just
had a problem.
basically agree that bottom line, as long as they're attacking Scientology, then you can let the petty bullshit go. And we all need to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just had to say that.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. The problem is I've watched, this is what really gets my goat, is when I watch somebody who doesn't like another streamer, right? And they have their stream on and they're picking apart everything that person does. Well, if you come at it in a certain mood or intent, you can find anything wrong with whatever that other person's doing. And I'll be watching the same stream, be going, that doesn't seem that bad to me. But that person doesn't like that person. That's the kind of stuff we need to stop doing.
It's really easy to find fault. It's harder for
is.
people to give other people grace. And I've really tried to follow that. I've struggled to. But yeah, it's really easy to pick people apart.
I stayed member or sub to all the channels for up until a couple weeks ago. I really did. I tried to stand by that I'm not going to just unsub because somebody makes a mistake, but it just got to be way too much for way too long.
Yeah.
And I finally had to make the change and speak. I spoke out, and I finally had to unsub and unsupport certain people. I'm like, I'm not talking about Swati. I was done with him way back. But other people, you know, I tried really hard to give them time to maybe find their way back. I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm done. That's it. But
well, you know, there again, I gotta lose my train of thought. I'm getting old.
Honey,
maybe I'm getting Alzheimer's.
You're in a good group here because I do it all the time.
Doug,
it's
called brain farts, Doug.
Doug, which time zone are you in?
I'm on the Pacific Coast, so it's 2:54. So I'm
okay.
not as late as most of you guys. You know,
it's almost 5 for me.
I was gonna give you more credit.
You're gonna give me more grace, but there's no grace to give me, huh?
No, I was thinking, gosh, it's almost 6 a.m. for you guys back east.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, if it was 6 a.m. for me, I'd be crawling. You guys would just be walking over the top of me. It's like, what's that on the ground? Oh, that's Doug. He's out of it.
Well, I'm going to still chalk it up to more of tired and less to the age.
Yeah, well, I wish I could say that, but I'm 64, so it's starting to be age.
It's easy. I found it so freaking easy to stay up with you guys. It's scary because we just have so many good conversations. It's most of the time it's so easy.
I've been dying to go to bed.
It's been, God dang, we're almost at 7 hours again. It's good, Mom.
I've been dying to go to bed.
And Ellie has a good point. She says she unsubbed from channels because it was toxic and for her mental health. I've had to do the same thing. I used to watch Smelly-O in the early days.
I really didn't. I watched him maybe from other streamer channels. I honestly didn't follow him that much.
Yeah. I flipped a lot. I was wherever the action was, that's where I was. I was engrossed into it, especially during the La Poubelle days.
Yeah.
But it just got to the point I just can't watch him or like Nora. I like Nora.
I did too.
But I don't like this Nora.
Right now.
Yeah.
I mean, she even changed how she dresses and how she does her hair. I mean, she looks different. I mean, it happened like overnight. It's like one day she looks like normal Nora. Oh no, Nora. Then the next, it's like when you watch when you watch professional wrestling, and you'll have the good guy, and he'll be dressed all nice. And all of a sudden when he turns bad, he's all wearing dark colors and his hair's all, he just looks different. Overnight, he looks different because he went bad. He went to the bad side. That's how she looked to me. It's like, what the heck? Not only
I
is she,
saw the turn. I know when it was, but I don't know if
Yep.
it's just
I
my
mean, did you all see that? I mean, or
I
was
I
that
saw it
just
too.
me?
Yep.
It was like that. It was.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that was
And I
trippy.
I was a member of her channel.
Yeah, I
Not
was.
just sub, and I let it go for a
So
long
was I.
Yeah.
thinking, okay, maybe she'll come back. Maybe she'll chill out and it'll be okay. And when I realized it wouldn't happen, I finally, unsubbed and
I
stuff.
think the last time I was in her chat was when I got attacked by a bunch of people in her chat
Oh, I knew
for
not
having
to be
been
in
on
her
Becky's
chat.
live stream. So just because
Yeah.
I was chatting on Becky's live stream, they jumped on me, and Scooter
Yeah.
Mom stood up for me, but no one else did. Nora certainly didn't.
Being in
Mhm.
Becky's stream, man, boy, she's bad. I avoid Becky with everything. I mean, that woman is bad news. She's not around, so I can say this, right? She's not.
Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. I wanted to go to bed hours ago because I have something tomorrow, but I didn't want to leave with Becky in that state. I wanted to see it to the end and be able to, have some
I'm glad
closure.
you stayed. I'm
Yeah.
glad you stayed.
But I didn't want to keep upsetting her, so I was like, I need to just shut up for a while. So I just like hung out for a while and listened.
None of us know how to really navigate this stuff.
She's in a
But I
lot of
think
pain.
it kind of
She
did her good, though. I think
she
it
had
helped
some
her.
really traumatic shit went down
Yeah.
for her.
More
Yeah.
than I even knew.
She had a lot of pain, and it still does, and it's valid. And I'm
Yeah.
never gonna say that it's not.
I'm not going to rehash the whole thing, but
Thank you, Hammy.
the thing that really gets to her when she thinks about it is the fact that Sandra doxed her son
Yeah,
in a
I
chat.
didn't even know that.
Yeah.
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 Okay, who's Sandra?
Sandra is OT 420.
Oh, okay, I know who that is. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I
She's
did
one of
not
the
know
chief
that.
minions. Yeah.
Yeah, you
See?
don't go
I
after
still
somebody's
finding stuff
children.
out I don't know.
Somebody
And
went
that-
after my child, I'd lose it. I'd be, yeah.
Like, Becky can take it when it's her. But
All
when
of
you
the
go
time.
after her family,
Yep.
that's another line.
Yeah.
And when you go after people who support her, she takes that personally. Because it's like, no, just because they're my friend, don't hurt them. I don't want to be associated with someone if it's going to have them be attacked. Those are the two things that upset her the most.
People misread Becky a lot, I think, because she's
Yeah.
upset, so she's yelling and she's coming out, and so they just see that and they just feel that pain and aggression, but they don't know Becky like we know Becky. Becky's got the biggest
Exactly.
heart. Becky's got the biggest heart, and she's just upset because she's been
Yeah.
horribly treated by this
And
community.
I still don't know all of it. I'm
Yeah,
still
no,
figuring out.
It was bad.
She's kept a lot back. There's a lot more. I mean,
Yeah.
she was horribly treated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She really was, yeah. And
All right.
and I'm sorry, Antics, I know how you feel about Danny, and you and I have kind of just kept a nice even keel about it because I knew
One of
how
those
Becky
I
was feeling about
agree,
it,
disagree.
and I know how you feel about him. So I just kind of, I said, like there's stuff that he did to Becky that's
No, I
not
know.
okay. But we
I don't-
left it at that. But the fact that after she had been called out, canceled by Swati,
I did
and
see
she was
that.
still getting abused repeatedly, when Danny needed an excuse for whatever it was, he blamed Becky and said that she was calling him constantly and interfering with his relationship with Leah. And none of that was true.
Well,
It
I
just
didn't know
piled
about.
more onto her.
I didn't know about any of that, and I don't know where
Yeah.
that message is even coming from, originating. But I'm also under no delusions that Danny has been an angel in all this. I
Yeah.
see him as, he's both a perpetrator and a victim, and he hasn't been an angel. He's done things that I don't like, and I've stopped modding for him at times, and I've backed away from his chat at times, but I do support him. I see a good person in him, and I see he's making changes, and he's doing his best, and he was
It
just
appears that
under
that's
the
what he's trying to do. Yeah.
influence of a very destructive con man, and he was just trying to get along. I mean, he was on the ground in Hollywood with him on a
I
daily.
couldn't imagine being there physically and dealing with
Yeah.
this. I'm
And
all
being
Yeah.
such a young kid and having all that pressure of this big giant megalomaniacal behemoth, it was a
Yeah.
lot for just
And-
this
and
young
to-
kid.
can I ask
He
you a
was
question?
23.
What do
Yeah.
you feel that Danny had some fear of what Scott could do to him? Did any of that?
Oh.
You think that had any influence on how he was behaving?
Absolutely. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that that's
Oh.
the case. They were all walking on eggshells around DOA all the time.
Yeah.
And even we did, like me, way out here, not dealing with it every day. I think, part of me really did want to be neutral. I don't watch reality shows. I don't like stress. I
Yeah.
don't want to deal with that kind. So that was a lot of it. It was self-preservation. But there was a small part of me that was like, well, I really don't want to get attacked either for speaking out. So I'm
Exactly.
just in my
Yeah.
lane. I couldn't imagine being there physically dealing with all these people.
I know. And Becky's not exaggerating when she said she gave Danny a lot of grace. She really did. She treated him like as if he was her own son. She gave him that much grace. So, I can understand her disappointment and hurt over that. And she's valid. Those feelings are valid.
Well, hopefully the two of them can work it out at some time, and he apologizes and makes amends for what he did, and Becky can accept that, and they both can move on from it. I hope there's some kind of healing there for the two of them.
Yeah.
That's just it. If he would apologize to her, she would accept it, and it would be over.
He hasn't
Yeah.
apologized.
Nope.
Okay, that's sad.
Not yet. He may eventually.
Yeah.
Don't give up hope on it. He may eventually, and he may
No,
not.
I just said that he hasn't yet.
Yeah, he hasn't yet.
Yeah, I mean, I have some things that I could talk about people I dealt with directly, and I just felt, what's the point? I mean, except to talk shit about somebody. That's not what I'm saying over here, but I see why there's people that maybe don't want to talk about their experiences with other people, because at this later date, for me, this is my own opinion of myself, at this so far after the fact, I don't even see the point in doing it. That person is already dug their own hole, and people already know who they are. My 2 cents doesn't need to be added. So I understand why some people don't want to bring up things that have happened.
Did Eric fall asleep?
Probably.
No, I'm still here. I'm eating waffles. I'm eating my late night snack. I'm eating some waffles.
You didn't bring enough for the whole class?
Oh, I have a bag in my room, but I have to hand it through my phone to hand you all. So
I say we all just show up at Eric's
even
house.
though I didn't like
all
him
the yummy
like
food.
that, it wasn't even Scotty that I was like had any problem with. It wasn't quite that. Him I detested from so what was funny is during the encampment he was asking for help. I didn't know what was going. I didn't even watch much of the encampment. I pulled over and looked at plane tickets. I was gonna fly out and help because my daughter already lived there, and thank God they cost an arm and a leg at the time. It was right after that when I saw that he had that channel, Streamer Wars. That was all I needed. I'm like, who the heck does that? And then that panel, where he just was, rubbing his palms and enjoying every minute of it. I was like, this guy is messed up. I'm done. So I was done way a long time ago. I got to point to this.
Well, you know, I was kind of in a similar situation. The
It
other
was a
community
fear
that
of
I used to be,
right.
there was this one creator, and this person was bad news. I mean, this person, I think, in some ways, was very similar to Scott, because this person had been kicked out of towns for her grift, and what she would go after. She would her hook was going for families that had missing children, and she'd go in acting like she was going to go into that town, and she was like a private investigator, and she was going to figure it out, and she'd go in just like Scott, going like boys, everybody's like, all right, but then start the whole dissension and tearing everything apart, and the whole time grifting, and where towns would just tell her to leave. We don't want you back. And
I don't know who you're talking about.
And so, I got into her channel because I was into the whole Gabby Petito case.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I ever got onto YouTube in a chat room, and this person was showing. She was streaming all of the WFLA and everything. I could go to her channel and watch everything rather than jumping around trying to find it myself. It made it convenient for me, and through that, I kind of got hooked into the whole thing, you know, being totally naive and stupid, not even realizing what I was getting myself into. And eventually I started seeing how nasty this person was, and how this person would go after people that would leave, and just, I mean, this person would make their lives miserable, tear them down bad. And I seen this, and it started bugging me. It's like, man, I don't belong here. This isn't for me. And so stupid me, well, not stupid, that brave me. I mean, I went on her panel, and I told her, I says, you know, you're not right. And I told her so, and I told her I was going to leave, and it shocked her. She got mad at me. She kicked me off of panel. As soon as I got off the panel, the whole chat turned on me, and they're talking bad about me. But I'm like right there. It's like I was like a shark. I mean, I was like blood in the water, and they were all
I know exactly what you mean.
And I had a heart attack at that time. The stress of it, I actually had a heart attack. I had to go to the hospital.
Oh my goodness!
And so. Some time went, because I'm out. You know, I went and did some I Googled this person's name, and I was shocked of the information I was finding. This person was bad news. And so I eventually came out because I felt, you know, my story needed to be heard. And so I went into another creators panel, and I told my story. I told everything, the truth. And I got attacked relentlessly. But the thing is like Danny, like I had seen so many other people that were in her web, they were afraid to leave. They wanted to leave. I had people tell me, I want to leave, but I can't because I'm afraid. They were that fearful of this person. I mean, she would go after their families, and she had people calling my children, calling them at work, trying to get them fired. Calling children's services on my daughter, trying to get my granddaughter taken away. I mean, this was how bad this person was. And this was, I tell you, you know, I went through this war, this battle before I got here, and how I just was worn out. I mean, I attacked her. I went after her, but I always went after her with truth. And I was just a small channel. She was huge, but I was a thorn in her side. I got into her head, and it was like I was camping in there. I was like lighting a campfire. I was like, had my tent set up and the whole bit inside her head. And I knew I was in there. And every time she'd try to come at me with something nasty, and she would just throw stuff out, hoping that something would stick. And I would blow my fuse, and then she'd be like, all right, I got something. I kept everything close to the vest. I didn't let her know anything. If it bugged me, I didn't let her know. And I just kept coming back with facts, with proof, with facts.
Recently.
And eventually people start going after. I mean, it wasn't just me, it was a collective group of people. She's gone. She's off YouTube. She got banned for life. She could never come back.
Okay.
And so so you know, I can understand the whole thing with, I mean, I can understand what happened to Becky. I know her pain. I know how that feels because I've kind of been in her shoes, and not as she's been in their real life. Hers is more real life. And then I can see Danny too, with him being attacked. I mean, him with the fear of, because he's witnessed what is going on, what's happened to other people around him. So he knows what's going to happen to him if he steps out of line, correct?
Exactly.
And by knowing that, and so he's afraid, he's treading that thin line, trying to not cause any waves and do what's expected of him and not get DOA after him. And unfortunately, when you do that, you know, you're going to hurt people, unfortunately, you know, but, you know, and I'm not saying that by saying, well, he has an out for doing that, because, you know, he might have been egged on doing this. Some of this is brought on. I mean, I'm not going to say everything.
Know everything.
I can understand what he was going through. And when somebody's in fear and stuff,
well, especially
each one of us react differently with fear.
Kid.
What's that?
You have to consider also he was a 23-year-old kid at the time.
Yeah. And I take that into consideration. I believe that the pressure and everything, it was just a lot for him to go through, and he made some bad choices, bad decisions under those circumstances, which would be expected of any person of that age. Even an adult like us could make bad decisions.
I wouldn't have known how to navigate that myself.
Yeah. But the important question here is, what question did Eric have for me?
I'm sorry.
Eric, you had a question for me?
He's
too busy. He's too busy eating the chips.
He's eating the chips.
Here he is. He's here.
So since you're living in San Diego, do you think you might protest with Danny at some point?
At some point, but maybe not. But I'd like to at some point. But I have a lot of health issues. I don't talk about it. Well, I mean, I do. I have been sharing more and more about it, Eric. I have a seizure disorder. So I've been advised that I really shouldn't go out and protest. It's too much excitement for me. I will more than likely get too riled up and will have a seizure. I just can't handle the stress of certain situations like that. So it's probably not advisable. My doctor and my kids are very adamant that I don't go out and protest. People that know me the best have held me back, because I made a sign, I had a costume, I had it all planned out. And I got really sick over the summer. And just the combination of things, people were like, nope, not you. You can't do this. Because I can't even handle the lights on screen flashing, or like driving at night with the lights and the LED headlights bother me. It'll trigger a seizure in me. And
you should never push it. It's not that kind of stuff for you. You do a lot
so
of
I feel like I overdo it all the time, and I do too much. But that's where I've drawn the line, that I can't do more.
You know, I get that. But you know what's funny, you guys, is a lot of you guys do, you know, stuff behind the scenes. You know, even just printouts or being in the chat or supporting and all of that. And that's what I have trouble with. I can't even remember to check my email. But I find it easier to drive to Austin and do that for a couple hours and come back, other than the stuff that a lot of you guys do. So I think everybody has their strengths, and everybody has their part in all of this.
Yeah, I also never wanted to go completely public with all of this. I like to stay anonymous, which is why I don't use
that's fine too.
But that's why I had a costume figured out. You know, I had a mama squirrel costume I was going to do. But that just adds another layer of burden too, because that's heavy, it's hot, you know, it's cumbersome.
Yeah.
We had
But
somebody out yesterday
just
in a onesie, and I was like, it was kind of hot. I don't know how they did it.
yeah. Well, just last Friday, watching Feral Cheryl's stream, she had a face mask, and she's like, "Let me show you my face mask." And she had her face right up against the camera and turned it on, and it was on flashing. Well, I immediately started having seizures, and I was sick for 3 days.
Oh no.
Just from something as simple as that. So it's not.
I get motion sickness that easy. It's not a seizure.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I can get
Yeah.
once
Well, I
I
don't.
get the movement.
I do want to clarify. I don't have grand mal seizures,
Okay.
but it gives me migraines and it gives me jerks. So,
Okay.
and it's
My daughter
exhausting.
had seizures from heat.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
Yeah.
So, but
And another
Well,
You
as,
have
as
anything?
many people have said in the chat, Antics, you have done a lot behind the scenes that has been really helpful to so many of us,
I feel like
myself
I'm
included.
supportive, but I don't feel very helpful.
Honey,
Well,
gotta tell you.
I beg to differ. You've been supportive and helpful, so
See, I think of it more as I'm just fangirling. I have a fangirl channel. And
Can
I
I
just
say
love all
something?
you guys, and I want to support all you guys, so I do, because you guys are doing what I want to do that I really shouldn't do. So, Cricket's
Antic.
here.
Antics, you don't understand. I try to put it out there as much as I can. I am just this old lady that saw this movement, and I never thought I would do anything like this in my life, being an activist. And you don't know how important it is to have anyone and you guys in our class. Because if we went out there and there was nobody there, I've said before, oh, if nobody was there, I would still go because honestly, I don't know
Well,
that for sure.
I totally understand that because, like, okay, because of the seizure disorder, sometimes I really need to get out more, but I'm afraid
Me
to.
too.
Because what if I get out and then I get sick and then I have to worry about how am I going to get home?
Right.
And
I can understand that.
And
I've
so
had that.
it's-
I've had that fear at the beginning too. If you weren't involved in our panel we had recently about our illnesses, we're gonna do some more. I have had similar issues, and they're the first half of my year, I was worried. I've spent from 2010 to 2000. What year is this? 25, 24.
yeah, I did watch that stream. I remember you talking
then you
about
know.
that. It was incredible. Yeah, I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of us here with a story like that. And partially that's because we've got the time on our hands and we're like busy sitting around
That's true.
recuperating.
That's true.
So we've got all this time on our hands where we're just like, I want to be a part of something. I want to be, involved. Anyway, the point I was trying to make about the being afraid to go out is I get what you're saying, because I find when I go out and I do this live streaming at the beach, I don't feel alone. So I don't feel as scared to go ahead and go out and to push myself a little and to go. So I try to go out to the beach, and then I'm, even if I get a little nervous, there's Cricket there that I'm talking to. There's Fuzzy there. There's Scooter Mom. And so I don't feel alone, and it gives me the courage. And there has been once or twice where I just suddenly felt it coming on and I had to leave. But, at least I got out that day. At least I did something. And so
Yeah. And I haven't been outside for, okay, this is 20, 24, 23, 13 years. I hadn't done anything.
Yeah.
I literally lived in my bedroom until you guys saw me on camera one day.
Wow.
Cool.
That's an amazing story, Kim. That's really...
And I don't think it's amazing. It's just my life's really boring to me.
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's very stand out of you. It says a lot about you.
There you go. There you go, right there. And you guys in my chat and supporting me and giving me encouragement has meant all the difference. All the difference. And
Yeah.
I've been on your end, so I know when I'm in somebody's chat how much I care about that person in that channel and how much I want to support them. So when you guys come into my chat or Screw Your Mom chat or whoever, you know, we really appreciate it more than I think than we can really say sometimes. And I hear it all the time. People say, well, all I can do is be in the chat. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll take it. I guess that's what I want to say. So don't ever feel that you're not doing enough. You're here, period. In whatever capacity you can be in, if you're here, if you're supporting this movement, then we'll take it.
Yeah, well, I have a fangirl channel. This is what it boils down to. You
And I
Kim,
love
do you
to do
even know
stuff.
my origins of
No,
my
not
channel?
really. No.
Yeah, see, there's an interesting story there because, well, there's lots of reasons why I started. This is not about that, but I mean my actual origins of my content was DOA socks. DOA got his socks taken.
I remember that.
Yes.
I remember that.
And I thought, oh, wouldn't it be funny to pretend I had DOA socks and do a puppet skit? So that was how I started.
Oh, I didn't realize that was
So-
you.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
I
Yeah.
remember that.
So a little
Hilarious.
secret about me, my channel anniversary was 2 days ago.
Oh, you should have.
Yeah. So I was putting together a lot of my old puppet skits and watching it, and I made it into a movie. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I can't even release this because it's like 80% DOA content because it was about DOA socks and DOA's, you know, all of
Yeah.
that. So it's really interesting. You know, a lot of people were duped by him is all I'm saying. I was one of them. I was
But
behind
congratulations
him. I
on your
supported him.
anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I can release my movie though. It's pretty funny to me to watch how bad it was and then how it got better, but the jokes were funny. But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't know if I can release that movie.
Well, I mean, you could always send it to a few treasured people online who would understand.
Thank you, Allie. But as soon as he had his whole encampment meltdown and he called out Jay for a bad actor, I knew that was 100% false. And then he called out Ellie, and I knew that was 100% false. And I'd only been in Becky's stream twice. I barely knew Becky. I'd only stopped by her just because Jay was in the middle of changing batteries or something. And so I stopped into Becky's twice and was like, oh, she's interesting. And I'd been in Hammy's maybe 4 or 5 times. That was it. But when he started calling out them, I was like, well, wait a minute. This is the same guy who just called out Jay and Ellie and Jenwell. And I know that's 100% untrue. And so I immediately was like, wait a minute. Okay, I've seen Hammy do good things. I've seen Becky do good things. Who is he who's got such bad judgment of character about these other people that I know are valid and wonderful? So I instantly, I'm like, okay, if there's a bully telling you can't be friends with any of these friends, my inclination is like, who the fuck are you? Excuse my language, Kim. And I side with the people that are being bullied. And I'm like, I'd rather be friends with these people than the guy who's telling me what to do, because I don't do what people tell me what to do. I might seem pretty meek or whatever, and Becky says I don't. Becky sees the fire in me. So I love that about her. But yeah, I've got a lot of fire in me, and I am not going to just do it just because you said to. And when you're saying all these wonderful people are bad, so I dropped him like a hot potato. But then
especially coming from a guy that craps in a bucket.
Well, and then what did that leave for my content? And then I was changing medications, and then I caught COVID. So I just basically
do you know how many people thought those sock puppets were amazing and funny? It brought a lot of people. We were trying to find our way, and people were doing all this fun stuff, and you think you haven't had an impact. I bet you a lot of people remember those.
I like silly things. I like jokes. I like crafting. So I thought it was a good fit for me. It was a good fit for me. I was having so much fun. And I got so many videos I want to do that I'm behind on and I can't keep up with. And I've got like all this knitting to do. So I'm never going to catch up. But I'm trying to pace myself and just have fun.
That's the point. It shouldn't be, what's the word I want? It's a good one. I shouldn't be hard, but I wanted a better word for that. To be in this, and that's what the problem was. It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be stressful, except for going against Scientology and dealing with them, and that's a bit stressful. But as far as everything else,
it shouldn't be coming from within the movement.
It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be stressful. It shouldn't make you. There were times I didn't even want to look at YouTube.
I do have to say one more thing that I keep forgetting to say. But when I said Ellie supported me from day one, she's actually who helped me get my channel going. She's the one that got me my first 50 subs. Ellie and Jay and Jen Wow. Yeah, all did that for me because they wanted to see me go out and protest. And I had everything all lined up for protesting. And then that fell through. But anyway.
It's been tomorrow, dude.
I like your lures, Doug. I didn't know you made those until Pup Groomer showed one in close up last night. I think it was. You. It was so amazing. It was so detailed. It was really nice.
Yeah, I shocked myself. My son bought me the equipment for Christmas a few years back, and I was like, wow, cool. I can repair some of my old lures and stuff. And it just kind of grew. And I was like, wow, I actually like doing this. Because I thought when he gave it to me, it's like, well, what am I going to do with this? You know how when your kids get you a present, you're just kind of like, you're out like, oh, that's really nice. But you're thinking like, what am I going to use this for? I'll never use this, like a tie or something, I'm thinking, well, what am I? Okay. But I'm not going to let him know. And so I start using it. I actually found out that, wow, this is kind of fun. I actually like this. And, I'll be honest, the first ones I did, they didn't look so good. But, I eventually got to where I'm.
The first time you do anything new, it's not going to be perfect. And like, people have this myth of talent in their head. And yes, some people are particularly gifted, but talent alone is not going to cut it. You just have to do and keep doing it. And my first videos were terrible and they're still bad and I don't even have a computer.
Me too,
but they're getting
me too.
They're getting better.
My old ones.
No, I don't even buy my own templates. I make them by hand to get the stripes, or like on the one that you see there, the markings like a frog. I get that. I get paper and I draw it out and then I cut it out and.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so basically no two lures are exactly the same. And
what's taught me that the most is learning to knit, because I was terrible at it. And no one starts off being an excellent knitter. There's a lot to learn and you're going to suck at it. And now I'm pretty good. So, you just have to give it time and just keep doing a thing. And so that's how I decided on my channel, even though I was terrible when I started. I just decided I was just going to start bad. Just go ahead.
I don't know if I'd be any good at that. That looks hard. I was watching Jen last night doing it. I was like, man, that looks hard. I don't know if I could do that.
Well, you're going to be bad at first. That's okay. That's how you learn. That's how you learn to do it better next time. And I wanted to say to Eric,
would just be one big knot.
Eric, you would be an excellent boyfriend. Any woman would be thrilled to have you. And Culver City is not so terribly far. However, dear, I think you're a bit too young for me. I think I'm a bit too old for you. But I'm so flattered. I blushed when you said that.
You're not a cougar? Antics, you're not a cougar?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is when I first heard your voice on your live, I thought you were like in your 20s or 30s, like my age.
I get that a lot. People guess I'm 25 a lot because of my voice. Yeah. And because I have a SoCal accent and I use slang like dude and I don't know.
So do I, and I was born in 60. I say dude all the time.
Well, that's just one example. I couldn't think of any.
I know.
But I use
As
Southern
long as you're not
California
saying
slang
gag
a
me
lot.
with a spoon.
Oh my God, I did.
Okay, I was a
Totally.
valley girl, and I take offense to that. No one ever said gag me with a spoon.
Totally was my word in the 80s.
I say totally.
Oh my
still.
God.
I say, oh my God. I say totally. Yeah. No, I was a valley girl. I was going to say it. I had to work really hard to take all the likes out of my sentences. Like if I was speaking, like I'd have to say, like, maybe like, and I would throw likes in. It took me forever to work out all the likes. So yeah, no, I'm total valley girl.
We must be in after hours because Ellie's like cracking jokes. I'm not used to the Ellie cracking joke stuff. She's always so serious and doing her job, and now she's
Ellie cracking
after hours. Ellie is it's tripping me out,
seen
man.
Ellie crack jokes.
I haven't. She's always so serious.
Dang.
It's Go ahead, Eric.
I was saying, don't feel bad. Wait till you see my stand-up comedy when I do my live. You'll see a lot of funny in me.
I'm looking forward to that, Eric. That's going to be good. So one of my kids has had a really deep voice when he was little, and people used to joke that they'd call the house and get my son to be like, a really deep voice, and then they'd get me, and I sound like I'm a young girl to them. Just
and it's like this. Hello.
I used to call my house, and my son would answer the phone, and I thought it was my husband. I would start talking, and he'd be like, "Mom, it's me." I'm like, "Oh, okay." They sounded exactly the same when they answered the phone.
Well, my kid grew into his voice though. Like he was really deep early, but it was a little kid's sort of deep though. But he's grown into it now. It's not super deep now.
What really freaked me out was when boys started calling at the house to talk to my daughter, and their voice was deeper than mine. I'm thinking, who is this guy? How old is he? And I tell my daughter, I want to see whoever it is. And they'd show up and he'd just be some little, some kid. But he's got some deep voice. I'm like, holy cow, I don't remember seeing anybody that age when I went to school having a deep voice like that. We were always like, hello. But I was like, and I'll never forget on her first prom when she went, because she got invited to several proms, but this was her prom. Or maybe it was her boy, the guy she got invited on a date to, I think it was his prom. Mm-hmm. And so he shows up to pick her up, and he shows up with a truck with a camper on it. I'm like, oh, hell no. He comes up to the door. Oh, I'm here to pick up Danielle. And I go in that. And he's like, oh, and I said, excuse me, I'm sorry, but you go home and come back with a proper vehicle because you're not taking my daughter out in that. And so he leaves, and my daughter's, I can't believe you, Dad. I can't believe you. I go, trust me, I know what's on his mind, and you don't. I said he's going to tell you everything you want to hear, and then when when you give him what he wants, he won't have nothing to do with you. I said, trust me, I know what he thinks. And so he comes up to the house in his mom's car, and I'm like, okay. And I asked him, what time are you going to be home? And or have my daughter home, and I think he said like 11:30 or 12 or something. I said, no, try again. And he finally, it was like 10:30 or 11. I said, okay. And I told him, I says, because if you don't have her back in time, I know where you live. And my daughter's giving me a dirty look. And when she got home that night, she goes, I can't believe you, Dad. I can't believe you.
The problem, you know what the problem was with our kids? My husband and I went to high school together. And we were like, we know what we did in high school, so you all are screwed.
That's exactly
what's going on.
I was not the kind of boy that the moms and dads liked. Trust me. So I played that game, and I'm like,
they love Tom.
No way am I going to have some guy coming to my daughter to pick up my daughter that was anything like me. Nope. Not
and my husband was in the Army, so they had to deal with Sergeant Baker.
Yeah. Well, I remember asking this girl out for a date, and she's like, yeah, but you have to meet my parents. I'm like, okay, I was usually pretty good with the parents. And so I go over to pick her up, and her dad's just like this big burly construction dude. And I'm thinking, oh man, he's intimidating. And he's like, oh, hi. And he starts talking to me. And well, no, at first he was ignoring me. He was just kind of like, yeah, and I seen he had like some deer mounts, and so I could see he was a hunter. And so I said, oh, so do you go hunting? And he goes, yeah. And I go, yeah, so do I. And he kind of perked up like, oh, because, there's a connection there. And we started talking about hunting and everything. He goes, oh, well, come on back here. And I go back to his man cave, and we're talking about shotguns and stuff. And he's like, well, what shotgun do you use to go duck hunting? And I told him, and he goes, well, this is what I use. And he pulls out this shotgun and he hands it to me. I'm like, wow, yeah, this is a really nice shotgun. And I give it back to him, and he's got this shotgun shell out. And he says, so what's your address? He asked me, what's my address? And I'm thinking, oh, and I give it to him, and he's writing on the side of this shotgun shell. And he says, well, what time are you going to have my daughter back? And I'm like, 12 o'clock. And he goes, no, try again. I'm like, 11. No, try again. I go 10:30, and he goes, yeah. He goes, and if you don't come back, if you're not back here by 10:30, I know where you live. I'm just I had her back at 10 o'clock, man. 10 o'clock, I had her back. And the thing is when I was driving her back home, I took a shortcut because I was worried. I was like, oh man, I'm going to be late. So I took the shortcut across the field. And when I rounded the corner, it was just a swamp, and my truck got stuck out in the mud.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be late. This guy's going to shoot me. I was so desperate. I went up to some farmhouse, didn't even know who they were. I knocked on the door. This elderly lady answers the door, and I'm like, ma'am, please, and I'm giving her my hard luck story. I got to get her home. I'm going to get in trouble. I got to get her home. And so she gave us a ride, but the car that she was driving was like parked in a chicken coop because they had chicken poop all over it. The thing stunk and smelled, but I didn't care. It got her home. I never asked her out again. That was it. I was like,
that is an excellent story. That's really funny.
Really?
I never asked her out again. I was like, yeah, I'm done. So, yeah.
I dodged that bullet. I'm not going for the next one.
I'm telling you, he put the fear of God in me. He did.
Tom. So I always dated the older guys, and Tom was a freshman when I was a sophomore, and he decided as soon as he saw me that he was going to date me. It took him a year to get my attention. And here's the funny part. So we were in Navy ROTC in high school, and I was the chief petty officer. I was in charge of getting the two kids that were supposed to put the flag up when school started in the morning. And this was the third day that they had not shown up. Tom went ahead and got the flag on his own, and I'm out there bitching up a storm. Ticked off, mad. He met me. That was the first time we interacted. And so all of our lives, I've said, look, you knew what you were getting into when you met me. You knew what I was like. There was no glossing over that. So just saying. I was bitching the day you met me. So
Doug, did you see Ellie's question in the chat?
Yeah, I'm answering it.
Oh, that would suck.
Hey! I have a prom and homecoming dance story that I want to bring up with you guys. It's sort of. I don't know if you guys would be like whoa, but when I was in high school, this was in my freshman year, I had 2 dates for prom and homecoming. So I brought 2 girls.
That's just bragging. You're just bragging now, Eric.
Eric is trying to tell us he's a ladies' man.
I know.
Yeah, it sounds like
I know.
it. Sounds like it.
Dang, Eric, if we were the same age at the same time, you and I would have had fun.
He's
Yeah,
trying to pick
I
up
mean,
on
we
me.
would.
I mean,
Well,
come on.
I don't
we
know,
he's
Doug,
a
because
player
it would
because he
depend
was-
on how many fathers had their shotguns ready for you.
Joke.
Well, all I had to do is just be a little faster than Eric. If I could outrun Eric, I'm fine.
Yeah, well,
My
when,
boyfriends were lucky there was no dad.
yeah, but when I was in high school, when I was in physical ed, I always lost my breath every time we had to run track. Like with the coach and stuff. And after like so many laps, I was like losing my breath. So I'm done. I'm done with all the running.
So maybe Doug can outrun you, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
He probably will beat me. He beat me if I even had my last breath of running. He probably would like outbeat me.
But I was always the kind of a guy you don't leave a good friend behind. So
Yeah.
I would have took this gunshot with you. So yeah.
Oh,
Goodness.
boy.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to be rude.
You're kicking us out of the house.
By 42
She's closing
minutes.
down the house party. She's kicking us out.
I think I might have to. I'm about to fall asleep.
I'm sorry, man. I can't drive home. I've been drinking too much.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
It's DUI hour in my neighborhood. I'm gonna get busted.
Okay, Doug. Pull over to the side of the road, park the car, take the key out, get in the back seat.
Well,
Leave it off.
I have a suggestion. We could room raid Miriam from Scientology up north. She's doing a protest now with L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, but she's not going to like a bunch of rowdy people up there interfering her protest. She'll be going, "Who in the heck are these guys?"
We were this close to room raiding Brian in his morning show. We didn't quite make it.
Yeah, well, I got a room raid my bed.
Go for it.
My dog's already beat me to the bed. He gave up. He's like, you know what, Dad? He rarely does it, but he's like, Dad, I'm going to bed. You're.
Yeah, but Brian, I don't know if that's 6:30 East Coast or West Coast. It obviously must be East Coast because only an East Coast person would say that instead of saying what East Coast or West Coast or what coast it is.
Now, if it was East Coast, it would be now because I'm at 5:44 Central. I believe that's Central, right, Brian?
Yeah.
6:30 Central. So that means 7:30 East.
He has no excuse then for not realizing there's other time zones because it's really just
right.
the East Coast that doesn't seem to realize there's other time zones in our country. But when you're on the West Coast, you're constantly watching things from like the New Year's Eve time, the ball drop. So you always are aware of what the East Coast time is on the West Coast. But on the East Coast, they never think about what time is it on the West Coast. Not ever.
Hammy, group hug, pull it in.
Yes, I'm too nervous. My dad might be watching.
Central would be 4:30 here, so in another hour, Brian. I don't even know.
I'm Central and I'm 5:45. We're the Brian and I are the same time zone.
Okay, so in another hour.
Okay.
Which is in
another hour. He'll be up. I usually I didn't try to make him feel bad, but normally now my new schedule, I've been finding him at 6:30 and he plays this music and I end up usually falling asleep and I just kind of disappear.
Yeah.
It helps me relax and fall asleep. So I've been loving it. Thank you. But don't take that as a bad sign. It's a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing, after we're off of here, I'm like past my bedtime. I fall asleep at 3 and it's 3:46. So I'm like after this live, I'm falling asleep right away.
Aw.
Yeah.
I'm not. I have to go to Miriam's stream and show her some support.
All right. You guys go.
You're a glutton for punishment. You know that, Antics.
I will probably fall asleep watching her stream. But yeah, I'm going to at least pop in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're a
All
better
right, you
person than
guys.
me.
I won't be back on till Sunday. We're reading A Piece of Blue Sky by John Atack. It's kind of interesting.
When? Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday at
I might be awake by then.
Central Time.
John Atack's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot out of his interviews. So now we finished Dianetics, so we're doing, excuse me, A Piece of Blue Sky.
How
You stay
could
safe,
you bring
Ellie.
yourself to read Dianetics?
Only because I had help.
Yeah, but why would you
Mom
want
and Brian and
Why?
other people.
But you are what you eat, sort of thing. Why would you want to implant that data into your brain?
It was the opposite, actually. And we had like some survivors in the chat. We actually learned a lot about L. Ron Hubbard and how he would tell you what he was going to save you from when it was actually what he was doing to you. We understood more how people got sucked in and the mind control and the way he did it.
Okay, well that's good. That's encouraging.
Yeah.
I like the way that
The more you know your enemy, the better.
Right.
Yeah.
It was exactly that. It was
In
exactly
fact, the Montgomery, he studied a book that Rommel wrote. Rommel wrote a book about how he fought wars. And so Montgomery read that book and knew Rommel's way of thinking, and because of that, he was able to beat the desert rat in the desert at his own game because he knew every move he was going to make before he made it. All because of that book that Rommel wrote.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was a lot like. It was really seeing how, because I saw so many people in the chat saying, "Oh, these people are so gullible or stupid for being sucked into Scientology," and it really wasn't that at all. It was.
Oh, I never thought that. I always knew it was out of curiosity and information.
Right.
But
those are a lot of
that
people
you
that
got a lot out of it, and that you were able to decipher it and see through the bullshit.
Right.
That's great.
I know you guys are getting sleepy because I said all that, and I could see it just go right over your heads. Just
I heard all of it. The Rommel stuff. It was totally what it was like. Totally. I know.
It's okay. It's late.
I got it. I got what you said. I did. It was exactly.
I don't know. I didn't get what I said. I don't even know what I said.
Reading. He read a book from his enemy and learned, how he thought. And it was like that with the Dianetics, and then having AA in the chat explaining things. Like if I hadn't had survivors in the chat, I had to thought over here reading it, and then she would come in and say, "Well, it was like this." And I was like, "Oh, wow. Okay, I was off base." And it was really interesting. It really was. It was hard, but it was interesting. All right, guys.
I don't think I could get through it.
I wouldn't have by myself. Having the chat there to talk to and discuss it helped immensely. Yeah. Well, all right. So.
Thank you,
wait. Brian said that Miriam ended her live. Something happened.
Oh no!
But she said she'd be back as soon as possible. So,
okay,
yeah.
Her or Brian will be on soon if you're still awake. Brian's show in the morning is really good. It's I've been hitting that most
I'm
mornings.
going to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm
too.
going to sleep.
I am too, because I my first night on the job is tonight. So.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Kim.
Good night.
Oh my God.
Good night, everybody. Love you all.
By the way, today's my mom's birthday, and it's also my Russian Blue cat's birthday also.
Happy birthday,
Mom and your cat. But Eric,
she'll be 16 today.
Okay, but Eric, I'm going to bed now, so please don't interrupt me because I really want to go to bed now.
Well, we'll both in the same boat anyway.
You're like, wait a minute, and then I stop. And I just want to go to bed, man. Please.
We'll both head for bed at the same time.
I'm telling you, how we are. Race. I think maybe you might beat me there, though.
Unless you have a snack or some sort.
All right.
Anyways, Eric, love you, man.
Yeah.
This was
Good night, everybody.
night.
Good day,
Good night.
Good
everybody.
night. Good night, everybody.
Take it easy. Be safe, and we'll see you
Adios.
next time.
All right. If
Okay.
I'm still alive.
Yeah.